The guy that was always killing the rabbits.
Malkovich.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Malkovich. Isn't that? Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Dude, John Malkovich
Larry.
is so funny in the movie Red. What?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Have you guys seen that
His
movie?
name is the character Larry.
I like
Have you seen
Oh.
that movie, Being John Malkovich? Have you seen that one?
Uh-uh.
Malkovich always plays John Malkovich in all movies. John
I know that.
Malkovich
That's
is
why.
in.
That's why I think it's so freaking cool. That movie,
And he
Being
always
John
talks the
Malkovich,
same way.
is the coolest thing. They like climb through his head.
If you just open
You
your
gotta
mouth
watch
and
it, man.
pretend
It's
to
so
smile
fucking
when you talk, you can probably talk like John Malkovich.
You've seen it, obviously, Bong, right?
My favorite quote is, I got him hyped up on LSD and I've been roasting his onions for hours.
I can hear John Malkovich saying that. Oh, now I'm sounding like that guy from Django, right? I am looking for a slave.
Dude, the boss playing the boss.
The dentist. I mean, get the marshal. Are you the marshal?
Dude, if you guys haven't seen Being John Malkovich, you got to watch it. It's just crazy. It's just like, oh man, it's an insane movie.
Well, it's
I
kind of
mean,
happening
it's
right
like
now.
it's like whoever
That's-
made that
that's
movie.
what-
It was
that's
the
what
purpose
Facebook
is to
is.
take the piss out of John Malkovich for being
That-
John
That,
Malkovich.
that little hole,
Funny.
you know, that little hole that we used to peek through and see into into John's lives. I mean, that's what these social media platforms have become, right? But you know what I mean? Twitter, the Facebook, Instagram, the TikToks. People are like, so it's like a hole,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They crawl through. They crawl through in the movie. I mean, without giving too many
But
spoilers.
the hole that we crawl through is called the phone, right? That black thing, that's the hole. You
Yeah,
crawl
it's
in
the
and see
Black
into
Mirror.
other people's
That's
brains.
That's what you call it.
You talking about the quantum foam?
Dude, it's so bad. Like,
I'm talking about this phone.
I know people that are in a relationship that'll fucking get like divorced. Like their whole marriage will get ruined over one person wanting to play Xbox or PlayStation. It's like, dude, at least they're not cheating on you.
Dude, did you see that guy in Australia? Like, his wife was like picking a fight with him, and then he kind of like halfway retaliates, and then he gets arrested and nothing happens to her.
Yeah.
That was like live on Twitch. That was kind of sad because I'm like watching, like, okay, yeah, he should have been paying attention to his wife, right? But that doesn't give her a right to like throw shit at him. And then when he's like, "Hey, bitch," then he gets arrested. Like, wait a minute, she was throwing shit at him.
Dude, one of
So
my
it's okay
buddies. One
It's
of my
okay to throw
buddies.
shit
Sorry,
if you
go
got a pussy. Is that how that works? I'm sorry, I don't get it.
I think it
Somebody
depends on
explain
the
it to me.
police. I think it depends on the police and how he dealt with it. So it could have the police. They don't care. If you give them shit, they're gonna just blame it on you and get it over with.
I know women have the high ground a lot of times. One of my buddies was in his house with his daughter and stepmom, and like his woman at the time, but not the woman's, or not his daughter's mother. Anyways, she was beating the shit out of him in the kitchen. He was just sitting there like whatever, just stop, just telling her to stop. But he was obviously he wasn't getting he wasn't actually getting his ass whooped. He was just getting hit, and he was just tired of not trying to hit her back. Well, his daughter came in the room telling her to get the fuck off of her dad, and she kept telling his daughter, "Shut the fuck up, you little bitch." And then he ended up saying, "All right, this is enough." After the third time of her calling his daughter a bitch, he just turned around, fucking punched her back. As a dude, self defense. You need to get the fuck off of me. You stop hitting me and stop calling my daughter a bitch. He ended up going to jail.
That's
And nothing happened to her.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's not fair, right? But as a man, you can't make those mistakes, and you can't put yourself in that situation. He could have just left with his daughter, or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah,
I
but
would
he was
never.
like in the
I would
corner, like
never hit a female.
just getting hit over and over, and he just didn't want to do
But
anything about it because
yeah,
he
but
knew
now
that
it's his
he would have been
daughter,
wrong.
man. His daughter is now, is the one that suffers the most. So nah, he shouldn't have sat there, and try to make a statement like that. I think that was a mistake. He should have just walked away. Like, let, man, if a woman
Look,
is
I
hitting
would never hit a
you,
female. Right? I'm like 300 pounds. Females are just too weak for me to hit them. It's not fair. But
yeah,
I ain't gonna say that I wouldn't choke them out and lay them down nice and soft like.
okay, it's just
Yo, hobbling.
that game we used to play in high school. You put each other to sleep type of thing. Yeah, and
Yeah,
lay
when
you
the cops
down.
come by, just tell them.
Yeah, but I wouldn't
She
slam
just needed
dunk
to
her
be
head.
tucked in.
Check this
You
out. You
know?
guys ever
Yeah,
heard?
exactly.
She
I'd
wanted
tuck
a
her into
nap.
the
She needed
floor
to be
like real
tucked in.
soft.
Put a little pillow, put her
Have
head
you
on,
have you guys
tuck
ever
her
heard
in.
Bill Burr? It's like he has a skit where he's talking about people say, "Oh, there's no reason for a man to hit a woman," and he's like, "Really?"
Like,
Well,
really?
There's
I,
plenty of reasons for a man to hit a woman. We just don't do it.
it's just not gonna solve anything. You know what I mean? I mean, if a woman is trying to kill me, and the only way for me to not die is to hit her,
Yo,
Yeah,
if
that's
a
what I'm
bitch is
saying.
trying to
I mean,
kill
that's
me,
what I
fuck
mean.
that
Yeah,
bitch.
just listen. Just look up Bill Burr reason to hit a woman. I mean, it's just like we just don't do it. We just don't do it.
situation.
It's and just like Hank was saying, it may be
Meetings.
necessary to subdue them at a certain point because we can. You don't want to beat them up, but it might be necessary to subdue them. And I've been in that
I
situation
don't
before.
think you should ever. I mean, if you avoid those situations, I don't think you'll ever be in those situations. You know what I mean? Like,
How does one just simply
I've had
avoid
a
those
woman lose their
situations?
shit on me, and I had to subdue them before, but I didn't hit them.
by
And
not
then
being
afterwards, they
around.
claimed that I hit them, but I didn't freaking hit. I didn't hit her.
I don't. I
Shoot her
mean,
because she was
hitting
attacking
guys
me.
is
I
also
never
wrong.
hit her. Oh,
It's
hi,
not
Mark.
okay to hit a guy as well, right? Unless if he's hitting you, then and the only way to stop him is to hit him, then you can hit him. But it doesn't mean it's okay to hit a guy
Oh,
even
that's
just
guy
because.
on guy, bro. That's just no. I mean, it's guy on guy. But I'm talking about a woman that's trying to like hitting you. I mean, you're gonna just fucking sit there and let them hit you? Fuck that shit.
Well, no, you
I
move out
call
of the
my
way.
overweight sister
Like men
and I
are
tell her,
faster,
you better be
stronger.
gone before Big Missy gets here, bitch.
But
I had to build
I
that
don't
bitch
hit
a
them back
78 one
because I
ton
know. I
truck
mean,
just to haul her
I can
big
take
ass
their
around.
punches. I can take their punches, but I'm going to try to stop them from hitting me. So I'll subdue
Then
them until they calm the fuck down.
Big Missy's loading up a whole barrel of ass whoop right
Fumbling
now,
them with
hon. You better
birthright.
go.
I don't
Better
fuck with
go.
my sister, right? So I'm not gonna fuck with anyone else's sister because they get crazy. You know what I mean? Like because they can't. Where I have to kind of like not get emotional and like find my way out of here. Like, yo, why am I even here? Why am I being attacked by a woman? How did I get here? Where did I come
So
from?
it's your fault. It's your fault that they're punching you.
You know, I tell my Wing
Come on.
Chun students, it is your fault. Okay, why did you
Okay,
park your
it's
car
always
all the way over there in the parking lot? Or if you
this is
can
why I'm
always
not
Well,
married
Wing
anymore.
Chun, massa.
right?
Path of
Why don't
least resistance. Path of least resistance,
you
massa.
come early?
Shifu.
There are many ways to
Shifu, you talk
resolve.
too much. Path of least resistance, Shifu. Walk to the car now.
Help me! I talk too much. I can't stop talking. I
So,
need that kid, man.
anybody an animal fan?
Yes, I love animals.
Animal the band, or
That
just
mean?
animals?
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you some advice. Okay.
Well, you
Trust
don't start
animals.
with that horse shit again, man.
What?
Trust animals, but don't trust horses. Okay.
I warned you.
Never trust horses.
You all right, man?
goodness.
Bernie can probably hear you. Is it
Horse, you
Bernie?
knew you were wrong or something, man.
Bernie.
When he says horses, he means banksters.
Never trust
it Bernie?
whores.
Ah,
I agree.
You mean Bert or
Horse
Ernie?
can hear you, dude.
ah,
Come out here and I'll let the horse rape you, man. You'll be worse. I'll
You'll
tell
be
the
worse
mountain
for
boy.
wear.
Come on down to my stud and I'll teach you a lesson. Yeah.
Is this Christopher Reeve's ghost
We'll go-
coming back to haunt
We'll
us?
go deliverance
Watch
on
out
you,
for them
son.
horses.
Where's my
Watch out for them
banjo?
horses.
Drama.
Yeah.
What
You want to talk about horses, son? Well, you just come on down here and I'll teach you some manners.
Vatican, what is your issue with horses?
Boy, you got a pretty mouth.
I mean, what is the issue with that you have?
They're trying to kill us all.
oh my
What the horse?
All of the horses
He
are
means
trying to kill
bankers.
humankind.
The whores are trying to kill us.
Yeah, as they should.
Yes. They want to gallop the earth without human interference.
Oh my
How
god!
foolish are you? How foolish are you?
Have you ever?
All right, man. Somebody
I
mute
said
that guy.
whores,
Somebody
not
mute him.
horse.
Okay.
Vatican, have you ever worked on a farm?
I think Kevin.
I was 5 years old, and a horse
Why is he
bit me
so
on top of
scared
the
of
head.
horses? That's the weirdest shit I've ever heard of.
I think he's
This
drunk,
horse bit
man.
me on top of the head, man. I was 5 years old. You know what? I forgave that fucking horse, and I don't blame all the other horses.
Dude, I used to be scared of horses when I was a teenager until
Yeah.
I actually got to interact with them. You know.
They're too intelligent.
Well,
They
Yeah, you
never.
can see their
They
eyes.
never.
They're just plotting.
They never let like their full.
you know the saying, right? It's,
Dude has a weird idea about horses. I guess he's had weird
it's
experience.
better to have enough intelligence than not
That's,
enough.
there's
That's what
enough
we
of that
say.
horse shit now.
None of that horse shit.
I'm gonna shovel that shit up in a wheelbarrow and push it away now and put it in the compost
Damn it,
pile. Quit
Bobby.
fucking around now.
Damn.
To have
You're talking to people that have interacted with horses for many, many years.
I just fed my horses for the last time today, not 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean,
Those horses.
you guys
Those
talking
horses are
They
just
said
biding
yes.
their time. They're
I
just
asked
biding.
him. I asked my horse.
I
Yes,
think
I'm,
he's
I-
talking.
yes, I'm
I think
high.
you
I
might be-
asked
their
him,
time.
and he said,
How-
"You're full of shit."
I
Pinky
think
and
you
the
might be
brain.
talking
They're
about
jumping
outer
on
space
shit,
horses, not Earth horses. Talking about outer
Oh.
space horses.
There are two very intelligent mice that are behind the horse conspiracy, right? Pinky and the brain.
Yeah, where's the conspiracy horses that you're talking about? Because we've all dealt
Hey.
with.
Hey,
Of course, you're never going to see them. They're too
Listen.
intelligent.
listen, he's a racist. By horse, he means Jew. He's talking about Jews, really.
Oh, he's talking about Jews again. Yeah,
When you
it's
look
just
at
the
the-
boys going crazy about the Jewish. Yeah, well, what he's
I
trying
swear,
to say is
that
that it's a
boy got
banking
a
thing.
yarmulke on his horse's ass.
It's a banking thing.
Jewish horse.
This fucking guy.
The horse.
So a
is-
man sits down at the bar and he says, "I want a glass of juice, please." He says, "We don't serve juice." "Oh my God, this guy's anti-Semitic. You don't serve juice."
Yeah, laugh now, cry tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, cry tomorrow when the horses take
Down
over
the
the horses are
I'm the
going to
horse
take over the
nature.
world.
I'm the
We
horse
don't
in nature.
See?
We don't serve horses.
When a horse wants to be silent, a horse is completely silent. Okay.
Okay.
Horses are silent, okay?
Okay.
Unless they're
Horses don't
flagellant.
like horses.
When they're
Wait,
flagellant, they're
Edelmont,
awfully ghastly.
is that the running of the Jews?
Fifth annual edition, yes. How
Horses.
astute of you to notice. You see all them horses in the street? Got their manes braided and all that. Sunday best on. It's a parade.
Oh, fucking brilliant. That's funny.
How about that white horse, eh?
Do you? Okay. Let's put it this way.
Mike, what the
Do you
fuck,
know?
dude?
Do you know who designed Do you know who designed the pyramids?
The Jews?
Horses. Do you know who built
Horses.
the pyramids? Humans.
Horses. Oh, I think they were all designed by
Yeah.
horses.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna tell
think
you
on that.
something. I'm gonna tell you something real quick now, boy, and I want you to take a proper think on it now. You batshit crazy, son. You need to get back on the
Well,
meds.
you have to consider donkeys, mules. You know,
I know.
they're mice. Hmm?
I know
Hmm?
it was
Mice?
the donkey talking in the Jew Bible, but he uses a horse to reference the Jews. What the hell? I'd say donkey.
Yeah. Many species are involved. Maybe
I
even
just can't believe you can't consider an interspecial war. Like,
I
come
can,
on.
and I'm starting to think you're another species.
Well, I guess if you were half man, half horse. Yeah.
Hey, that'd be a Jew horse, a Jutarian.
Like, you don't need hands to fucking place orders, okay? You can have hooves, okay? Think
Daniel
about that.
Jew race.
Well, you can still have your hands, your upper body.
Jew
'cause that's
harness
still
racing.
man, you know? Your horse
they
part.
give orders by
Here,
tapping the
look.
ground in a certain rhythm, right?
What he's not, he's not telling you about that there Jewish blue horse. See, you got to tell you about that. Tell him.
A horse can neigh in a way that is so terrifying and threatening to a human that they just do what they're told.
Oh, so see, a horse just isn't any old horse is a horse, of course, but a blue horse is a Jewish horse, of course.
Lucifer. The blue horse.
That's why all the riders come on horses in the apocalypse, isn't it?
They're everywhere. They're at the bottom of everything. Everybody was doing pogrom, and the horses were sitting back, like watching a pogrom, going, "Yeah."
You know what horses do in the wild?
Like they were laughing, but
they
like
move
how horses laugh.
They move
Okay?
nonstop all night long, and then they sleep during the day, same as the deer do.
Horses don't fly, dude. Horses are on Earth. It's an Earth thing. You know,
deer do.
horses in heaven or in. I don't think aliens have horses. Like, it's just a word that humans can use to imagine what they're writing on. You know what I mean?
He has a Jugalian intellect.
Yeah.
I got 1,000 Jew horse jokes.
And I may be another corpse to the corpse pile.
All
right.
You want to burrow my horse?
I may be another corpse for the corpse pile, but I will never bow to a horse. Unlike you sheeple. Think on that.
Unlike you sheeple.
Can you say that again? I missed it.
Lucky you. I have a suspicion that horses are listening right now, and I don't want to keep discussing this because I don't want, people to get hurt.
Horses are always listening.
I don't want people to get.
Please keep discussing it.
Well, let me help you then.
Yeah. Roger.
Dude's talking
This
like
is
he's
peak
freaking
content,
serious, man.
dude.
What the hell?
Whatever.
It's just code speak
Horses
for
are a symbol
Dumbass
of
bullshit, man.
orange juice.
I'd like to make a pun. It sounds like he's beating a dead horse.
Check it out. Horses are a symbol. So what if the first horse was the First World War, and the second horse was the Second World War, and the third horse was the propaganda war that started with fucking the Cold War scare with Russia and the United States and mad mutually assured destruction, and then it went to the space race. Right?
I don't
There's
think it's happy.
a new war, which is going to be the war to end all wars, which is a culture war, a race war, an ethnos war. That's what's coming. They're f***ing everyone for it.
No, it's the human race versus another race. It's not like, what we call race, right? It's more like
No,
human
no,
race
it's
versus.
ethnos rising against ethnos. It's tribe against tribe. New
Nah,
Millennium
man, I'm
Tribal
Yeah,
going to
Warfare.
war with horses.
but how it's not really I mean, most people are sheep, right? So
I'd give him a
assuming,
tribal name. You want to hear it? Broken Horse.
no, most people are sheep and not horse, right? Like, what are we, wolves? What can we be wolves? No, what? We could be lions. You
I
guys want
want
to
to
be
be a
lions?
bear.
I
All right,
already am a lion.
we can be a
Nah,
bear.
you're a sore frog
I'm gonna be a tiger.
because a horse's
'Cause
hoof has a frog in it. So, it's like the arch of the foot. So,
Because tigers can kill lions,
sort of.
and tigers live alone and don't need nobody. What are you, antisocial?
What are you, a furry?
I call him Crazy Horse.
What are you,
You
some
know,
kind of?
you guys remember those depictions all over like antiquity? These half animal, half humans.
Yep.
These
Nephilim.
neaters. Yeah, they're Nephilim, right? They're
Yeah, genetic.
furries. No, they were not genetic experiments. They were freaking furries.
Like Gilgamesh and
Yeah,
Bigfoot.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they were furries. So they looked like animals because they wore animal masks.
Nephilim.
I think angels actually had sex with women and produced and all kinds of animals. I think
Strange flesh, right there, dude.
200.
That's very strange flesh.
Yeah, and all the animals,
And
all
what if that's
flesh.
what angels really look like? These chimeric creatures. So they go, hey, maybe I can do that. And so they saw the angels and they're like, that's real. I want to fuck that.
Huh? What?
Never mind. It kind of went over your head, I think.
Well, don't you guys think they've already done it? I mean, they've already been mixing humans and other animals. I mean, on the news, they're growing organs in pigs. Calling those chimeras. Um,
Did you hear
would it?
about them using pig's heart to replace human heart?
Yeah, because they're similar. It's like, ew, disgusting. The fuck? A pig? Really? A pig? Oh man. I guess we really are what we eat.
It's an abomination of desolation.
Nah,
Inside
man,
your temple,
Definitely
inside your holy of holies.
it's not
Yeah.
cool. And what would a Nephilim look like today? A gray alien? Or no?
Clowns,
Or
probably.
would they? Is it possible to look exactly like us? Like,
Bozos, Pennywises, those with stripes, like prison stripe.
yeah, like the Hamburglar.
See, they're not physical beings anymore. Their form has been reduced. Their physical form has been removed from them. They've been killed. And now they just wander as wandering spirits. Their form has been reduced, right?
Yeah, they can because they can possess the human body. I wonder we're able to simulate the human body in a computer, brain and everything. I was just wondering, is this qualify as a body that can be possessed? But even the
Well,
internet,
they're
I
they're
wonder.
interdimensional, right? So that's how the possession happens. Is it's an interdimensional thing. It's a thing that's speaking inside your mind because they have the ability to do so. They are spirit. They don't have a physical form.
Yeah, and because the internet is like a brain, right? Neural network, this giant where data. I wonder if they can live in the internet as well, the way they would live in a person, or maybe these new machines they're trying to build.
I don't know, man. I know the hologram technology is getting outrageous.
Because Elon Musk says with AI we are summoning the demon, and he says it's going to be so intelligent, and if we don't integrate with the AI, we'll be like house cats to them. Maybe even a grasshopper in our intelligence, the gap. Right? AI summoning the demon.
Dude, they don't even need a fucking screen to show you a ball Earth anymore, man. They can just beam it into the sky.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that. Just watch that little video I posted, man.
Hey
That's
Joshua, what
blue.
was it? What was it that
Huh?
nice means? Is it air? What is it like? It's kind of has something to do with being stupid and arrogant or something, isn't it? Like
Uh,
what was it nice
ignorant,
meant?
Yeah,
ignorant,
ignorant and ignorance. I just did that.
unintelligible, poor, ill health.
Get disconnected if I look it up, so I had to ask someone.
Yeah, in Latin,
Phone a friend.
Nessicus.
I mean, what we
So
think we're going around saying, that people are nice all the time, and that's the hijacking of the English language.
it's like that idiom. Oh, well, bless his heart. Oh, well, bless your heart. You know, Southerners say that to say, oh, you're stupid. It's like the same thing as saying, oh, that's nice.
Didn't someone break down bless as like be less? Like when someone says bless you, they say it's be less of you or something like that.
No, it depends on the intention. It depends on the intention. Those people are saying those words because their intention is that, is a good intention, right? They don't know the words they're speaking,
Yeah, they're
but
calling you dumb
um,
without you being insulted.
well, no, they don't know that they're doing that. They're trying to be courteous, but I think it's a bad idea to think that they are stupid. You know what I mean? But maybe
It's a
inform them.
passive aggressive way. I mean, kind of because even though they don't like come out and admit that that's what it means, even with the context that they use it in is that context.
It's
It's like
still
when
it's
yeah,
in Merriam-Webster
That's what
that way
happened.
too.
if a guy someone that they just don't know any better, and that they kind of like talk as if they don't know any better. Oh, bless his heart. It's
The
kind of
solution
is in that
is to,
context.
the solution is to ban the English language, right? And
No, to make
Latin.
the people speak only Babel.
Well, you guys want to speak Psalm 1? It's really awesome. I can teach you.
We could let actions speak louder than words and let our words be limited to yay or nay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Kind of hard to communicate online that way, but yeah,
They're not
that's an
skills,
option.
right? If God
Nice.
willing, we
Nice.
go tomorrow,
Foolish,
right?
ignorant, frivolous, senseless, careless, clumsy, weak, poor, needy, simple, stupid, silly, foolish.
We have that in our Samoan language. Like you have to say that, right? If God is loving and his rule, I guess I say it like that,
Ever
allows
loving.
us
It's
to live that way.
science.
Ever
We
loving
should,
and his rule eternal. I actually know this one.
if the Lord
Yeah.
wills it. Well, I just grow my plants, and be like, if God wills it, the plants will.
No, you got to give that bitch water.
If
Oh
he's
yeah, yeah,
ever
yeah.
loving and eternal.
I've got a hose, a long
Frivolous.
hose. I just
You know, what
spray.
does frivolous mean? Foolish with money. I'm so frivolous. I have a,
Frivolous?
what was it?
Or time.
I have a Rolls Royce just to check my mailbox.
Or
I'm so
time, because
frivolous.
time is money.
It's opposite of frugal.
Yeah, and time is also money. Oh, real money. Time is real money.
Well, basically, it
Frivolous?
comes from unaware ignorance, like
Yeah,
not knowing.
frivolous is not having any serious purpose or value. I mean, something that just frivolous content, frivolous accusations or unfounded accusations because they're based on nothing.
I
Frivolous
think
accusations and frivolous sports
I think,
activities. Yeah.
I think that's what Beelzebub also means. Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies, and reprobate.
Baal
Reprobates.
Sapor. It's Baal Sapor. Baal Seor.
Reprobate is where to be that's what a lot of these. I mean, isn't that exactly what a lot of the Globers are? That they don't even know that the things they are believing. It's like they're unable to see the truth.
Well, reprobate means one who changes their mind.
Morally corrupt.
A reprobate,
Deprived.
no, that's to repent. Repent is to change your mind. A reprobate is someone who, like,
Is
have stayed in the
morally
lie
corrupt.
for so long that they're unable to come to the knowledge of the truth because they're deceived in believing that they have the truth.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's because those people, even though they haven't had the chance, reprobate is more like a person who is wasteful with everything, and doesn't contribute
Depends
to.
if you mean it in
Oh,
a
like a balanced
if
life, yeah.
you mean it in a
People who pray
religious
for it.
manner, then a reprobate is somebody who is ordained for damnation from birth.
Like Judas.
But the state of being reprobate isn't that it? Like, that's what I've never understood it to mean anything else
Reprobate
ever.
is strongly unworthy, unacceptable, evil. In a religious thing, on a legal standpoint, having no value, corrupt, morally depraved.
Yeah, depraved. The elites are reprobates.
Beast, brute, calf, devil, evildoer,
The
friend,
ruling
fiend,
families.
heavy, hound. Those are all words that mean the same as retrograde. Villain, scoundrel,
The head that wears the crown.
wretch, scamp,
I think
scallywag.
because of I think the Bible, because of sin, everyone is born into sin. In other words, death. You're already damned to judgment and reprobates, right? And then the cross or salvation. The repentance and that's when you stop being a you
Yeah,
change.
the
You come back to
religious
life.
definition of retrograde it differs from the colloquial definition.
Because we're
Well,
all wretched because of
religiously, it
sin,
just
right?
means you're outside, you're a heretic, you're a retrograde, you're outside of the known or accepted doctrine.
But wasn't it also like in the context that the reprobate, to distinguish a reprobate from someone from anything else, was that they believed that they had the truth, and that was why that they couldn't find the truth. They were
You're a rogue.
It's like a sloth, I think. The deli said sloth, maybe.
It's like rogue.
Yeah, sloth. I think that's the thing.
Like unpredictable, right?
It's just
Immorality.
useless. It's like tits on a bull. Yeah, tits on the bull. There you go.
I guess that was in a religious context because it's like to be turned over to a reprobate mind. Is I think that's
Yeah,
you're
which
right. That
means
probably is.
which means you're unaccepting of what you're being told, or you're ignorant of what you're being told. You're a reprobate. You refuse to accept it, and that'd be a doctrinal. Like you won't accept our doctrine, so
Thuggish bone.
But with the Globers, it could be many reasons why they don't accept it. Instead, it could come from someone else or a certain kind of authority in their lives, and then they'll understand, like actually listen, and then they'll accept it. So I I don't think all Globers are included in that. Some maybe, like the hard-headed ones or the religious ones, that atheists. Yeah, atheists. Not all atheists, because not all atheists are atheists. They just call themselves that. But
I'm not convinced that all the zealots, Globe zealots, really truly believe what they say. I think some of them just want to be on that side of the argument, regardless if they're right or not. That's just, I mean, that's just my point of view.
it's fear,
Very well
probably.
be wrong about that.
Yeah. Yeah, all you can do is keep ringing the alarm, right? I mean, sounding the alarm. That's all.
It's hard to believe that they can see the information and go out and, see reality and not see that. It's just unfathomable to me. It's like hard to relate to that. Someone would still
Well,
advocate.
it did take me about 35 years to realize, 34, 35 years to realize some things I will never know happen. Like, for instance, why are why is the whole world seeming to go after one agenda? This ICC courts, right? I'll never know that. I'm pretty sure some people know exactly what it's all about that are in the Jesuit order, but I can never know about it, so why worry about it? It's bound to happen anyways, right?
Oh, when we
Like,
realize that all the world is ran, I mean, essentially has the same ones control all the world, that it's not really divided up into nations like portray it to be.
yep,
It kind of makes sense.
they're about ready to, what's going to happen is they're going to offer a thing to where no more borders to be a world citizen. They're already starting the world citizen thing.
hey, we got a new guy here named Beerman.
What's up, beer man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm not that new. I was banned before by India. We had the fallout when I was chatting about Titans and things like that. And then, yeah, we just had a bit of a fallout after that. Back. What's up?
Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. For future reference, don't start with that India ban me crap, because a lot of people
It's not a good introduction.
no, they'll just play kick the can, and they'll kick the can on down the road. So
No, I'm just being honest. That I'm not saying I got
I
banned.
know you are.
I'm being just honest that India and we had an argument, and he banned me. So yeah, I just want to be 100% honest.
Yeah, I was there. I gave you VC verified because he said, "Well, that guy can come back. He's not perma banned."
Thanks.
I was done
What
with
was
the
the?
Oh, are
What
you
was
a
it about?
pilsner, a lager, an ale?
Am I lagging? Is my mic
No, I'm
checks?
talking about
Is
beer.
my mic working? Yeah, I
Talking
know.
about alcohol.
I wasn't done talking before you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I was wondering if maybe my mic's cutting out or something.
Now your mic's good.
I was being facetious, but yeah.
Yeah, your mic is cutting out, man. Yeah, it is. I can't hear you.
Hey, that's my troll, brother. Don't be picking up my wand.
All right.
So, what was the debate? Your last debate about, and have you learned anything new, or are you still in the same place? position?
So I'm still basically in the same place where I don't believe we live on a ball. The only thing that's a little bit different, I'm not 100% certain what and where we live on. I've done a 68-kilometer observation, which is in this Discord. If you search Beerman, you'll see, I think it's something monkey. He posted my video. And the fact that I don't see curvature, which is what makes me a globe skeptic, and the legends that I read about, and I'm more going very deep into the plasma apocalypse and things like that, just makes more sense that we do live on a plane or a realm, just the way that whole system works and the way it was written very long ago. Um, yeah, I just don't believe that we live on a ball.
Also, the flat earther.
Yeah.
He's got a P900, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I sold
Right.
it though when I got banned. I thought, fuck, if this is the treatment I'm going to get for trying to help the community, I thought, fuck, yes, I'm going to sell it and screw the community. But I still keep looking down other paths and stuff like that for
You regret selling it?
a little bit, but not too much. I've done my observation. I've proved it already that there's no curvature, or I didn't
Ah,
see any. So I've done what I needed to do. I still had fun with it, but yeah, I thought, I'm not going to go spend more money on trips if that's a treatment I'm going to get, because it costs me money to do stuff like that.
yeah, man. It's still a good camera. Just saying.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's time for a P1000 then. Yeah, Joshua, thanks. That's a video I was actually listening to. It sounds weird. Video I was listening to, but it's also about the Iron Republic. I got halfway through it. It's quite long, interesting story. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I dig it. David Weiss has actually put some of my videos that I did on his channel. I don't know if you've seen some of his stuff. There's a table with a matchbox. That's one of my videos. The second sun with a glass thing of water. That's also one of my videos. So yeah, it's small little things that I try help with or give ideas with that can maybe open someone else's mind that can come up with an actual hypothesis. That's a great word. But he uses those two videos in his little intros and stuff, so it makes me feel proud.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, anything in particular that anything interesting?
On my side,
Yeah, anything.
it's still same old, just super hot here in Cape Town.
Thought you might have something you wanted to explore. All good.
I wait for the conversations really to pick up, because it's generally the same thing over and over. But one thing that got me to come back and ask to get unbanned is when EXO was talking about the Bill Gates patent that he had, and I found that super interesting because I don't really like looking down that topic because I am very anti medicines and things like that, these pharmaceutical medicines. I hardly ever take pills and things. If I got a migraine or something, I might take an anti-inflammatory. Otherwise, I'll smoke some weed.
Smart
that
man.
does better for me. So yeah, I don't like looking down that rabbit hole. But EXO mentioned something awesome, or he was talking about something awesome, and I saved that video, a previous live stream, and yeah, it's when he comes on again and does mention it, I would like to ask him a few questions.
Okay.
Other than that, yeah, I'm more looking down plasma apocalypse and things like that. I think it's I already know.
We're just shooting the shit, Is that how you say it?
You were what?
We were just how you say shooting the shit. Yes, yes. Just chopping it up. The Americans say it like. No, we're just talking about stuff.
It's the
And the
plasma
fact
apocalypse. If no one else is going to ask, I will.
that's have you heard of Jay Dreamer?
Yeah, I love his stuff.
Yeah,
The thing
Jay
what I
Dreamer's.
Yeah, I love his stuff. And but what I do is the information he gives, I go and do my research as well because I know he does put his own interpretations on. However, his interpretations are brilliant. But I like to also see how I see it, or picture it the way I understand it. So I like to cross-reference his stuff, go read what he's actually where he found a lot of the stuff, and then make up my own mind from there. But yeah, I follow him quite religiously. I think he's brilliant, and he does some good work and hard work.
Yeah, I remember Jay Dreamers. It's been probably a couple years since I've watched any of his stuff because I used to watch him before I came here, and then once I came here, I just pretty much tune in to here, and then whatever's shared here. I don't spend a lot of time surfing YouTube like I used to, which I find to be a good thing, and it's kind of refreshing because then I was trying to figure out like you get all this garbage mixed in with the good stuff, and you have to sift through it, right, and kind of try to discern what's real and what's not, and all that. So I'm glad I'm not stuck in that rabbit hole anymore. Yeah, I remember Jay Dreamers. I don't remember the plasma apocalypse though.
Well, he wrote a book about it.
Yeah, Ancient Oblivion. It's actually a book I want to get. Looks and sounds good. Good, interesting read.
Okay, so hang on a second. So isn't this like going off the narrative that the sun is this burning ball of gas out 93 million miles away and that it's shooting?
No,
Okay.
no, he thinks the Earth is more like an eyeball, solid in its foundation, doesn't move, got a dome over it, and periodically there's a hole in the dome, which is where the sun and the moon light comes from, refracted off the crystalline structure of the hole that's in the middle, and every once in a while there's a plasma event where the sun will the object that is the sun that's emitting the energy gets too close to the opening and it inverts gravity. And then these demons come in from above. That's what his theory is. Called plasmoids or some shit like that. Like Ghostbusters, Slimer, all that shit. But then again, he also is a Mandela effector.
Yeah, and there's a lot of truth in movies as well. So, but it's obviously open to your own interpretation. So, but I enjoy it. It just opens my mind to a few other things, which I like. Something that you don't think that you would think of, and just for some weird reason, your mind just opens like, oh wait, that could actually work, and it makes sense if it does it this way or that way, and So I don't say that, like for instance, what he says the plasma apocalypse is. And I don't say that, I follow exactly what he says, but I love to understand how he explains it. And then I sort of think, okay, well, it could actually work this way as well. Similar to the way we interpret how gravity, for instance, works with electricity. And I actually watched a interesting video yesterday with. Oh, it wasn't. I wasn't watching. Glowbusters were talking about it with the volt. I know about the voltages that go up and down, but it just clicked more in my head that yes, Earth is negative, or there's no charge, negative charge, but the higher you go up, there's a 100 volts per meter, and that's what's pulling you down. And yeah, interesting topic that came up, and I enjoyed that.
Well,
Go ahead.
have you heard? Are you familiar with the doomsday clock?
No.
Really?
The Doomsday Quark.
Yes.
No. Maybe it's maybe I
When,
noticed something else.
like, when the Cold War happened, we were like 5 minutes to midnight, and midnight is when the bombs go off, right?
Oh no, I'm
And they just updated it today, or yet, right now they just updated it yesterday or whatever to 100 seconds till midnight, from 2 minutes till midnight when 9/11 happened.
Oh wow. Could you possibly send me some information on that?
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
There is so much I want to, it's like there's so much I want to say, but I don't want to like open up any really deep speculative convos here. But
Like there's no the reason why nukes even have kind of any effect at all is nothing to do with this huge blast wave that goes off. All of that footage was models. So you're telling me that, this blast wave that come along was able to melt these vehicles and burn all of these trees set on fire that were set up exactly in a row like a model would be, and yet the camera survived? Come on now. But the way I see it is it does produce an effect, right? And that effect is mainly EMP. And maybe a slight side effect of the actinides acting on all of the available oxygen in the air, burning it, setting the atmosphere on fire, and consuming all of the air and creating a huge vacuum, which could cause some kind of a barometric pressure wave. That's about it.
Oh. Yeah, I want to look down this Doomsday Clock. I thought you said Quark. I was like, no, I don't know Quark, but yeah, Doomsday Clock. Okay, I haven't even heard of this. So, well, I think I've seen something like this, but this is not something new, isn't this? Quite old as well.
Yes, it started in like 74. It's the Bulletin of the Atomic Science Institute or something like that, of atomic scientists.
Sweet, yeah. I enjoy. This is something now new for me.
Or 1947, excuse me, 1947 it was created.
Yeah. I see they created the clock in 1947. Yeah, fucking brilliant. Thanks, man. Yeah, so this is why I enjoy the Discord for things like this, new stuff like this for me. Because I tend to, when I look at something, I just focus on that specific thing only. I don't like to get sidetracked too much. My brother actually introduced me to Titans, and then I found J Dreamers, and that's what opened up this rabbit hole for me.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for me discovering that the Earth might not be what it is, that's what really opened up my mind, and I could actually see things like this and understand things like this now, which I am very appreciative of.
first time you word flat, you just scoff and laugh, thinking that Pythagoras knew better in the past. Yeah. You start to do some research and hit up YouTube, mock sergeants, clues, and Eric's 200 proofs. Where's the edge? Show me. Why would they be lying? Come on, man. Well, why's the horizon always rising to your horizon? Yo, I can't explain it all in the verse you take serious. Cause once you're flat smacked, it'll leave you delirious. You don't want to hear this, cognitive dissonance settles in your mad. And that's okay, those are the same feelings I had. You're digging deeper and you don't know what to believe. You're getting pissed off that you've been duped and deceived. Yo, who do we blame? NASA or the elite? Both of them. Or while the darker voices hiding our reality that the earth's flat, 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 get over it. The earth's flat, 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 get over it. Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Get over it. Throw on some ODD reality to learn some more. Yep, got you thinking about things that you never thought before. Gravity pushes, pulls, turns sawdust into balls. What? Then you realize it's a theory and it ain't a proven law. Think density, buoyancy, and electrostatic. It's a complicated concept when you first look at it. Seeing all them pics of Earth through a fisheye lens, cause that's the only way that they can show us that it bends. 70% of Earth's water, which is nothing special. But naturally speaking, water always seeks its level. Then you start to wonder why we can't have world peace when they all play nice with Antarctic treaties. Sure do. You start seeing celebs coming out as flat earthers. So you double check that you just misheard your TV, your phone, or your radio station. Got you wondering why flat earth's taking over the nation. Even this deep inside the rabbit hole, my doubts, but at the end of the day, I want to stand up and shout that the earth's flat, 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 get over it. The earth's flat, 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 get over it. Earth's flat, 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 get over it. Get over it.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna even know nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. speak, click, click. Cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this in my head. Take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. No, them baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
I know lots of things. Yeah. I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash, take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz, I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags, how many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times, they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone, with one snap of my finger, yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds, huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big-ass mansion, with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt. Him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
This is Mix Sessions Live. Oh, yeah, no. We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't in the stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound? Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they've been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve. Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. To Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
No, that was not Michael Jackson. For the people on YouTube listening, that was just something that sounded exactly like it. Thanks. I was testing the bot out because the bot seemed to be having problems. But I think we're good now. Cut the shit. Yeah, bud. KJ, maybe just try reconnecting to Discord.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah. Not at first. You're gonna learn to, though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turned into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lie they tell that we believe in for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the heart and money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. Yeah. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears like when it's waxing or waning. Doesn't it seem clear in the daylight? Supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through, like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun, but moonlight's colder than moon shade. Explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
You gotta love that.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, Get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like your army needs copper bleeds. With no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, all the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just horrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high. CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team might catch you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out the cog disc. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping now, you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Why is everyone so quiet?
Well, did you want to talk about something? I heard a voice. Apparently not as you were. By the way, that last song was Creation Bear and his 10 Flat Commandments. Solid. Solid track. He needs to do more. Well, I was just poking the embers of that fire there, see if there's a last little flame sticking out. No worries, KJ, back to you.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rat bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain.
It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the Boule-Aid. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists, and when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit, that germ theory got you scared of invisible figments, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Motherfucking TV off. Nigga, it's called television program. They telling you visually the program. You being programmed, nigga. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox,
you have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
So what's up, people? This is Robert Bazzano. I'm coming to you guys today. I got a follow-up email from the special agent in charge and resident investigator for NASA's Office of Inspector General Investigations Division. These are the guys that investigate fraud, waste, and abuse with NASA. Any type of contracting, programs, you name it. They take complaints. So I got a follow-up email from, and it was pretty quick. It took them literally less than 24 hours to get back to me. And what I want to bring to you guys today is that the recommendation that was provided to me was that I contact the Goddard Space Center's Hubble Space Telescope team, HST. So we're going to do that today together. And we're going to see if we can get a hold of one of these team members. We're going to go down the list. I'm not going to go through the complete list, but we're going to dial their number together. And we're going to see how we can actually talk to one of these people to see if we can get some clear-cut answers on why on NASA's website there's no real-time video at all of the Hubble. There's only computer graphic generated images and video of what Hubble's supposedly supposed to be doing. Okay? Ain't nothing fucking top secret about space, people. If Hubble's looking out there, we should be able to see everything they see. Not something that's fucking redacted or watered down or computer generated to, you know, basically siphon out the whatever the fuck is else out there looking at. Or even make a determination if the fucking thing even exists. I don't think it exists, but the question I'm going to ask one of these people who might answer the phone is, you guys got every other STS mission that serviced Hubble, but why isn't Hubble in the Federation Aeronautic International database? Okay? NASA is actually a member of this organization. It's older than NASA, so I want to know why they didn't file the application to put it in the record books as the greatest mass lifted to the greatest altitude. Okay? So let's see what they say. Let's dial the number. The number I was provided was 301-286-2000. So let's see what we can see. Okay?
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For Z, press 9. For help, press 0.
So they're asking me to spell the last name. Let's spell Krause's last name. So we got C-R-O-U-S-E.
For
Patrick Krause.
at extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Okay. Immediately disconnected as soon as we pressed his extension. So let's try one more time. Pat Krause, as soon as we click the number,
Thank you for calling
they hung up on us.
Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. Please select one of the following. For public affairs, press 1. For visitor center, press 2. For the Office of Human Capital Management, press 3. For security office, press 4. For procurement, press 5. For excess sales, press 6. For library, press...
Let's try that one more time, people.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, for
Patrick Krause.
at extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Mr. Kraus, not available. Let's try the next gentleman, Mr. Jim Jelic. Gelatic.
Thank you for calling NASA.
Okay.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q,
A-E-L-E-T-I-C.
there are two matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Peter Bertoni.
at extension 60674, press 1. For
Telekinetic.
at extension 40980, press 2. Number
Okay. Deputy Project Manager, not there. Let's go to Mission Operations Manager, Dave Haskins. Let's see if we can reach Mr. Haskins.
Thank you.
spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, there are 4 matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Delving Harkins.
at extension 65075, press 1. For
Dave Haskins.
at extension 62114, press 2.
Dave Haskins. Number immediately fucking hangs up. This is fucking incredible, people. None of these fucking people are available.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For for
Mike.
at extension 61437, press pound. To cancel, press star.
This is Mike.
Mike, Miss Linsky?
Yes.
Mr. Miss Linsky, sorry about that. This is Robert Bassano. How are you? I'm a graduate student. I wanted to know if there was just a couple of questions you could help me out with some answers. I'm on you guys' website right now, and it's regarding Hubble.
Okay.
Okay.
Who are you with?
I'm a graduate student at a university.
Okay. What?
I'm working on a MATLAB image processing toolbox application that processes a variety of images to determine the relation with other images that might have been manipulated or amended, or maybe it was to determine the original source. So for a project that I'm involved in, I'm actually using some of the images from Hubble and Sophia to conduct comparative analysis. That's it. So I have some questions regarding HST that would help me out with kind of understanding a little bit more about some of the photos that are and images that are available on you guys' website that I'm looking at right now.
Okay. Well, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute for talking about the science images.
Well, no, I don't need to talk about the science images per se. Okay, I'm wanting to know if there are any available video images or any other assets in GeoSync that actually conduct sort of an inspection, a video or photographic inspection of HST as it goes around in GeoSync. Because I'm looking at all the videos you guys have online on NASA's website, and all the videos that I've seen, they're all CGI and computer generated, you know, illustrations and other type of computer generated images that are not original source, coming straight from Hubble or any other asset vehicle that may be within range of Hubble to take photographs of it.
Okay, but again, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute.
Well, you're the deputy missions operations manager, right?
Yes, I am, but I'm not at liberty to talk to you about specific Hubble items.
Well, I'm not asking for specific Hubble items. I mean, well, let me ask this general question: are you able to view Hubble in real time?
To view Hubble in real time? No,
yeah. Are you able to obtain and view a real-time image of Hubble as it is right now, wherever it is?
No, we can't do that.
Or is there any other vehicle that can view Hubble in operation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I ask you how long you've been working on the team with the HST team?
I've been with HST over 25 years.
Now, have there been any real-time video, high-definition video images of Hubble at 330 miles or so?
Not that I'm aware of.
There are none?
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow. Yeah, so S&T wouldn't be able to tell me anything. I mean, you're the DMO, you're the DMOM, and you're saying in 25 years you've never seen Hubble actually in real time.
Well, we certainly had servicing missions.
Well, yeah, you've had servicing missions, but you're not able to see what's going on with Hubble from the ground in real time.
We do not have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground. That's true.
Okay, so you don't have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground?
No, we don't.
Wow. So if let's just say if I use my Celestron, there's no way for me to actually get a visual, real-time visual of Hubble as it say was passing over Virginia.
You might be able to track the sunlight that lens off of it.
Well, wait. I'll be able to track what?
Sunlight reflecting off of it. But operationally, we do not look at the vehicle, from the ground. We use radio signals that transmit engineering data from the vehicle to us, but we do not look at it physically.
Okay, when STS missions or any other mission goes up to service Hubble, well, I mean, the last time Hubble was serviced was the last shuttle mission, right?
Well, not the last shuttle mission, but we were last serviced in 2008.
Oh, so the last servicing mission was in 2008, and from the research I did, I think they put up the WFPC-3 camera, right? That was the last camera installed.
Right.
Okay. So when they service, what altitude is Hubble at when STS goes up to service it? I mean, does it drop down to an altitude where STS, can get within range of it? Or does STS go up to that altitude?
The space shuttle goes up to that altitude.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because ISS is somewhere around 230, 240. Hubble's supposed to be almost 100 miles above ISS. But I've never seen any video from servicing where any STS mission has gone that far out above ISS. I mean, I know geosync out there, way above that, but I've never seen that. That's what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to find video in NASA's archive where they actually show the mission with them approaching and doing the orbits to, gain altitude to get to Hubble. Or is there there's no other video available of that? I mean, I can understand if there is video and it's classified, that's completely understandable. No one's ever going to see that. That's classified data. But are there any open source videos that would show this?
They would actually show it from outside of the space shuttle. You talking about something watching the space shuttle?
Yeah, just showing STS actually getting ready to approach Hubble to capture it so it can be serviced.
No, I know no video showing that.
So, as Deputy Mission Operations Manager, and this is more of a mathematical question, maybe you can or cannot answer it. I had watched a video of Don Pettit talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation. So, based on the weight of Hubble, I'm still trying to figure out the math on how much fuel. Was there more than 93 or 95% fuel required to get 25,000-pound telescope up in geosync?
Are you talking about the fuel on the space shuttle?
Yeah, I mean when HST launched, when HST launched, that's 25,000 pounds.
They actually took us to the highest altitude possible that they could achieve.
And what was that?
With the space shuttle. Pardon?
What was that? What was that altitude?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. I don't know that number offhand.
Because I looked at about a dozen videos with telemetry data, and I always see STS separate from the main fuel tank at around 340, 350,000 feet, and then it continues on, accelerating and gaining velocity so it could get at terminal velocity of around 17,000. But then from there, I've never seen any other footage where STS is gone higher than ISS.
Well, it's certainly, like you said, we're about 100 miles above ISS.
Yeah, it's about 100. Now, let me. The one critical question I want to ask is this: are you familiar with the Federation Aeronautique Internationale database, the FAI.org?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Well, I am, and NASA's actually a member of FAI. Every single, I wouldn't say every single STS mission, but I'd say about 2/3 of the STS missions, specifically the servicing missions for HST, are in this database. It's FAI.org. Federation Aeronautique Internationale. And when I put in the data for STS-31 on April 24th, 1990, nothing comes up. So I decided to use some other search query factors. I put in the crew members' names. Nothing comes up. I put in the STS mission number. Nothing comes up. So then I decided, okay, this falls under another category, and they have a list of category that describe, one or more astronauts traveling to a celestial body, one or more astronauts, the amount of time they spent in space, so on and so forth, durations. So I decided to click on the selection that says greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude. Okay, so I automatically and logically assumed that STS was one of the greatest mass, if not the greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude of 330 miles, and there's nothing in the database. So over a period of 4 months, I kept checking the database, and FAI actually they shut down the website and then updated their database. And I'm not sure if this was direct, but I had sent them an email saying, I'm looking for this particular mission on this particular date. Here goes the data. Is there a possibility that you have a problem updating your database? Could you please let me know or correct this? So a few days later, the website went down and it came back up. So I went searching for the data again. Now, I'm making a weekly habit of doing this. Checking, because maybe it's just some sort of database entry error that's common in just about every single local, national, international database with that type of error that may occur where maybe I'm not using the right search criteria. So I sent FAI.org an email asking them, could you please let me know if I'm not looking at this the right way? Could you locate this information in your database? They sent me back an email telling me, no, this was not registered in our database. No one filed an application for this to be put into the record book. So the conclusion I'm coming to is this. Is there a reason why NASA didn't put HST in the record books, but they put every servicing mission in the record books? Because every servicing mission is listed, but STS-31 on April 24, 1990 is not listed.
I can't speak to that, but obviously that's not a NASA database.
No, I do. I understand that, but again, I know it's not a database that NASA maintained in the database at all. So I please forgive me for saying this. Just please forgive me, and I don't want it to sound like some sort of crackpot idea or weird conspiracy, because that's not where I'm going with this. I have to say that I'm questioning that Hubble is even where they say it is. Because why wouldn't a $1.5 billion telescope, which is being used by every university around the world and every scientist who's involved in any kind of astrophysics, astrodynamics, just space exploration period, if we're getting these images from Hubble and Sophia, which is a 747 special purpose, with the same exact technical specifications when it comes to the telescope, Sophia's taking the same exact pictures of Hubble. And that's where the disparity in image analysis comes in, because I have a half a dozen photos I took off from NASA's website for Hubble and Sophia, and when I ran them through MATLAB's image processing toolbox for comparative analysis, those images came from the same source, and it wasn't at 330 miles above the surface of the Earth. So that's
interesting.
That's where I'm trying to understand. I'm mostly into IT, sir. That's what I do. I'm into information technology, security engineering, and database management. And I know NASA has a massive database. You guys got over a dozen supercomputers all around the country, all around the world, that need to be managed just about by any and everybody. And their tasks are solely to keep the systems up to date and make sure they're operating efficiently and effectively, so that you can be able to go to your computer terminal and type up a query, and that information comes up literally in a nanosecond. That's how readily available it is. So my problem right now is that it makes no sense to me and why STS-31 is not in the database. And you confirm that you've worked for them for 25 years, and nobody sitting at Goddard who's on the Hubble team has ever seen Hubble in real time conducting any operations on the ground that could have been shot from another satellite asset with a high definition camera and imaging to take a picture of Hubble. The only videos go ahead.
Why would you expect anybody to do that?
Well, I'm going to explain to you why. Because I used to be in the military, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You don't send out a drone or an ROV and not have cameras on it so that you can track where it's going and where it's at and what might come in contact with it to interfere with its operations. And just to be honest with you, if paying my taxes, $1.5 billion, I'd want to keep an eye on that asset. Not just from signal and telemetry data, but I also, in the year, in the 21st century, I need to have eyes on when I need to have eyes on, just in case something went wrong.
Well, if something goes wrong, it wouldn't be something external necessarily.
No, that's not. I wouldn't say that that's so, because I know of at least a few events where Hubble had to be retasked because it had to avoid collision with something else that was up there.
Well, you're misinformed then.
Well, I can't be misinformed if the data actually came from NASA.
Could you point me to where it says that Hubble was actually retasked because of some external, I'll call it a threat, or external, object?
No, I mean, it had to be flipped around. It had to be maneuvered to go to either go to a higher altitude or change its trajectory because there was something up there that might have collided with another satellite from another country.
Well, you are sadly misinformed then.
Okay.
Because Hubble doesn't even have a propulsion system, so it can't possibly change its orbit by itself.
So how does it move position? How do you change the position of it?
I suggest that you build up a little bit more on.
No, I mean, I have the data right up in front of me. I mean, it's right on your website. It's right here, spacecraft and instruments. I'm looking. It's right on the left-hand side. It's an entire PDF. It says what the Hubble's capabilities are, how it maneuvers, how it changes direction.
That's just rotating the vehicle. That is not changing altitude. That is not changing trajectory. That is not changing orbit.
Okay.
That is just changing its orientation.
So you're saying that Hubble actually stays at the same altitude through every orbit, and it doesn't decay in altitude. It doesn't lose altitude.
It loses altitude because of atmospheric drag.
Okay, so when it loses out, so over 20 years at 330 miles, if we do the mathematics, ISS loses somewhere between 1.5 to 2 miles every 3 to 5 minutes. So what is keeping over 20 years? Hubble should actually almost be within 10 miles of ISS.
Well,
sir, I've done the math. I don't know about you, sir, but I've done the math. At 340 miles, that's what's on your website, 15 orbits a day, Hubble should actually be nearly within 10 miles of ISS if ISS is actually at somewhere around 220, 245 miles. That's the stated standard data. I've actually seen data on NASA's website. It's clear as day. I can send you the information where actually ISS has gone from 245 miles to 190 miles above the surface of the Earth. And then it jumped. And then they fired whatever thrusters or whatever to put it back up into its normal geosync orbit at low Earth altitude elliptical orbit. So if you're saying I'm not disagreeing. Yes, Hubble is losing altitude. But if that's the case and there's nothing to propel it back up to its original operating altitude of 340 miles, over a 20-year period, Hubble should be, this year, within 10 to 20 miles of the ISS.
Well,
visual line of sight, no optical assessment or adjustment.
Mechanics?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with orbital mechanics?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you familiar with atmospheric drag?
Yes, sir, I am. I know that Hubble, I know the ISS.
Solar cycle?
I'm sorry, sir?
Are you familiar with the solar cycle
Yes, sir, I am.
and its effect on the atmosphere?
Yes, sir, I am. I've been doing nothing but studying that for 3 years.
Okay, so obviously, during solar minimums, the atmosphere contracts, and there's very, very little drag at Hubble's altitude. So your 2 miles per year is a very gross oversimplification.
No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. ISS is 100 yards long, 50 yards wide, give or take. Okay, it's 3 to 5 times the size of Hubble. Okay, so you have a larger mass, traveling at somewhat maybe a comparable speed. It's at lower altitude, so yes, you're going to have more drag. Hubble's at 100 supposed to be 100 miles above that, so yes, you're going to have less atmosphere, but a little bit more. You're still going to have the atmospheric drag because neither vehicle is in free space, a vacuum.
Right.
Neither vehicle.
And also, the Hubble orbit was raised during the servicing on 2 of the servicing missions.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. I agree with you on that because I looked at the servicing missions, and it seems as though each servicing mission, Hubble dropped down based on its 15 orbits a day. If it's behaving the same way the ISS is, losing about a mile and a half to 2 miles every 5 minutes in an elliptical fashion, if Hubble's doing the same thing, that means that the STS servicing missions were able to get within a specific distance of it at a specific time to capture it, and then once they service it, they basically jettison it back up to where it should have been, which is around 330, 340 miles. But then after 2008, the last servicing mission, we're looking at 8 years. So again, you factor in from 2008 to now, within this year, Hubble's going to be within 10 to 20 miles of ISS. That's mathematics, sir. That's the mathematics that you and I've learned. Give or take. I don't have a supercomputer, so I can't do the exact numbers, but the rough calculations tell me that Hubble could be within visual eyesight view without a telescope, without binoculars. You'd be able to have literally line of sight from ISS to take maybe a Canon 100 millimeter, 300 millimeter camera, flip around backwards and take a photo of it when it passes over the ISS.
Well, I do not know what the ISS current altitude is.
Well, I think the current altitude of ISS should be somewhere, because ESA actually listed. And again, I mean, I had asked this question of why, HST in this international database. I know someone at NASA is submitting the application for all other STS missions. Why didn't someone decide to submit the most important piece of technology ever to exist to mankind, put it in the international database? No other country is ever going to launch something that big, especially a telescope. Right now, the ISS is at, according to this data, it says the ISS is at 251.77 miles, 76. It's dropping right now. And its velocity is 17,166 miles. Longitude 153.883, actually 154. Latitude is 39.517. That's where ISS is right now. Of course, they don't have any, there's no similar database online to do the same thing for Hubble. And that's understandable. But
but there is.
Is there a website for same as ISS?
Well, I don't know what you're using for ISS.
Well, I'm using ISS Tracker. ISStracker.com.
Okay.
And ESA actually listed as well. European Space Agency. Yeah, I'm using ISStracker.com. This is real-time data. Supposedly real-time data.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's plenty of satellite tracking apps that have a large database.
I have about 20 of them in my repertoire that I can check. Can't check them simultaneously, but I go after the ones that are reliable because I've found a few sites where they actually try to manipulate the data, but these are third parties who have no affiliation to the space agency. So ISS Tracker actually uses the data right off of the European Space Agency.
Okay. Well, there's certainly similar ones for Hubble. I mean, you can get Hubble's real-time position. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to waste a lot of your time, Mike. It concerned me. I'm going to be honest with you. It really concerned me that HST was not in an international database, but the servicing missions are.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you put all the servicing missions, but you wouldn't put the primary mission to even put the vehicle where it is? I got another theory to it on atmospheric drag that I'm actually playing around with. I'm starting to look deeper into superfluid helium-4, and it's just one of those type of things that I've seen it do some really strange things in a laboratory setting. And some other colleagues of mine at the university were actually entertaining the idea, the possibility, theoretically, that the upper atmospheres beyond HST could be superfluid helium. It's zero viscosity, but what we're trying to ascertain is, could it be actually a combination of what CERN and NASA are considering to be dark matter or dark fluid, which is absorbing 99.96% of all visible light? And that's why when you're looking at these videos of HST being serviced, you see absolutely no other light. Absolutely none. And it has nothing to do with the resolution of the camera and what mode the camera may be in to capture that type of light. If you've got billions of stars out into free space, then, or even within atmosphere, even a cluster should be generating some sort of light. And you see absolutely nothing. And the only way that that's possible is if actually what you're looking at when you're up in altitude in space, which is beyond 328,000 feet, is you're looking at dark fluid and superfluid helium, because the only way a vehicle the size of a school bus or the size of a football field could be in geosync orbit performing those operations would be in a helium environment, a liquid fluid helium environment where the temperature is almost absolute zero. You can do it in a laboratory. That may be what's up above us.
And what kind of densities are you talking about?
Well, the densities are already stated with helium-4. Helium-4 everyone's trying to wrap their head around how could it actually still stay a liquid at absolute zero. See, no one can answer that. And I've looked at every university paper I could possibly collect, and it can't be simulated. You can't get anything to absolute zero on Earth. We don't have the technical capability to do it. And you can't do it on the ISS because the ISS can't, you're in a microgravity environment. There's atmosphere. You can't create it in a vacuum either because there is no such thing as a complete vacuum. And the reason why I say you can't do it in a vacuum is because the Glenn Research Center has the largest vacuum chamber in the world, but it's a contained environment. Meaning that you have walls, you have limits. You can't create a vacuum chamber large enough to duplicate the potential experiment to get close enough, because if you did, you'd probably suck half of NASA into that vacuum chamber if there was some sort of malfunction. It would be a massive implosion. And you can't contain superfluid helium even at close to absolute zero for the simple fact that you have to create some sort of carbon nanotube type of container just to keep it in the container, because it wants to find its way out of what it's being contained in. And when you look at what Siri Nanosystems did in UK by creating Vanta Black, and you combine that with superfluid helium, and then you hear scientists are saying that dark matter, aka dark fluid, and you put the two together, you've got your space environment. That's the only way something the size of a football field and the size of a school bus could move around at potentially 5 times the speed of sound in a quasi-microgravity environment for as long as it is. Because what they're saying about superfluid helium is that there's these quantum vortices created, whirlpools, that are spinning at incredible speeds. And what happens is that when they release droplets of superfluid helium in this vacuum, what they witnessed and observed in a controlled experiment environment was that the droplets didn't break apart like normal water molecules would break apart. They remained together, and they formed a flattening ellipsoid egg-shaped type of form. And it started to make sense to me. Wait a minute. That's the only way these vehicles could be up there traveling at those speeds. Because if not, they'd come crashing down within years, not decades. Just some theoretical talk. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a physicist. I'm working on my master's in applied physics, but trying to get an understanding. And Hubble is continuing to baffle me. Right now, they're showing the Hubble at the latitude is 20. What's the elevation? The altitude is 542 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, sounds about right.
So, but it's a software database, and I can tell you here right now, as a CUDA and GPU programmer and developer, I could create the same thing in a week to mirror this, and it wouldn't need to be real. It'd literally show a picture of me in a little Superman cape, saying, "Hey, this is where I am. I got my hands on. I've got a little tether on the Hubble, and I'm following it. And look at me, And people would. But here's the thing: if I showed you that and put it together in a week, you'd be like, "Oh, that's not real," But I want you to understand, as an up and coming research scientist, the average person, they look at this and they're like, "Oh, well, there goes the Hubble at 542 kilometers." But you show them something they don't know. They don't have even a basic or foundation understanding of how software development, programming, and computer graphic generated images and how you can actually program something to be in the sky that's really not there.
All right. Yeah.
So
Hollywood does it all the time.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've actually taken advantage of you guys' software vault, where I can go online and download a lot of the software applications that's available for the technology transfer program. So, you know, it's just one of those things to where I would like to know if it's possible, if anyone I could speak to who's responsible for submitting the information to FAI, to see if maybe there was just an oversight or if it's a mistake, or, and I hate to say this, that maybe you've been sitting there for 25 years and there's what you think is up there is really not there, and it's actually the photos are being taken by Sophia, which is at 45,000 feet on a 747.
Sophia hasn't been flying nearly as long.
Well, the program, the Stratospheric Observatory program, has been in existence longer than Hubble.
But they haven't had anything flying for that long. I forget when Sophia's first.
No. Yeah, Sophia is not that old. It's been in existence, I think, since what, 2002 or something, or 2000. What was it? 2004. I think 2002 or 2004. But there were airborne telescope observatories being flown longer than Hubble. You got your own website shows the actual history of the Stratospheric Observatory program, and it actually began with balloons, because there's a satellite identical to Hubble, about 2/3 the size, that was launched from Antarctica on a balloon. There's a photo of that on the U.S. Antarctic website. They launch it from McMurdo.
Well, fine, but you know, the Hubble was taking data at wavelengths that neither Sophia nor the balloons can.
No. Sophia can take.
So.
Sophia can take photos in wavelength. Sophia can do the same thing as Hubble. Yeah. Sophia can do the. Matter of fact, the telescope on Sophia is identical to Hubble. Everything that Hubble can do, Sophia can do.
No,
I mean, of course, the plane's got to land, but when it's in the air, it can literally conduct the same technical imagery capture and analysis data that Hubble can do. And of course, Hubble's 24/7. Sophia's not. But when it's in the air, when Sophia's been in the air, it literally has captured the same photos as Hubble, and that's how I was able to do the comparison. As a matter of fact, some of the pictures that Sophia captured were actually at a higher resolution and more clear than Hubble, which also, surprised me a little bit. How could something inside the stratosphere take a photo and do imagery through 3 or 4 different more layers of atmosphere when Hubble is literally supposed to be out in the exosphere where there's very little to no atmosphere, and it's capturing more light than Sophia is. I really hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong about Hubble, because I wouldn't want to be sitting next to you one day and you'd be really, really, really angry to find out that Hubble may not be there.
Well, it'd be quite a.
I know it would be shocking, but it would be shocking, but it just. I've already contacted FAI and I spoke to them, and they said it's not in their database, and they checked. It took them about a week to get back to me, and they looked through the entire database. It said they even looked to see if maybe it would have been erased or deleted by mistake, because they were able to check their log records, and there was never even anything submitted. There was nothing. I mean, why put the servicing missions in the record? I mean, you can go to FAI.org when we hang up. Just check the servicing missions for yourself. You'll see them there. But when you check for Hubble, STS-31, you enter in Charlie Bolden's name, all the crew members, nothing. Nothing. And FAI has been in existence longer than NASA. I mean, you know, Theodore von Karman was the one who helped create the database and established where space actually began. Of course, NASA puts it at 262,000 feet, and FAI puts it at 328,000, but that's neither here nor there. That's another question. How is it that DOD puts space at 262,000 and change in feet, but the rest of the world has it almost 90 to 100,000 feet higher? So where does space actually begin? Is it DOD standard or is it international standard?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that we've been studying the atmosphere since we could be able to do what we can do, and we're still trying to figure it out. What is actually up there and how it all works. And I think, I'm not going to say I'd be applying for any kind of Nobel Science Prize, but I think I might have a more viable theory of how it may all be working.
Interesting. I'll be watching for it.
Because dark fluid...
I gotta go.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I really appreciate it, Mike. I really appreciate it very much. I didn't think I'd be able to talk to anyone at all because I tried to call the project manager. When you click on pound to go to his number and I click to the deputy project manager, Mr. Haskins, and the deputy project manager, Pat Krause, when I go to click on for their extensions, it just hangs up. Are they even working there anymore?
Yeah, they're still here. So what website are you looking at to get the numbers?
No, I didn't get the numbers. It just, I was given a number by the Goddard Center, and they told me to dial 2000, and it asks you to put in the prompts, press 3 for the directory. So I don't have your direct number. It says your extension. It says press this button to speak to this person. So
okay.
When you press the button, it doesn't go to them at all.
Interesting. Yeah, I can explain that. Yeah.
Okie dokie. So,
okay.
I really appreciate it, sir. I really do appreciate it. You have a good Memorial Day weekend, and stay safe.
You too.
Take care, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, there you have it, people. You heard the conversation. You heard it. You heard it clear as day. This guy could not answer why the Hubble is not in the FAI.org database. They all said the same thing. NASA's Office of Inspector General, their special agent investigator says that's not a NASA website. We don't manage it. We don't operate it. We're not responsible for it. But they put all their other fucking missions in this database, but they didn't put Hubble. They put the servicing missions in the database, but they didn't put Hubble. This guy can't explain it at all. He said he's never fucking seen the Hubble. Never seen it. He's not even sure it's there. But I guarantee you, I got him fucking thinking. I got him seriously fucking thinking right now that there's a possibility he's been sitting at that desk for 25 fucking years. 25 years. 25 years. And now he's thinking, man, I just talked to this guy. Is it fucking possible? Could he be fucking right? That Hubble is not where it is? He couldn't even explain how the shuttle can actually get to this fucking thing. He says it has no jets, propulsion, no nothing. It loses altitude, people. It's been losing altitude since 2008. It may not even fucking be there, man. I knew more about their fucking program than they do. That's NASA for you people. That's fucking NASA. Put together this video. I'm going to post it on my site. And it's going to be private. I have to put it private because I don't want any fucking problems right now. So let me see how I'm going to do this, people. But you know my motto. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. And that, people, was the fucking phone call of the year. Peace out, people. Take care. So what's up, people? It's Robert Bassano. Welcome to Planete Veritas. Welcome to Planete Veritas.
Doesn't look like you're on air yet. I'm sorry. My bad.
It doesn't look like I'm on air? Okay.
It's just starting.
Remember what I said, people. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. I thought about doing a recording today. And I said, no. I can't do my people like that. Can't do them like that. Can't do myself like that. I did conduct one telephone call, people, to NASA. And I spoke to, I'm not going to say the name of the person I spoke to, but it was someone in charge of media for the International Space Station. Okay? The person I tried to call, they weren't at their desk. So I had to be put in touch with someone who could answer some questions for me regarding the ISS. And the girl who actually answered the phone says, yeah, I can help you. What can I do for you? So I asked her one simple question. Are there any temperature sensors on the outside of the ISS? Is there any data that's being recorded in real time or transmitted back down to the ground that I can refer to see what the temperatures have been? She goes, well, I don't know that data. And I said, well, don't they have any kind of temperature sensors to tell me what the temperatures are on the outside of the ISS? She goes, well, let me see if I can find that information for you. So I said, okay. Took her less than 60 seconds. She says, well, looking at the data here, the temperatures vary. So that was a vague and ambiguous response. And I say, well, what's the lowest, highest, and median temperature? She goes, well, depending on where the ISS is located in the sky, the temperatures range between minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit and plus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So I want to tell you guys where that may be. All of you right now can do a simple Google search and type in the word atmospheric temperature chart. And you'll pull up, click on images, and you'll see a whole bunch of charts there to tell you what the recorded atmospheric temperatures have been. There's a lot of varying pieces of data out there to tell you what the average temperatures are, starting all the way down from the ground to up into the thermosphere. Okay, some show you what the temperature is in the exosphere. But guess what? The temperatures she's discussing are consistent at the beginning of the thermosphere, where the temperatures get to about minus 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? I'll say that again. The temperatures at the beginning of the thermosphere, and only the thermosphere, get to about minus 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe a little bit colder than that. But let's just say average. The coldest temperatures they probably experience based on pressure could be minus 200 degrees. So plus 200 degrees Fahrenheit is mid to upper thermosphere. Now, how does that relate in with regard to altitude? Well, guess what? The only place to hit plus 200 degrees Fahrenheit in the thermosphere is somewhere around 130, maybe 150 kilometers. Okay, maybe 200 kilometers maximum. Any hotter than that, all right, that fucking thing's falling out of the sky because shit's starting to melt. All right, shit is gonna start to melt. All right, so when she told me this information, I said, holy shit, this confirms that the ISS is not at 245 miles, because above 200 kilometers, the temperatures exceed 500 degrees Fahrenheit. They get to 1,500, 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no fucking way. As a matter of fact, the temperatures exceed 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit at 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers, that's where it's 1,500 degrees. So the ISS is not at 245 fucking miles. Anybody who wants to continue to debate that fucking issue, I'll give you the fucking name of the person I spoke to at NASA, okay, for the ISS program. And then you pull up an atmospheric chart, and you better be able to show me the data where the ISS could actually exist higher than that what I just said, above 200 kilometers. Those where the temperatures are consistent. So with that knowledge that it can go from 80 kilometers to 200 kilometers based on its elliptical orbit, you got to ask, it's got a fuel propulsion system where it can push itself back up into the air. But I'm going to give a few people some credit. Flat Earth Hub actually put out a video. I think it was yesterday. And he did some incredible research finding the U.S. Army's fucking balloon program, the Air Service, U.S. Army's Air Service, where they had been using balloons for God knows how long, okay? Balloons, fucking balloons. They were learning how to navigate the balloons. They were learning how to put them in different locations and move them around the world. So what makes you think that the ISS is not operating the same fucking exact way? Because I'm going to show you the ISS reference manual where the astronauts actually go out on EVAs and they conduct what they call, the EVAs are used for refueling, meaning they go outside of this motherfucker to refuel it. Refuel it, you got to ask yourself, refuel it? How the fuck are they refueling it? Okay, well, they've got, liquid hydrogen and oxygen and whatever other type of materials they're actually using. But I'm going to come out and say, there's no way this fucking thing's flying at 17,500 miles an hour. It's in the thermals, moving at high speed. what speed that is, it definitely ain't 17,500 miles an hour when it's the size of a fucking football field. And it's put together like a really fucked up damn piece of Lego. Meaning that for 15 years, this thing's undergoing this constant stress of rising and losing altitude, gaining altitude, losing altitude, gaining altitude. And yeah, they're very methodical, very meticulous about the way they do this. So I'm not going to discount that, they are, carefully maneuvering the ISS, at specific altitudes, do what they need to do. But some of the photos I've actually seen taken from the ISS where they claim they were 190 nautical miles off the coast of Antarctica, 1,100 miles, and it looked like it was taken from an airplane. I'm telling you here right now, based on where the ISS was supposed to be to take that photo, it was out of public view. So no one would have ever fucking seen this thing come down out of the sky to take a photo. And if they did, they reported it as a UFO and it got buried in somebody's fucking investigative reporting somewhere in Latin and South America. Because 1,100 miles off the coast of the tip of Antarctica, where they say they took the photo, there are not very many people down there. It's not very populated down in the tip of Chile and tip of Argentina. So let's get this party started. What we're going to, today's title is Flat Earth Live Aerospace Company Call Beta. I'm going to see if I can do this once a month, every Monday, where we call a few companies to ask them about their aerospace programs, okay? So what I'm going to do here is this. I'm going to, let me see here. Let me take out, lower the microphone. I'm going to do a share screen, okay? I'm going to do a share screen. And I'm going to pull up Skype. And we're going to make some telephone calls, people. Now, if you're going to put questions in the chat, that's fantastic. But I need to tell you, I need to forewarn you, okay? I'm not going to be looking at the chat constantly because I'm going to be asking some questions. So if I do happen to look at it and you guys have a question, maybe I'll ask that individual, okay? So what we're going to do today is we're going to call X-Core Science and Payloads, okay? We're going to call someone, and let me know, Tony. I know you're in there. Let me know if this is showing on the watch page, please. I don't want to screw this up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's showing on the watch page?
It's working on it.
Is it there?
Not yet.
Okay, hang on a second. Can everybody see that?
Nope.
It still ain't there yet? Hang on. Oh, shit. Here we go. Can everybody see that? Can it be seen, Tony? Tony?
No.
It still can't be seen?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, everybody's saying no. Can't see it. One guy says it may not be refreshing. Justin says present to everyone.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
All right. Shut it down and start it again then.
All right, I'm going to come back in. Just hang on. No, because if I shut it down, I'm out.
No. don't shut it down. Shut down your presenting to everyone and refresh it.
I did, dude. It should be
I
shown.
got my stupid logo on the screen.
What's the problem, Robert?
It's not. I can't do the share screen completely.
We have to choose the full screen sharing.
Yeah, I did.
So you should be presenting it in full screen. Strange.
It's not doing it. I don't know what's going on here. It might be fucking with me on this
Robert,
one.
Justin says you can leave and come back. It won't shut it all down.
Yeah, it's saying you are currently broadcasting. Exiting the Hangout on air will also stop the broadcast.
It didn't to me. Yesterday my Firefox went down and restarted, and the Hangout didn't stop.
All right, let me go out and I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, like, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Now I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's Has to be.
Hey, what's up, people? It's Robert Bassano. If any of you haven't noticed, I changed my channel name. Instead of using my first name and first letter of my last name, which is Bassano, I changed it to Planete Veritas. Flat, plain truth. How about that? Latin. So, this is gonna be a short one. I'm going to give you kind of a balance of information here. You guys already know what I believe of the construct of the entire system. I do not believe the entire system is flat. I believe maybe the first 3 layers are, but the rest of the system is a flattening ellipsoid, okay, which is commonly known or referenced to as a spheroid or an oblique spheroid. So the term sphere, they're too afraid to get away from that, man. They don't want to get away from the term sphere because that's what they've been telling people for fucking 500 years. So they'll put it in the documentation, but they won't go on record to say it's a flattening ellipsoid. But they'll show it in logos. All right. What's interesting? Take a look at the White House plaque in the background when the president or press secretary is speaking. And then compare that to the logo of DARPA. They're identical. It's an ellipsoid. So the White House and DARPA both use ellipsoids for their logos. So my intent, man, for the next maybe couple of weeks, I don't know, man, how long this thing is going to last. Who knows? Who knows? This could break out at any moment, and it's either gonna take off, man, at an incredible speed, or it's gonna be quashed in a hot second. But in the meantime, I'm gonna do my best to drown you all in flat earth evidence. Drown you. I'm gonna waterboard the hell out of all of you with just flat earth truth. Planete Veritas. So this document we're looking at here, this FAA, this Federal Aviation Administration, and you know, with NASA, they control the skies as well. So it's a research paper titled, it's a technical memorandum assessing the validity of using actual navigation performance information for supporting designated flight inspection operations. So, what does this have to do with the flat earth? Well, I'm going to show you. But first, I want to show you this document, what the date of it is, who drafted it, where it came from, who supported it, what the contract ID was. Here you go. All right, you see it here for yourself. Final project report. Here goes your table of contents. All right. Very interesting document. I didn't read the whole damn thing, but it's an interesting document. You got some figures here that they show in this document. You got an introduction, okay? So what we're going to do, I'm going to take you right to the meat. So let's tie you up and let the waterboarding begin. Here we go. Booyah. FAA. Stand by. So here we have our first mention of the flat earth. Range method. Diagram illustrates simplified method. Simplified method now. I guess the globe ain't simplified. The globe, the basketball, the bowling ball, the nutsack. I don't know. The globe, spheroid, ellipsoid, it ain't simple. It's not a simplified method. They don't have any math for it. They don't have any science for it. They don't know how to calculate it. So, we all see, we all know. We operate, move, function, transport cargo, engage in commerce on a relatively simplified method called the flat earth. And as you can see here, true aircraft position has ranges whose circles are tangent. Estimate of position depends on measured values, which have error. Measured ranges converted to intersecting arcs as shown. Estimated position is at the intersection of the arcs. Position error, which is unknown, is the result of measurement errors which must be quantified. This is what they're saying. What the diagram illustrates a simplified method, flat Earth. So to solve all these problems, you got to stick with the flat Earth, baby. You can't continue to believe you live on a spinning ball, man. You're not on a spinning ball. But I'm going to stay true to my claim of what the entire construct is on the outer layers, because there's some rotation out there, people. The first 3 layers, stationary atmosphere over a non-rotating flat Earth. NASA said that. But the outer layers do move. We just don't know how. They're guesstimating. But they don't have any mathematics for it to know precisely. Note that this example shows a second possible estimation of position off the bottom where the arcs intersect again. So here you go. Standard commercial jet aircraft. Estimated aircraft position, right? Constant range arc. True position unknown. True position unknown. I mean, if we got satellites out there guiding these aircraft, how the hell could the true position be unknown? I'm going to tell you why. Because they're still using a dead reckoning navigation system. And for those who don't know what dead reckoning is, it's based on estimated position as you're looking down, as you're referencing on a chart based on triangulation, speed, distance, and time. That's dead reckoning. Speed, distance, and time. And a triangulation of where you think you may be. Okay? We have all these transmitters and towers on the ground whereby, the aircraft can communicate, send a signal down, the signal comes back up to let you know exactly which mile marker you're on or what geographic area you may be, because it'll send up, its signature to let you know what that tower ID number is. Without that, you're fucking lost in the sky, man. If you're military type, you're basing the shit on terrain association. And if you don't know shit about the terrain, you can't identify what it is you're looking at on the ground. You're fucking flying to nowhere, looking for the nearest airport to land because you're running out of fuel. Okay? So there you go with that. Let's go to the second one. Booyah. True bearing lines to the aircraft intersect at the aircraft true position. Estimated position depends on measured values. We already went through that shit, right? Okay. So it's basically the same thing. They're just showing 2 aircraft here, right? Trying to make sure that they don't collide or intersect with each other. There you go. That's it, baby. I told you it was going to be short. I told you it was going to be short. There you go. Estimated aircraft position. They had to do all this math. It's based on a flat Earth too. True aircraft position. Position relative to VOR depends on measured values, which have errors. Measured range and bearing converted to a relative location, north or east, as shown. Estimated position is derived from combining location of the station with the northeast offset. Position error, which is unknown, is the result of measurement errors which must be quantified to estimate the navigation performance. There you go, people. FAA. Federal Aviation Administration. There you have it, people. There you have it. Need I say any more? You want to question the FAA that why they believe the Earth is flat? Go and question them. You want to say something stupid to me, I'll delete that fucking comment. Because I didn't draft this documentation. I'm not forcing them to this model. I told you every single aeronautic, aviation, astronautic company, agency, department, administration, manufacturer, they all use the simplified flat Earth method and model. Navigation, you name it. You name it. They don't have anything for the globe. Because it's not a globe. There's a difference between calling it a spheroid and a globe. A globe is a ball. There is not a ball. It's an ellipsoid, an oblique spheroid with a flat plane surface in the middle. That's it. You don't have to agree with it. You got a complaint? Write to your senator. Send him this video. Tell him to look it up. You need more clarification? Go talk to the FAA. Okay? Next document, please. Thank you. Okie dokie. So I said I was going to be fair and balanced, right? So let me tell you what this document is. Let's be clear on this. Let's tell you what this document. This document, another FAA document, Federal Aviation Administration Flight Inspection Office. Okay? Validation of the Automatic Flight Inspection Instrument Landing System Best Fit Straight Line Application. Ooh, they're talking about flying straight lines, huh? Flying straight lines instead of arcs, huh? Curves around a ball. It shows the difference between A and B is a straight line, right? So let's see where they mention flat Earth. Oh, wouldn't you have it? Oh my God. Alice, you've taken us down another rabbit hole. So again, I'm putting this up as balance. This data, it says right here, was processed using software developed by Ohio University to produce the glide slope error versus distance to threshold results. Figure 1 contains the flow chart for this processing. A review of the AFIS software indicated that this initial processing took into account Earth curvature. Okay, a review that the initial processing took into account Earth curvature. So let's see what the problem was. Further analysis indicated that this error, oops, you tried to prove the globe, and they looked into it and analyzed it further, and they said, whoa, hold on for a second. But further analysis indicated that this error is minor in computing RDH/ARDH. What's RDH and ARDH? Let's find out. Let's find out. ADRH is achieved reference datum height. Note, the final ARDH is computed by accelerating, yada, yada, yada. Let's see what RDH is. Oh yeah, by the way, AFIS is the Automated Flight Inspection System. They're using some special software. RDH, I'd say that was the reference datum height. Okay? Reference datum height. So we got that clear. People might want to ask, what the hell does that mean? You got to talk to me. Okay. In fact, it says here, at 4 miles, the most sensitive location for the reference data height calculation, at 4 miles, which is the most sensitive location for the RDH calculation, the difference in altitude for Earth curvature versus a flat Earth is 14.10 feet. You saw it, you heard it, you read it. This introduces an error. This introduces an error in the reference datum height calculation of 1.78 feet. In the Ohio University implementation, all values are converted to east-north up coordinates and a locally level plane referenced to the runway threshold. There you go. There you go. You see the problems they have with navigation systems and reference systems with regard to aerodynamics and aeronautics when they try to factor in Earth curvature. When you try to factor in Earth curvature, creating some sort of custom software program to factor that in, look at the problems you have. Look at the fucking problems you have. Just look at the fucking problems you have. Now that may not be much of an error. Okay? 1.78 feet. But it could mean the fucking difference that if you continue down that error path of 1.78 feet, say for another fucking 100 miles, then you end up somewhere you didn't think that you should be going. Your flight plan is all off. You're supposed to be heading to fucking Cleveland, and you end up in fucking Florida. Or you end up in the Arctic. Because you set up the autopilot, you didn't factor in this math because you're saying, oh, well, the Earth is a globe, so let me fly in this direction using dead reckoning, and software will take over. Oh, shit. This ain't Cleveland. This ain't Kansas, Dorothy. Click your heels, close your eyes, and say, there's no place like home three times. There's no place like home. There's no place like home, like the flat Earth. So there you have it, people. I don't know what else to tell you. So I didn't mean to take you through 16 minutes of drowning and waterboarding with all this flat Earth data from the FAA. But you get the picture, right? Clean yourself up. Pull yourself together. Prepare yourself for the next session. Who knows where that's going to be. Peace out, people. Remember what I said. What did I say? What's my famous saying?
It's not what you know. It's what you can prove.
Peace out, people. So what's up, people? It's Robert Bassano. I had a little bit of time. Throw out a little video for you people. I was listening to some videos Neil deGrasse Tyson put out just for simple interest in physics. So this particular video is interesting. I'm not going to make any assumptions or presumptions or claims of what he may mean or what he may not mean. I'm going to let you guys listen to it, and you come to your own conclusion of what he may be referring to and what he may believe. Really. I mean, what he really may be believing. Okay? So I'm going to play this video at 1 minute and 11 seconds. That's where it's going to start. And just be patient. Listen to what he says. Play it as many times as you feel you need to. And make your own determination. Okay? Because this, he might have just provided all of us with some fuel for the fire. Okay? Here we go.
So Immanuel Kant, as and a few others, tried to ask the question and answer the question: how is it that the entire solar system, the planets and the moons, all orbit in a plane, and they orbit in the same direction? Like, what are the odds? Yeah, all right. So what they hypothesized was something called, literally, the nebular hypothesis, which has borne out in the centuries of observations and data that we've taken since then. And basically, you start out with a massive gas cloud. Mm-hmm. It collapses. As you collapse, you begin to spin faster. This is like what happens when a skater draws in his or her arms. Right. What happens when that happens? They spin faster. That's what happens. So as you spin faster, in the plane of that spinning, mm-hmm. the material can't fall in because, like, the centrifugal forces prevent that. Right. Okay? Technically, they're centripetal forces. Yes. Yeah, but centrifugal is colloquial. Right? So in the axis, in the sort of equator of the spinning, it can't come in because of the centripetal forces. Correct. But top to bottom, it can collapse without hesitation. So what you get is a flattened disk where everything is orbiting in the same direction. Oh my God, that makes perfect sense! Exactly! That is awesome! All right, and so this dude figured this out in the middle.
So you heard the guy. As soon as Neil deGrasse Tyson says things flatten out. The plane flattens out to a disc. The guy says, "Oh, that makes perfect sense. Oh my God, perfect sense." I guess the flat plane does make perfect fucking sense, man. It absolutely does. Because the rest of the solar system is like that. You best fucking believe the Earth is a flat plane fucking disc. Shaped like an ellipsoid. Maybe a flat ellipsoid. Not some sort of egg-shaped type of fucking bubble. Pressurized bubble. But let's see. Let's see what else he says.
And it's been working ever since. Now, suppose you are moving very slowly in this, and you're not collapsing quickly. You can actually form stars that don't actually collapse into a disk. If you form the reason why it sticks to a disk is because it's made of mostly gas at the beginning, and gas can't pass through itself any more than one hot marshmallow can pass through another hot marshmallow. What happens when two hot marshmallows hit? You get a bigger hot marshmallow. That's all. They stick. Yes, so they stick and become a bigger one. So when you have a gas cloud collapsing, it sticks to itself in the plane, and it doesn't collapse within the plane. It stays flat. Everything else collapses pancake style to it. Do you know our galaxy is flatter than a pancake? It's as flat as a crepe, actually. A crepe? A crepe. We have a delicious galaxy. We are 100,000 light years across and about 100 light years thick. So we are 1,000 to 1 ratio, thickness to diameter. Wow. And that's basically a crepe. So yeah, it's not a pancake. It's not a pancake. Not a, it's a crepe. We need them. So Kat, you okay? We square? Yeah, that was great answer, man. Everyone's mind should be blown daily. Yes. So have some galaxy for breakfast tomorrow. Every time I eat a crepe, I think of our galaxy. That's awesome. You got it. Thanks.
senses at peace upon the plain. Hasten round, Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the where is the end?
That's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe the first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's firsthand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that can be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I
don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not.
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference? You said you know between calculation and measurement, and you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I don't
measurement.
want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No,
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow, I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right. So, do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be, again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already then by default you're already.
You're just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
One at a time.
I know, please. One at a time. Right. One at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question that I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements and this would be impossible, but nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
we don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained to you something that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so what the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one. We don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's a fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your window and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? I don't.
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
Oh, there we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good bad cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers don't believe. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
That's not. That's a video game, dude.
yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere. All military, radar, rail guns. Okay, line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a
Right,
globe.
when they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? When we're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro.
With the,
What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And you know he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Don't you find it interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's not, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
And actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with, and okay, so obviously you can look, and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you can know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. These are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people. First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
No one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
It
live
hasn't happened
stream
yet,
voice
has it?
text would disagree with you.
Well,
why not? Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're gonna say what we're saying is wrong, in which I mean, only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So like he came in here, you know, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, oh, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's I mean, it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
Yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
if you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in Livestream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a
don't either,
hostile.
but
Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says a linear aircraft.
Right. Why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That
Right.
is kind of ironic.
I want you to know though, like they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball, so they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry. What are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember.
All on a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that.
You know that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm gonna ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,000 40 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take
That's
off and the vector in which you take off,
a red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to
like
me.
For instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is drag.
That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense,
do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing can explain the ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have
I'm
to
not
account
saying
for
that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy.
Wow.
And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth. So the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe
Do you
that?
not want to hear it?
I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think
I
what
just
you
feel
think.
like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft because I think especially at that time and probably even now there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with.
Can you provide?
linear
I'm sorry, I
aircraft
didn't
as we
mean to
know them.
interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said. But I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, "What? You're right. That's more accurate," or "No, that's not what I heard." Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, "It's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it."
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where like
where that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those four forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If that's incorrect, or
how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right?
Yeah.
And so if someone is being decently honest where he's speculating answers and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that we
Oh my God, I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So
No, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So, how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level, because it's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way.
Yes.
Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do, as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away, is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
on how long
follow?
it flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Sure, yeah, I was just trying to assume it was just trying to say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? Because that seems to be his main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not gonna fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
You would be gaining elevation.
You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is not. The ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like
and a certain amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of
It doesn't
Everest,
really
right?
depend because you can use the example of just say 0 altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using 0 altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. Because somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles.
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way.
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
Yes, well, I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron Sophist's answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard enough. Someone
citation.
black swan me. Someone black swan me.
Please, something.
All right, black swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the black swan coming up, all right? We're going to go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurements of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value, if we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible. On a sphere, the radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and one point? I think it was, you said 25 miles in the same equation without equating the variables first?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they have to be weighted.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, comes from your side.
That equation. Could you post that equation if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
And do not forget that a C mile is big of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautic mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong. The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just light is bending exponentially.
Okay, that's just, you're just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
Wow.
Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve, a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see her feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if the Earth was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it. Let me explain to you why. We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
And we've got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing, that the radius is not what they tell us.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves. Right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
I think this guy's
people are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like, someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, I've never seen this before. I don't understand. It's just discontinued in the system.
So without an atmosphere, you should be able to see to the other side of every body of water?
No. What?
That's what I'm getting from this. That without an atmosphere and without...
Well, there's no such thing as without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's no...
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, allegedly.
Well, hold on. Look, can I take this one? Because I would like you to respond to, everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
Then this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and...
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of the camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all depends.
Yes, that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmospheres, the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. So obviously the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like, that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue, looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because can we get back to what Witsit said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Witsit just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is, of course, horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows
that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with streetlights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon is further away. Whenever it's not very clear outside, the horizon is closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now, on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
So, wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you wait? What did you say? Microwaves?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh, so you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, so wait, you're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because
No, I'm saying that
Earth's a ball?
I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that the
It
lights...
still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not accurate.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere. And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift, and they constantly have to fluctuate it. And then they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So it's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Thank you. I definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years, and we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere. And so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest of it, you can figure it all out. I encourage you to do so, but you need to hone in on that radius value, and you can go test it for yourself, right? So provably, they lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real, provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So, which is why they're all CGI pictures anyway, right? So.
Well, thank you. This has been kind of enlightening.
Well, it's really funny when you go back and look at old videos, especially like other countries like Russia or China's moon landing. It's so bad. You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered
No,
or
you're fine,
triggered
brother.
anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man, and just be honest. Because you're going to find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022, nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. It's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable because it's like, wow, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. It just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths because they're earning money for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that like we're being prevented from coming here.
Yeah,
or like
people have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually. It's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people. And the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
Do not know. I will try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do, if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Cool. Thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't say longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
Hello, everybody.
I really wanted to get this in there.
Austin. I
Didn't
think
get a chance
initially the
to-
guy was coming in to not
Still don't.
necessarily be sincere, but I think after a little while he started to realize that our
Sorry,
arguments
the,
have
Flat
validity,
Earth, music
right?
spot is on, so.
Dang, I missed the tail end of that. I was on the phone. But, what happened in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
He started conceding that he didn't really know much and was thankful for us telling him information and that he'd have to go look into it more.
Yeah, and I think that's the best outcome we can have here, right? Is somebody that realizes maybe they don't have as much knowledge on something that they think they know is truth, and they're leaving here with some homework to do, and hopefully they do that and they come back, right? Good job.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
You're so welcome, Neil.
That was a nice one.
Well, don't let it go. Let's keep talking. Let's keep something going on.
I'll try. I was waiting 30 minutes just to bring up something about the airplanes. That, one thing that wakes a lot of pilots up is just thinking about how to circle a runway with the spinning Earth beneath them. Even if there's the atmosphere attached, I think it would still involve speeding up and slowing down and sharper turns. You'd pretty much be chasing it to try and circle it.
Right.
Isn't it if you break it down 1,000 miles per hour, doesn't that break down to 750 feet per second? You can understand how fast 1,000 miles an hour if you break it down. Did I do the math right on that? It was 750 feet per second.
And 17,000 is even more than 1,000, of course. Because that's what they claim, the speed that the rockets go.
Yeah, I think somebody did the math and said it just jumping up in the air, the Earth would move 3 feet away from you. By the time you were supposed to come back down.
Well, let's be honest. If the Earth was a ball, we would all have flown off into space by now.
Gravity, bro.
Yeah, I was talking to my brother-in-law this weekend, telling him about this. He's real interested in ancient aliens and thinks comets seeded the Earth with life and stuff. And I started this discussion with him, and then I tried to use Witsit. What's up, Witsit? I really enjoy your debates and stuff. And then his response to that was like, Witsit doesn't have any credentials. He's not going to listen to some dude in his mom's basement or whatever. But that's rude. But
Yeah, kind of.
I kind of forgot what I was saying right there. I'm still working on him, man. He wants, he's like real appeal to authority. He's like, I need somebody with credentials to tell me this stuff. And, I try to show him like NASA discrediting themselves and government documents, the CIA documents, and like he just hand wave dismiss all that stuff. I'm not sure what's going to get him to finally open his eyes, but he said he is looking into it. He's intrigued.
Yep, he logical fallacies right away. Basically, consensus fallacy and ad hom fallacy. Appeal to consensus and ad hom.
Yeah, I try to just keep it real simple. Like, the reflections over a still body of water prove that the Earth is flat. I think today I'll mention to them like rail guns or something. How do you shoot a beam over 100 miles on a curved surface? Just try to keep it real simple for him. But like I said, he's kind of just, I tell him and he's like, yeah, that makes sense. And then like it just lets it go. It's hard to work on somebody that's just going to dismiss everything that makes sense.
An easy one that I like is the helicopter hovering for an hour. You should be 1,000 miles away. Or a drone.
Yeah, I
or
mentioned that.
Hot air balloon.
Then I'm surprised how the black swan doesn't really have the effect that you think it would have. People say, "Oh, those numbers are ridiculous." I'm like, it's simple geometry, and I don't know. It's like people just dismiss it. They think.
As soon as you say per mile squared, you lose them.
Yeah, which is it's an exponential formula. It makes total sense.
Well,
but they're like, "Oh, this image can't be real. This is how do you know they didn't doctor it?" And I'm like, "Well, it's a screenshot from a video. Here's a video." And still, they're like, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it would take. A guy literally walked down to the beach, disproved the whole model, the radius, and all that in like 2 minutes. And I don't see how people just overlook it or argue it.
You've never been taught in school to think if you think about it, really. You know what I mean? You've only been taught to be repeating some certain stuff, and believing in it without questioning it. So I wouldn't blame him, to be honest. Sometimes you have to show some simple analogies, visuals or something like that. Like, YouTube clips, show comparisons. Would that make more sense to him or not? Go through the basics, basically, with him, I would say.
Like yesterday, I showed him comparisons of the meteors, since he brought up comets seeded the life here on Earth. And, they would have all hit the Earth at a perfect 90-degree angle. And somehow they look exactly the same as what a geyser looks like. And then the fact that, a comet is a definite size, spewing an ice tail that's miles long, but it's like a gun that never runs out of ammo. It's kind of a ridiculous concept. If it was what they say it was, it wouldn't live very long. It would have a very short lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for me. I got to get off here and do some navigation. There's some detours I got to take.
All right, man. See you later.
All right, later. the world is flat on a globe.
Yep. Was that And it's quiet.
I mean, it shouldn't be so hard to show us the curve. I mean, really.
Yeah.
Well,
Hammer.
basically did a bunch of geometry.
Hammer that nail down.
Oh, you're cutting out there, Lemon.
I don't know if he's cutting out or if he hit the mute button by accident.
He's actually he has cutouts. That's what's happened now. Cutting out, he's gone.
Hey, we got a physicist in there in the voice text. Sorry to interrupt, but I always interrupt.
Hello.
Hi,
I
physicist.
just noticed
N2G.
Yeah, you can call me Nico if you want.
I'd like Nico. That's nice.
Yeah.
Cool nickname, Nico. What brings you in?
Thank you.
Okay, Nico, welcome.
Well, as I said, I'm a physicist, so hi everybody, I'm Nico. I don't know. I'm just always interested in discussing things, and well, as I said, I'm a physicist. I'm actually my specialization is quantum science, so I do quantum computation, that kind of stuff. And if you're interested in that, I can tell you about that. But I don't think that's like the direction you're going in here.
What does your gut tell you? Is that on topic in a flat Earth server or not?
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to tell you guys where I come from, so you know something about me.
So
Thank you.
What do you think about the flat Earth topic? What do you think about this flat Earth reality?
Well, obviously, as a physicist, I think that it's a globe. I don't think it's flat Earth.
You now,
but
you now tell me.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
Like, the point of view that I've always been taught as a physicist is to always be skeptical, to always question everything you said. And in my classes, I had some really good professors, and we actually went through everything. We started off with nothing, and then we went up with everything. And globe Earth is one of them. We went through the mathematics, went through an experiment we did in classroom, and actually convinced ourselves that what we are doing is true. So I think your position of being skeptical about things is actually very good. It's actually a scientific position. So, yeah.
Okay, now that you've said that, I'm keeping myself from laughing here, but can you please give me your best evidence that you know without a doubt that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space?
That's a somewhat difficult problem, definitely. I don't think I can give you evidence through voice like this directly where I could convince you of anything. But
Let me stop you there real quick.
Okay.
Real quick. There's a voice text that you can check all the time. We're constantly posting things in this live stream voice text that are pertinent to the conversation. And if someone would be so kind as to give you image and perm rolls, then you could post information in there and we could have a little better conversation about that. Cool?
That is cool. Yeah. I don't have anything here, so Google things.
That's fine. Just know that there's a way to show us some stuff when you start talking about it. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
It's okay to Google stuff, by the way. That's okay if you have to Google.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I need to know how you know without a doubt that you would lay your life down that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You are prepared to die for this. Let's have it.
Let me put it this way. In my first physics class, we discussed something called angular momentum and basically the physics behind it, and how you have some stuff like the Coriolis effect and those kind of things. And we did one really cool experiment. So we did a pendulum, and this pendulum was.
Can I stop you before you go on?
did you just claim that the Coriolis effect is real and observed on the Earth, and not
Yes, you
just
can.
within a rotated frame?
You can do a you can get a what's it called, a top, I think it's called in English, and spin it, and on the top you can measure effects such as the Coriolis effect. So if you okay, let me
You're doing great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also somewhat nervous, so
That's fine, man. That's fine.
Yeah.
You're doing good, man.
Let me get this straight. So if you spin a top on a table, it displays Coriolis effect, but helicopter, airplanes, and everything else do not display any Coriolis effect.
I mean, helicopter in the back has this other. That's not because of the Coriolis effect. Sorry. Maybe I should go into what exactly the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah,
Yeah, please. Yes, please. Let him go for it. Let him go for it. Yes, please.
The Coriolis effect is when you are on a rotating frame and an object that is not attached to this rotating frame moves independent of the rotation. So it appears to deviate from your perspective on the rotated frame or reference frame, but the actual object being thrown over, for instance, the roundabout, is not actually deviating, although it appears to be deviating from the perspective of the one on the roundabout. That is the Coriolis effect.
That's a very good definition of it. So what
Now,
this means is that
Earth, how do you experience that on Earth now? On Earth,
right?
Yeah, not on a merry-go-round a roundabout now. On the Earth, right.
So just for the sake of it, let us assume that we are spinning. This assumption.
No, I don't want to
for
beg
now.
the question. Before you beg the question, did you know that the Coriolis effect was discovered by flat earthers and not Gaspard Gustav Coriolis?
It could be. I don't actually exactly know who discovered it or why it's discovered. I'm very bad at remembering names. I'm very bad at actually learning by heart. That's why I'm a physicist, because I can derive things.
Gaspard Gustav Coriolis discovered Coriolis, and that's why it's named after him, through looking at water wheels. But in fact, the Coriolis was first described by flat earthers as an argument against the globe. And the evidence they used was cannons can shoot their cannonballs straight up into the air, and the cannonball will fall straight back into the cannon.
Yeah, into the barrel, into the muzzle of the cannon. Yeah, that's correct.
Now, how in the world is that happening on a globe?
That's spinning, by the way.
You don't need to assume that it's rotating, because if it's rotating, Coriolis will be observed.
I would go back to the roots, curvature.
Yeah.
Right to the roots.
So,
well, we're in spin right now. We can
let me go with this. So basically, if you start a pendulum going back and forth, right?
Yeah, but you have to start it though.
Yeah, you do. You start the pendulum.
Yeah, you got to start it. Why isn't a pendulum just constantly going forever and ever? Forever and ever.
Friction would stop it.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that would be my first thing. Okay, I kind of lost my train of thought right here. Give me a
you
second.
wanted to appeal to Foucault's pendulum, but even after Foucault and the pendulum was unveiled, they all agreed that there was no experiment in the world that proved Earth rotation. So they all agreed that that was not an experiment, nor did it prove Earth rotation during Einstein's time. So what do you think changed?
Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that. I was reading something on Discord. Sorry.
During Einstein's time, the Foucault pendulum was considered proof of Earth rotation, and there was no experiment. They claimed that there was no experiment during Einstein's time that proved Earth rotation, so that was not considered an experiment then. Why do you think it's one now?
I'm not sure who considered what and why. the thing that I know is that if you go through the mathematics of it and actually do the Foucault's pendulum, you actually get out that you actually see the pendulum moving in the y direction, so off the axis of
That
rotation.
means that Earth rotating underneath.
Not quite, because it wouldn't work on the equator, for example. The thing is that because you are not on the equator, you actually get it's not a real force. It's a Coriolis force. It's called what was the name? It's the same thing between centripetal force and
actual deflection. But you are speaking about Coriolis, and we don't observe Coriolis in.
Yeah,
if you do a large enough pendulum, you do see it
you're trying
move.
to conflate actual deflection with an apparent deflection. The ball being thrown over the roundabout is not actually deflecting. It just appears that way from the one being rotated.
Exactly, and that's what we see. We see it as if we were rotating, right?
Just a second. With the Foucault pendulum, you require the magnetic drive to drive the pendulum back and forth to keep it swinging, but this drive also is calibrated to go with what you assume would be the results. So you create the results with the contraption, and then you assume that proves your point.
What magnetic drive? There's no electromagnetism in here.
Driving most of the Foucault pendulums in the world?
That could very well be true. That somewhere in the Earth there is a Foucault pendulum driven by electromagnetic drives, but you don't need it.
Yeah, but man, where is happening Coriolis effect on the Earth?
If you do an experiment that you're away from the equator.
Experiment. I can do experiment. I look to a helicopter, let's say helicopter hovering. And now I'm looking at helicopter. And if Earth is rotating, that means that helicopter should to go away from me.
Well, a helicopter in the atmosphere will experience much stronger effects from wind, heat, and
I'm not speaking about. Okay, let's not speak. It's not windy day. It's pretty clear day without winds, without anything. And I put the drone. And I put drone up, and the drone should to go away from me. You know, it's a sunny day. It's no winds, nothing. It's 50 meters above the ground, and it's still there all the time.
Yes, Nico, that's true, isn't it, Nico? Yeah, shouldn't the drone be moving away from his location if the Coriolis effect is real? Isn't that not true?
Let me think about this one. It shouldn't move away, but it might rotate. I'm not sure about this one. I need to think about this again.
So you're not sure. That's fine. That's good.
No, I mean
the discrepancy in the Coriolis effect and the
what I'm trying to say is not that the pendulum would move away; is that it would start spinning.
Since you're a physicist, have you heard of the term confounding variable?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, how can you be sure that your assumption that what you're seeing is Earth rotation is Earth rotation?
There you are. You see, this is what we're trying to get to the crux.
Well, it provides, given theoretical calculation, it provides evidence that it is so.
No, but then, okay, the calculation
Let me help him real quick. Hey, dude, you can just say I don't know.
No, I mean I did say I don't know a few times, but in this case, I'm really trying to be respectful and honest, and I hope I've been.
You are
being honest. That's what I'm saying. Saying you don't know is the most honest you can be, and you know, you know what I'm saying. You don't need to try to explain anything else after that or justify why you said it.
It's
perfect that you said it.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you mean by in this specific case. What you mean by confounding
variable?
Yes.
Easy. First of all, you don't see the Coriolis effect anywhere. You assume this is happening because of the Coriolis effect. This is happening in this one little device, localized. But but it's not happening under anything else. So that already contradicts your assumption. Second, if you look at the Sagnac effect and optical gyroscopes are used as proof of Earth rotation, but they have the same problem. You're assuming that it's caused by Earth rotation, and there's nothing to actually validate that fact. Well, Bob Nordell tested the optical gyroscopes by bringing them up onto a mountain and down from the mountain on the same latitude. And the opposite of what you would expect on the globe occurred. So it's not as fully validated as you might think. And I completely understand, like, they only present you with what seems to confirm their ideas, and so you build on that.
Yeah,
but
you haven't been able to prove the Earth is spinning at this point so far, Nico.
No, yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect to prove that the Earth is a globe to you guys.
Well, but you're using it. Hang on, you're using it as a method to prove the Earth is moving, but you are unable. This is why we say to you that the Coriolis has been debunked and will be debunked for the rest of time. Okay, you understand that now?
Well, yeah. We all understand that the Coriolis works fine as an optical effect within a rotated frame.
Yes.
Yeah, but can you prove it in reality, please?
I mean, you can, if you put yourself on a carousel and somebody throws a baseball over your head, you can see the baseball move with the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect is a true, real thing.
Nico, instead of Coriolis, you may learn about Magnus effect, okay? Because football players.
Magnus effect, yes, you can turn it. That's actually really
so
cool
you
thing.
can spin an object. Even if you shoot from a rifling, from so the projectile, when it gets out from the rifling.
That's actually a really good point.
So
that's because it's rotating, right?
Yeah, the bullets,
the ball,
will cause a gyroscope. It spins because it's not so flat. It has a spiral, in the rifling inside.
But I don't think. Sorry, I don't think an actual bullet would experience the Magnus effect. Right? Because the Magnus effect,
distance. But if you're shooting a sniper bullet over really, really long range and the bullet starts to drop while it's still spinning, it can deviate because of the Magnus effect.
Yeah.
Interesting, because the way I understand the Magnus effect is that you have a ball spinning, and because the ball itself, if you go close, let's say it's spinning in the the axis of spinning is perpendicular to the axis that it's flying in. So let's say it's spinning forward, that would be called a slider in baseball, if you guys are familiar with it. So basically, you throw it so that it has topspin, in a sense.
Yes, but
now, if you go close to the ball, you can assume that the ball accelerates the air around it because of friction and so on. Exactly like the picture right now in Discord. Yeah. So it creates and effectively it creates a wing. So it creates a position of an area of low density at the bottom and an area of high density at the top of air. And this density differential actually pushes the ball down. So that's why I'm confused that a rifle bearing would actually, a rifling would actually make the bullet change trajectory because of the Magnus effect.
Okay.
Because it's spinning in the direction of
Okay, rifling works by spinning the projectile about its axis, causing gyroscope forces that spin stabilizes it through its flight. Okay, trigger rifling will spin a bullet faster, while loser rifling will spin a bullet slower. So these snipers, professional snipers, instead of Coriolis, they use Magnus effect. So they use some tables, some Assim, yeah, some
effect is theoretical. In actual reality, people don't really calculate for that. They calculate for wind, spin drift. That's what they actually do in practical consideration.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not until the bullet starts to drop while spinning that it actually starts to deviate due to Magnus effects.
The dropping is something I didn't think about. That could add something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I still have to think about it, because what confuses me is that the axis of rotation is perpendicular to the axis it's flying at. So that's why
I'm going to post some link about that. You may watch later.
But now think about your globe for a minute, and it's supposed to be rotating and orbiting. Why isn't there a Magnus effect on the whole atmosphere?
Well, there is no air in space for it to have friction with.
Why isn't the Magnus effect?
The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. If not, we would experience huge winds, right?
How?
Well, I would say gravity.
By the way, if the atmosphere is completely on the lockstep and glued to the Earth rotation, you just said that Coriolis doesn't exist.
It's not completely, but I said because of gravity, the Earth moves mostly with.
Are you telling me that air and atmosphere is one reference frame?
Yeah, he said that, but the problem is gravity is not holding air in place and preventing.
Is that true? That atmosphere and the Earth is one reference frame. Is that true? Sorry,
it's not holding gas and preventing gas from exhibiting its natural behavior, which is traveling randomly and freely in all directions. So it's not being held here in place by any gravity, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, too many people ask things at once.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Just hang on a second.
It happens.
Sorry,
it happens.
We
I understand.
apologise for that.
No, it's
we
fine.
apologise for that. Can you take your time and address the points that were raised anyway? Take your time. Give him time. Give him ample of room, gentlemen. Give him ample of room. Go ahead, please, Nico.
So
go.
One was that Earth and atmosphere is the same reference frame.
Yeah.
What you're saying, isn't it?
If you the problem is you kind of have to ask about dimensions, right? If your reference frame is the whole Earth, then yes. If your reference frame is one particular air molecule, then no. It's all depends on how closely you exactly want to set up your system.
Okay, now Nico, hang on a second, gentlemen. Hang one question, please.
Oh, fuck.
Nico, do you not think we need to consider the Earth as the reference frame or not? It seems that we're on it and it's supposed to be doing all this wild spin and orbiting the sun. Do you not think we have to? No?
Depending on what you want to do. If I want to calculate the quantum computation in my lab, I don't take anything from Earth besides its magnetic field into account.
Yeah, but you're laying your life down on for your heliocentric model to prove that the Earth is indeed spinning in the vacuum of space. You're not actually doing that yet. You still haven't proven this yet. You see? And you're laying your life down for your model here.
I mean, I'm.
Yeah, not proving that the Earth is spinning at the moment. You haven't done that yet.
That's one reference. That's one reference frame. That one, if blah blah, it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium called vacuum. And all these gases in atmosphere is going together with the air. Through that vacuum without any protection, and they're there. And they are spherical. That atmosphere is spherical. It's called atmosphere, and atmo mean gas, mean air. That means how the air can have shape.
Yeah, and he said it was held by gravity, but then gravity is an unproven theory, and there are two gravities to consider. Did you know that, Nico? Einsteinian, Newtonian.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't influence.
Yeah, but you can show that Newtonian as a limit of Einsteinian theorem, but that is quite difficult to show.
They're contradictory. They have totally different geometries.
Similarly to how
they have totally different geometries for one. Secondly, they have completely
What do you mean by
different inertial
geometries?
frames. What I mean by different geometries,
Yes.
Einstein uses pseudo-Riemannian force space. Newton does not.
Can you define that? I have no idea what that is.
You can just Google pseudo-Riemannian force space or read more about Einstein.
Yeah, I actually, to be honest, I haven't studied
They have
Einstein.
massive differences. For instance, they have different inertial reference frames. For Newton, an object on the ground is in the inertial reference frame. But for Einstein, he says no, that doesn't work that way. A falling object, falling at free fall, that's in the inertial reference frame, whereas everything else is not. So they have completely contradicting ideologies that don't function together at all. And to try to meld them together is just a delusional psychosis.
Yeah, it's not been proven, yeah? It has not been proven.
I haven't studied general relativity, so I don't know the theory of how to combine them. But I can tell you that it worked for quantum mechanics. You can derive Newtonian physics from quantum mechanics. So I know that works, but obviously this is not evidence for Einsteinian mechanics or for that. So
yeah. Is it
sorry, but I think Richard Feynman says that due to quantum mechanics, Newtonian laws are wrong.
Sorry? How?
Let me look it up.
Yeah. So you can show that Newtonian mechanics is quantum mechanics if you take the limit as h bar approaches 0. When you do that, the equations of motions, so the Hamiltonian equation, Lagrangian equation of motion, just like in Newtonian mechanics, drop out of your physics.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me because there's a big conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theories. How do you solve the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe?
I don't know either of them.
Well, then you can't marry these two because this is one of the biggest issues in physics today. So I don't get how you can claim that it's solved now.
What I can claim is that if you describe a ball rolling down a plane using Newtonian mechanics and try to do the same thing using quantum mechanics, you get the same result if in quantum mechanics you send h bar to 0. And this is true for basis, that the basic math behind Newtonian drops out of quantum mechanics when you do this.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be offering us your best evidence that you lay your life down for that the Earth
right. This is not flat Earth or globe Earth discussions. This is a completely different one.
Let me see if I get this correctly. 1 plus 1 banana equals 2 bananas. 1 plus 1 apples equals 2 apples. Therefore, apples and bananas are the same thing.
No.
That's literally your argument right now. So please.
Can you explain how that is my argument?
One is you're claiming that you have Newton's and what was it? Quantum mechanics. That's the apple and the banana. So you're claiming the two are the same because you get the same out of the equation?
No, I think that's not quite how I would put it. Let me see if I can find a metaphor. The problem with these kind of metaphors is it doesn't really work, right? It's just a metaphor. It's not.
Yeah,
right. You can't.
You're comparing apples to oranges and trying to equate the two. So I'm trying to understand how you get to that point.
The problem is I'm not equating apples and oranges. I'm equating two different theories of reality and seeing if there's any way that one can be described by the other.
Yeah, you're saying if there's a curve on the apple and there's a curve on the banana, that means they're the same, right?
No, what I'm saying is that if I have one system one theory that tells me that if I put an apple 5 meters in the air, it will drop. And another theory that tells me if I put an apple 5 meters in the air and it will drop, plus a tiny weird interaction called quantum mechanics, if I send that interaction to zero, they're the same theory.
Yeah, I could easily debunk both of those theories or those claims because I just changed the medium and now the apple doesn't fall, and your theories are bunk.
Assuming they're in the same thing.
Well, it's at the moment, hang on, Nico, it's all assumptions anyway, so I'd like to take you right. I'd like to rewind back to the beginning where you said, let's assume the Earth is spinning. There's your first problem. I don't want to assume it. I want to know how it is spinning, and you are supposed to be dealing with that problem. You haven't done it yet. You mentioned Coriolis. Now you mentioned the conservation of momentum with the clouds sticking to the globe. These things are being debunked right in front of your eyeballs here. So can you now please address that? Come on, man. You're lifetime of this thing. Please.
And when you drop the apple, tell me who caused the drop of the apple.
Good point.
Gravity.
Gravity, really? Let's say apple is on the floor. Does apple falling?
Nothing short of reinventing the wheel.
Does apple falling? Is it on the floor?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does gravity impact apple if apple is on the floor?
Is on the floor.
Yes, it does.
Yes, how?
Well, it's still pulled down.
Pushing through the. That means that the button of the apple will be pressed, and that means the button will be because apple. If we put let's put something softer. Let's put the bread.
Hold on. You asked him a question first, and you don't let him answer it. Please let him answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
So your question is, if I put an apple on the ground, is it still affected by gravity? My answer is yes. It's still being pulled down by gravity. But the electromagnetic repulsion force of the ground is pushing the apple up just as hard. So it'll stay
Now,
still.
you need to be able to produce all this proof through experiments. Hang on, gentlemen. Oh, Gordon Bennett, hang on. Right, you need to produce it because you must understand that gravity is an unproven theory. So now, using this scientific method now, you're not going to have to try and establish that gravity is a thing, but you haven't actually proven that Earth is spinning. So can you please deal with the first problem, or you're going to have to concede you cannot do that. Then you can do gravity, okay? One thing at a time here. There are people listening live, and we don't want to gish gallop and jump around the place, okay? So sorry to sound a bit stern.
It makes
Please,
sense.
spinning Earth, are you conceding? Because you are not proving anything here at the moment.
The thing is, they're not unrelated. That's why, for me, it's difficult to...
Unproven theories. Thank you.
You said
unproven.
You said apple. Now take the helium balloon and drop it, and he will go up. Why?
Because the air is pushing up on it harder than the air is pulling down on it.
Is
there you go. That's it. Hold on, that was right. That was correct. That's called specific gravity. So can we test that? Yes, you can put an apple in water and it floats, right? And you manipulate the relative density, right? And then the apple, you put it in there and it sinks originally. You put salt in there and it manipulates the relative density and then it floats. So the cause of things rising and falling is specific gravity, right? We can demonstrate that with experiments.
That's a third gravity now. That's a third gravity. That's a third type.
Yeah, that's a scientific gravity that we can demonstrate and prove.
Right.
So when you put an apple in... I'm actually not sure that this actually works, but let's assume if you put an apple in water, that it goes down, and if you put salt in it, it goes up. That's what you're claiming, right? I think this might be true. I've actually never... I don't know if an apple floats or not floats. No.
You're close to right. The apples float in water, but with eggs, generally, you're correct. You could just change it with salt.
Okay, then it was eggs. Now, this is because of the buoyancy of the egg. So the water, the fresh water does not push the egg up harder than the Earth, but the salt water does. So this is still just normal gravity. This is nothing different.
No, this is called
that is not. That is not the bending and warping of space-time. This is not Einstein gravity. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you see the problem? Can you see a problem now, Nico? Can you see the problem, Nico? Can you see it?
I can't.
You're a physicist. Listen.
Yes.
You're a physicist. Hang on. You are a physicist. This should be easy as switching on a light, but it is not here. And this is what you're carrying a lot of beliefs and assumptions here. Right now that we're bringing
the problem is, I don't understand the question, which is why I'm confused as to how to answer it.
Okay, well, the question is this. I'll ask you again. How is without any doubt the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? What is your best evidence? Because you're laying your life down. You're going to die for your model. You're defending your model here. So how do you know that the Earth is a ball? Without a doubt. Now you're talking about the spin. How do you know it's spinning? You haven't been able to prove that. You mentioned the Coriolis.
I mentioned an experiment you can do, the Foucault's pendulum, but
again,
that's not an experiment.
I would have to look at the debunking of it. I can't.
Well, what's the natural cause?
We can.
Come on.
We can talk about a different thing, so we can say, okay, if we have a super powerful telescope, everything else is also.
Well, we're not talking about telescopes.
Right.
Go back to what you're talking about. Tell us what's the naturally observed phenomena that made you start thinking that Foucault is an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
You're not
that's the scientific
sure how the scientific method works?
I do.
It starts with observe a natural phenomena, correct?
Okay.
What else do you need?
Okay, so sorry, English is also not my first language, so some terms are a bit difficult for me to understand.
You're doing very well.
What do you need for an experiment specifically? For an experiment, what else do you need other than a naturally observed phenomenon?
Well, a theory, not necessarily, but it can be helpful to have a theory providing you with a description of reality, and then you come and try to prove this description of reality, right?
No, that's backwards. No.
And see if
a scientific theory must have experimentations. I can give you citations for this.
Right, exactly.
You don't start with some Papa Jamie random idea that makes no sense and then just try to shoehorn everything to fit with your idea. That's not science.
No, you don't. But you start off with things we already know and build on top of that, right?
Yeah, something's verified by experiment and by many people.
Exactly, and then you try to make a theoretical description that describes physical reality.
Where's that underlying basis for your Foucault pendulum? We're asking for your naturally observed phenomena. I look at things dangling. It's not turning in circles or making anything like that. So can you please?
Well, if you can definitely do the Foucault pendulum experiment. If you have a big enough pendulum with enough mass so it doesn't dissipate very fast, you can definitely do the experiment yourself.
And you mean you see a pendulum deviate a little bit, and then you assume it's Earth rotation. How do you validate that?
I see what you mean. Okay. So, what we have is a theory that describes reality because you can see it. You can see the Coriolis effect in non-Earth dimensional things. So you can see it on a playground when things rotate. You can see it happening.
No. If the pendulum were rotating or being moved because of Coriolis effect, we would see it on everything on Earth. We don't see it on everything on Earth, so that would be false. So give us something else, something valid. And by the way, to make an experiment, this can't be an experiment yet. to make an experiment, you need an independent and dependent variable. So could you give us those?
I'm not sure what independent and dependent variable. Can you go into that? What that means? I'm confused about that.
No problem. The independent variable is the presumed cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So when you make the experiment, you want to wiggle the independent variable. The effect, you've already told me, it's when you have a really big pendulum, it appears to move a little bit to the side. So that's the effect. Pendulum moves a little bit. That's your dependent variable. And so how did you wiggle that exactly? How did you wiggle the independent variable, which you assume is currently rotation? So how did you affect Earth rotation to prove that the pendulum was showing Earth rotation?
What you can do is do a theoretical calculation, and in that theoretical calculation, you see that you can derive, you make the assumptions that the Earth is rotating. Okay, just give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Try to make it scientific and keep within the bounds of the scientific method.
Just please indulge me. So, you have a theory of reality, which is this Coriolis effect, which you can see in small objects. Now,
no, you have this assumption that Coriolis effect, which we see on rotating reference frames, which we don't see on everything else, which would be thrown up into the air out of the rotated frame, or like the same, if you were in a roundabout, you throw something in the air, it's going to appear to deviate. You don't see this in
right, I don't see. So if you are on something small, you can definitely see the Coriolis effect, right?
If you are on a rotated frame, you can observe the Coriolis effect, but on the Earth, which is not rotating, you do not see the Coriolis effect on anything you throw up in the air, anything we use to fly in the air, any projectile we use in the military or anywhere else. You don't see it anywhere. And you're claiming that it's only visible within swinging pendulums, which are attached to the roof.
I'm never claiming that.
This makes
I never claimed that. I never claimed that it's only on a pendulum.
What
I'm trying to say,
I would love to hear it, but if you want to try to validate this, then you are welcome to, but try to stay within the confines of the scientific method. So I would like to get an independent variable wiggled.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that the way you said it. What I'm trying to explain is...
It's called natural science.
What I'm trying to explain is...
Sir, stop.
Okay.
You've never heard of manipulating the independent variable? That's the scientific method. That's what we call natural science. You've never heard of this?
I might have to look it up in my language what it's actually.
Okay, look it up in your language, but follow me real fast. The car won't start, right? So you go outside. What do? You start the process of elimination, right? Until you find the part that you think is bad. And do you change the tires, the battery, the starter, and the bumper and see did it start, or do you manipulate one variable at a time? So you change the starter. Next thing you know, you put the car back together, and the car. What did you prove?
Right. That makes sense.
Okay. So no more affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy that you should look up, because affirmation does not replace experimentation. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
I'm really trying to understand why this is... Why... Or where are the problems? I'm really trying to understand, and I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what the problem
Listen,
is.
guys, we're so far in the weeds now because we're trying to explain things away from what we're trying to get across to you, such as the entire world depends on flat Earth, which I hope they can get back to. But the problem is, no, my car not starting is also not natural science for obvious reasons. So we really need to back it up, guys.
Right. Yeah. Well, he was explaining.
That's what I was doing. I was trying to get it back there. Don't worry, we are. The problem is, hang on, Nico.
Yes,
Nico,
I'm here.
The problem is this. You're having a problem trying to explain how the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you're having difficulties and you don't know why. It's because you've assumed everything. So when you're at your university with your students and your professors and everybody else, you're all assuming. You haven't proven without a doubt to yourselves and to your students that the Earth is indeed a ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space. It's an assumption. And you've come to this server and we're now asking you to present the evidence and you cannot. That's the problem you're having. So let's go back to that point. Okay?
Actually, I think the problem is that you don't really.
I would say that the main problem here is that we're adhering to the scientific method and natural science, and you are claiming something an experiment when it isn't, and it's pseudoscience.
I think the problem is a misunderstanding of the scientific method here.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Do you understand what is pseudoscience?
I think there are thousands of definitions of it, but I guess
there's one definition. Please look it up.
I think somebody just put it in the chat.
Yeah. What does it say?
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, and practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
Right, correct. So if you're not following the scientific method, that means what you're doing is pseudoscience. And what the focus pendulum is pseudoscience, but it doesn't follow the scientific method. You don't have an independent variable. Matter of fact, you don't even have the dependent variable, which is what you're supposed to observe first to see, oh, there's something going on. Let me test what it is. So this is just a contraption that somebody made and called it science.
Okay.
Yeah, focal pendulum doesn't have a proper variable at all.
Let me put it this way. We have in science, in physics, we have theories, right? And these many different ones from all over the place. Right? And these theories try to make predictions.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
And then we go into experiments and try to see if we can see these predictions. Right?
Read the citations I just posted. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirements of systematic experimentation. So if you don't have experimentation, you don't have science. So
but what
it's not scientific. It's at all. It's just a religious tool of the globe cult.
Okay, now, how specifically is it not scientific?
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay.
It simply observe and declare.
Okay, so here's the deal. I can say that the green grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tides. Now, that would be a silly thing to say, right? Because we can't manipulate the green grass and see if it affects the tides. But when you go into a new hotel room, right, you can flip every switch and see what switch causes what light, right? And science is never settled, so there might be a switch on the other side of the room that controls the same light, right? Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
When it comes to space, you don't have your hand on the switches. So all you're doing is looking at the lights and going, I'm telling you, I bet for sure that this light is caused by this switch. Well, we can't manipulate the switch in space, sir, so that's just an affirmation of your indoctrination. So it's only a logical fallacy, right? It's a pretty big problem because the scientific method rules out other causes. So a caveman finds water boiling. he wants to know what causes the water to boil. So he says, maybe it's the heat. So he forms the first hypothesis. So he adds heat to water, it boils. He takes the heat away by manipulating the cause. He sees the effect, and it stops boiling. And he, hold on, I'm almost done.
Exactly.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah. I'm almost to the point. So if you don't manipulate the heat to see the water boiling, you can speculate all day long at the hot spring. Maybe it's the fish causing the water to boil. Maybe it's my deodorant causing the water to boil. Maybe it's the moon causing the water to boil. But you don't know what it is until you reach the final stages of experiment, which is rigorous testing over and over again. Thanks.
So when you assume, or when you make the first hypothesis to say that it's the heat that boils the water, wouldn't I be doing the same thing with Foucault's pendulum? I have observed the Coriolis effect on something small, then I derive the equations, assuming that the Earth is large, and then I make an experiment after Foucault's pendulum, and I actually see it rotating. No, isn't that exactly what you just said? Because in the fire,
you look at your assumptions, and you say, "Oh, that proves it. That doesn't prove it."
It's evidence for it. I never said this is gonna be 100% proven. It's evidence.
Started out with
in Hank's example, he wiggled the independent variable heat, and it boiled. You never did that, so you're comparing apples to oranges again, and then through rigorous experimentation, you bring the pot to the top of a mountain, and it boils much faster. And you're like, "What's happening?" And you learn that pressure has a part to play in this. So you can manipulate that in laboratory experiments, and you see that this also affects it. But you cannot do that with your pseudoscientific beliefs about what the pendulum is doing. The pendulum moves, and you believe it's because of rotation, but you have no proof of that. You have correlation after calculating and assuming the Earth is rotating.
Yes, I agree with you. It's definitely correlation, and as we all know, correlation does not equal causation. So for this to be 100% right, we would have to do the same experiment in space, right? We would have to move a pendulum in space and change the independent variable. And this would actually be something very, very cool that we could do.
None of us can go to space. This is unverifiable sophistry. So this is not science either. So
why would that? Okay. Why can't we go to space?
When can you go to space? What, next Friday?
Well, we need a rocket first. Oh, you would need a rocket first, or a really big balloon.
There's a problem with that. Experiment. Where's the control?
Oh, he said a balloon.
I also
you can go not necessarily space, but you can go very high. I have a
problem with this because ESA and NASA both claim that the atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon, so no man has ever gone out into space.
The atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon.
Yeah, the exosphere reaches way out beyond the moon, so the air and all that shit reaches out beyond the moon. So,
I don't know.
You don't know what the NASA and the European Space Agency.
I guess if you say the exosphere, I'm not exactly sure how that's defined, but let's say the absolute vast majority of atmosphere is close to Earth.
Well,
whatever is the rest would be.
It's in a vacuum, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
How is it a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Because gas expands to fill the available volume. Can you show me
without any force applying to it
on the Earth where gas fails to do this?
Yes, I would just take a container of gas and rotate it very fast. The pressure at the edge would be higher than the pressure in the middle.
Yeah, you just debunked the globe.
Why?
Because your globe is supposed to be rotating and there's nothing holding the gas down.
Besides gravity.
The gravity doesn't affect the gases.
Why does gravity not affect the gases?
In all directions. They are not all going down.
why is it not affected? Like if you go something very low, the pressure is higher than at Mount Everest, where it's very
that's have you ever heard of Charles's law, or how the greater the temperature, the more pressure, the lower the temperature, the less pressure? And have you ever heard that gas is generated at ground level and then recondenses above into clouds and rains back down again? So you have generation down below and removal from above, so you would expect a gradient within a container like that?
Drace, not only that, Drace, but he said he put it in a container. You're trying to make it without a container, bud?
No, wait. Let me go into this pressure temperature thing. I would have to actually calculate it to see if the pressure difference is accordance with gas laws. Like if you take the ideal gas law, I'm pretty sure you couldn't really modulate it as a completely ideal gas. But
what's the error margin on that calculation?
I don't know. I haven't done it. So it's difficult. But I would have to do it. It would be interesting. Take the ideal gas law, see the temperature of somewhere low that's possibly cold, like somewhere way up north, somewhere in Canada, and then take the same thing with the temperature at Mount Everest and see if the pressure difference is actually what you observed. This is also something you can do.
Well,
you don't even have to go to Mount Everest.
See the same pressure at the top of Mount Everest than in Alaska. That's not how it works, because you have the second law: gas mediates, pressure mediates. But because of you have Charles's law, and there's a relationship between temperature and pressure.
That's what I just said. Take this law, calculate what it does, and actually see what happens. That's what I said. I would be actually interested in doing that myself. You know.
I like that. I would love it if you did that.
Right. That's actually fairly simple. You just need a high mountain somewhere, get a barometer that tells you the pressure. I'm assuming that's
one thing to factor in. I think one thing that should be factored in while looking at this is vapor pressure or the humidity in the air.
That could mess up things. I guess you would have to do it somewhere dry.
Yeah, you would just take all the measurements you can of all the different variables you can to show the differences between the variables.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something interesting. And since gravity is an R² law and pressure is linearly dependent, I would not expect the same temperature to be. Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, there's also
temperatures.
There's also the gas generation at ground level. All gas is generated at ground level and then goes in cycles up and down again. So
something much easier. If you have a house at the sea level and have a house very up high and they're roughly the same temperature, room temperature that we physically heat it to, wouldn't, according to your theory, now the pressures be the same in both places? If it's just the temperature that's changing it.
No, it's not just the temperature. I told you many times.
What?
It's just one factor that plays into it, similar to how you need pressure also, or how pressure changes boiling, for instance. There's many factors that play into it. Just like when you look long distance, there's many factors that factor into that. It's just not just one thing.
What else is it? What else is there? Right.
Let's just gas generation. All gas goes in cycles up into the air. Gas is generated at ground level, and then it rises up into the air. It cools down, recondenses, and falls back down. That's called precipitation.
Oh, rain. Okay, I was confused. I didn't think about water, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so you do it when there is no clouds. Do this experiment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like we live in a dynamic system. It's the weather is constantly readjusting because of these pressure differential. As for instance, the sun heats an area, the hot air rises and creates a different pressure zone, and so the pressure makes the air move around.
Okay, but what I said was that at lower elevations you have higher pressure, and at higher elevations you have lower pressure. And you said the main reason for that is temperature difference.
I would say that's one of the many reasons that plays into that.
Okay.
The air composition.
So now you can make a super simple experiment.
The air composition is also different. The humidity gradient also is different. Therefore, the vapor pressure is also different. There's many things that play into this, and trying to point at one thing and ignoring every other confounding variable is very unscientific.
Well, not necessarily. I'm sure you can find two places that have the same humidity, which are very different in elevation. I'm sure those things exist. I'm sure we can do all of these things.
Yes. But the thing is that there's a humidity gradient. So the humidity is always going to be more down below, similar to the pressure gradient.
I'm sure that the Sahara Desert is definitely less humid than even the top of Mount Everest. So,
but that's also why in the Sahara, for instance, you can see really far, because humidity, for instance, the humidity gradient has a big effect on how far you can see.
Right, but you just said that it's lower, it's going to be always more humid than higher, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
you can definitely find places.
I think, hang on, gentlemen, we are flogging a dead horse here. We're in the weeds again. Can we go back to proving the Earth as a spinning ball, which you have not done yet, Nico? You are failing miserably at this at the moment.
Right.
Yeah. I don't want to hear this debate.
We went through
that. Sure, there are occasionally there happen inversions. Occasionally, just like in the temperature gradient, occasionally there happen inversions. But the general trend is there's a gradient. But all this is besides the point, like Jin says.
Can we go back to where we were?
The globe.
Wow.
The thing is, for all of that, I would like to have gravity, so that's why I went into gravity.
Yeah,
which is my main point was.
Like I've said to you, gravity is an unproven theory. I have posted citations for that already in the live stream. So you can't have gravity. Okay, it's
I'm trying to give evidence.
Hang on. And then Newtonian's gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian. So you're in trouble already, and you haven't established that the Earth is a spin. Okay, that is spinning in the vacuum of space. You haven't done these things. You're moving up to other parts of this topic matter that don't concern us at the moment. We're concerned with you.
You're not concerned about gravity?
Hang on. As a physicist,
I'm confused.
How do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space?
And I went into gravity for it. I went into gravity for it, and you said that.
Sorry, that's not proving it.
I'm trying to use gravity.
It's been debunked.
I'm trying to use gravity to do this. So
your gravity
understand that the density gradient
doesn't follow the scientific method.
You do understand that the density gradient is not an experiment, nor does it prove gravity.
It's evidence for gravity.
No. That is
you're inferring.
Once again, that is not evidence until you can prove that it's caused by gravity.
Yeah, and you're making an inference, and you're not being objective, bud.
Can you do an experiment on gravity? Physicists, can you do an experiment on gravity?
How do you mean? I can let an apple drop.
Can you experiment with gravity? Can you manipulate gravity?
Hold on.
I can make an apple drop.
You can make, or you let. Hold on. He said he could let an apple drop. Let me ask you this: are you proving gravity, or are you just doing a correlation?
I'm showing that
you're showing
the theory of gravity, with the mathematics and physics behind that it makes a prediction that when I have an apple that's 5 meters high and I let it drop, it drops, and it does that every time.
Okay,
which is evidence for it. It is obviously
stop. You're inferring.
You're being stupid.
Again, stop. You're stop.
Please
stop with the. Yeah, please stop with that. Don't do that again. You're still not doing any scientific experiment to prove gravity, first of all, right? All you're doing is making a correlation. You're doing math. I mean, I could make math about Superman jumping, how much force Superman needs to jump over the Empire State Building, right?
Absolutely, you can.
But does that make Superman real?
No, it absolutely
Okay,
doesn't, because you
so
can,
exactly
it
my
never
point.
happens.
Exactly my
Nobody
point.
has ever jumped over this.
Exactly my point. This is exactly my point. You're saying you're going to make some math.
Yes.
Right? To calculate what your assumption of gravity is doing.
Yes.
And say, okay, that's what's happening. But how do you know that the gravity is real?
Oh, what I'm saying is that I use this theory to make predictions about the future, and these predictions always come out to be true.
You're predicting nothing.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter
but
because
that's how we do about everything.
It will be 2023.
So I could predict that every time it rains, my unicorn farts and it creates a rainbow.
Right, and then you go there and you see that that unicorn doesn't, and therefore your prediction is wrong.
How is it that? I see a rainbow.
Again,
at what point did you go manipulate gravity to make your assertion that gravity is real?
Okay. Let's go back to the unicorn. Now I come along and say, hey, the rainbow doesn't come from a unicorn farting. It actually comes from water droplets, from light being diffracted in water droplets. And here's the mathematics behind it. And with this mathematics that I can describe. Oh, what? Mathematics has nothing to do with science.
Okay. Give me the scientific formula for what is that called?
My rubber tire.
No. It's an actual scientific theory. It has to do germ theory.
Germ theory, okay.
Germ theory is a scientific theory. Where is the scientific? Give me the formula for that.
I have no idea. I'm no biologist.
There isn't any, because science is not a mathematics.
No, but mathematics is a tool.
It is a tool.
Right.
It is a tool, but it isn't science.
Well, that's a very deeply philosophical question. If we discover mathematics, or if mathematics exists and we define it, it's a question if it's a language or not. But
mathematics is a concept. It's all abstract. Can you give me a piece of number 5?
Read this citation.
Is mathematics an effective way to describe the world? That citation?
It's at 41 minutes after the hour, Drace. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Start there.
Physics is not mathematics. No, physics uses mathematics as a tool to make theories which predict the future.
Read
exactly.
Read the citation.
Right. But
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, hold on. Scientists use Bunsen burners. Does that make Bunsen burners science?
No, but it makes them a tool of science.
Okay, so it's a tool that scientists use, right? But it's not science. It's not natural science, right? It's math. So you went to college.
It's a tool.
How many math credits did you get for your science classes?
We don't do credits at my university, so I had to take math courses. I had to take 3 math courses.
You understand what I'm saying, right? You understand what I'm saying, though, right? It's a category error.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So math is science. Is that what you're saying? It's the same thing.
So when you're saying your car broke down and you're trying to figure out what went wrong with your car, you're not allowed to use, let's say, a wrench to open up a few bolts to see what happens. The wrench is not what it's. That's what I don't get. You see, math is a tool. We use it to make.
The thing is, when I told you math isn't science, you said what?
Yeah, well, math is a tool of science. That's what I'm getting at.
It could be used. This is
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the wrench is not the process of elimination. The wrench is not the process of elimination, right? It's not the method. It's not the method that the mechanic is using to diagnose the problem.
No, it's not. I agree with that.
Okay, so when you're dealing with science, right, The math isn't the method of eliminating all the variables. The experiment is. That's the whole point of science. That's why it's credible, because if you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happening right in front of you, you can be like 99% sure that this causes that, right?
Right.
So manipulate the moon's gravity and show me that it causes the tides. You can't do that.
No, but
not everything fits into the scientific method, right?
Okay,
so you can't prove gravity because it doesn't fit into the scientific method, but our gravity, specific gravity, does fit into the scientific method.
When the car stops, or let's say you get into your car and you put the key in the igniter and you turn it. You say you can make a theory that says, hey, putting the key into the car turns it and turns on the engine. So the key is what causes the engine to start. Now you could go around and short the car or do other things. So every time you can always the key putting into an ignition is a predictor that does well for most cars and will mostly work for unless they're broken into or they're broken down or something like that, right? So this is all we do. We have a theory of reality, and we see if that makes predictions about the future, and we use those predictions about the future to then manipulate things in our surroundings, like build computers.
Okay, you
build
keep
cars
saying
and so on.
theory of reality. You keep saying theory of reality. It's not a scientific theory until it goes through the scientific method, right?
Well, not necessarily, right? You can make a theory about anything.
Maybe
It can
you
be
misunderstood.
debunked. It can be
Maybe you
debunked by
misunderstood.
evidence.
I'll ask the question differently. So, do you know the difference between a theory, like a layman's theory, and the scientific theory?
No, he doesn't.
I think so. I think so. So a scientific theory, I guess, you would say is something that has been proven by evidence, by experiment. Sorry, not evidence, by experiment. And a other kind of theory,
right? So you keep saying these words, theory of reality, when actually there's no reality involved until you do the scientific experiment, right?
Right. But what we do,
when you say theory like that, you mean colloquial theory, like an idea or like a story. But when we say a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. So they need the experimentation, otherwise it's just a fancy idea, a story.
Maybe if I give another example. We have something called particle physics, right? And this particle physics has been working forever, and now somebody, let's say Higgs, comes along and says, hey, I have a new theory, a new mathematical description, and it makes predictions that make these and these slight changes to what we thought was before. And now CERN comes along and tries to show that the Higgs boson actually, it shows evidence that it actually exists. Now, that does not mean that the Higgs boson actually really exists. It could be something completely different. It just tells us that Higgs theory is the best we've got to describing reality. So I understand when you guys mean it's not provable. It's not provable.
But you're not describing reality. You're not describing reality, Nico. You haven't done that yet. Everything you've done is an assumption. You haven't proven your reality yet. I'm still waiting for you to tell me how you've proven that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You haven't done it yet. Okay? You haven't got anywhere near explaining it. And don't you think that's a bit surprising for a physicist? That you're not
no, actually didn't. I didn't think I would get anywhere here, so it's not surprising at all to me, because we have two very, very different.
Well, we're the ones sticking to the scientific method, right?
The thing is,
and you're the one who keeps. Hold on, bro. You're the one that keeps affirming things without any science to back it up. So yeah, we do have two very different views, except for the problem is that you're the one with the letters after your name, not adhering to the scientific method.
Well, I'm actually still working on my PhD, so but I don't have any letters. But the thing is, what you are describing is definitely the scientific method, absolutely. What I'm trying to describe is that we have a theory.
You're talking about science.
Scientists or... Yeah.
Nico, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
In current science today, who is the authority for gravity? Is it Isaac Newton? Is it Albert Einstein? Or is it somebody else?
In science, there is no authority.
Oh my! Why is that? Why do you say that?
Science is when you get a scientific education.
No,
what you
in
learn.
Science today, the current citation, the current authority for gravity today is Albert Einstein. Do you know that? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what you mean with authority. Nobody tells you what
He's the current position. He defines what gravity is today. He tells us what it is. He defines us what. He tells us what causes it. Do you disagree with that?
I thought he died.
Yeah, he died. Well done for that.
The theory described by Einstein is currently for large enough spaces, so not anything quantum related. Is the
so
theory
it doesn't apply to Earth.
That
it doesn't apply to Earth, then, does it not?
We don't know how it applies to quantum mechanics. That's something we don't know.
Well, it conflicts with quantum mechanics, doesn't it?
Yes, actually, that's a problem. We don't know how to unify both of them.
But nonetheless, he is considered to be the current position in science, correct?
For the theory described by Einstein, for large enough... Okay, let's put it this way. We haven't seen anything that for large masses... We haven't seen anything that conflicts with Einstein, right?
Well, it's not true because quantum mechanics conflicts with Einstein.
Large masses, large places.
Yeah, but you say that. You say that, and you're implying that the Earth is some kind of special pleadings case that it doesn't apply to, but it does. Just because it's in a different scale doesn't mean it doesn't apply.
The quantum level doesn't. It's much smaller scale than Earth.
Agreed, but your position, your inference then was that because Earth has got different scales to it, it therefore somehow seems to be exempt from Earth, and it only applies in bigger scales, bigger galactic scales. But that's not true. It still applies on Earth. It is the current position today. I'd like to read you one paragraph from his theory of general relativity. It's from the section entitled The Gravitational Field. And I want to ask you a question at the end of it, so just bear with me for 1 minute while I read. Sure. Quote, if we pick up a stone and then let it go, why does it fall to the ground? The usual answer to this question is, quote, because it is attracted by the Earth. However, modern physics formulates the answer rather differently, not similar, differently, for the following reason. As a result of the more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena, we have come to regard action at a distance as, ready, process impossible without the intervention of some intermediary medium. Right, that's the end of the quote. In that quote that I've just read to you, he not only describes the current position in physics to be different to the older position, he also says that it's the medium that's causing the acceleration. He then goes on to say, the action of the Earth on the stone takes place indirectly. Okay? That means it's not acting on the stone. The Earth produces in its surroundings a gravitational field, which he previously referred to as a medium, which is the air that we breathe, right? That's what he's referring to when he says the gravitational field, which acts on the stone and produces its motion of fall. He doesn't mention that helium balloons rise. But if the medium acts on the stone, causing the stone to fall, and we know that helium balloons rise, it's safe to say that the medium also acts on the helium balloon, causing it to rise. But guess what? That makes it not the Earth that's causing it. It's the medium that's causing it. Can you see the difference between the position with Einstein in current science today that you're studying your PhD about compared to what everybody else gets taught in school, and when they finish high school, they go away believing Newtonian principles, that is fundamentally different. Can you see the difference?
Yes, definitely.
Excellent.
I can see the difference.
Excellent. Would you agree with me then when I say that gravity is not a force in current physics? Would you agree with that, given the definition or what I've just read to you, saying that it's the medium that causes the acceleration?
It again comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of physics and science.
Oh, so you think that Einstein misunderstood the science, do you?
No, I think that you do.
Really? How do you think I've misunderstood it?
Because Einstein, like Newtonian physics, you can still do the same experiments that validate Newtonian physics.
Yes, but in
show
physics,
evidence for Newtonian, show evidence for correlation towards Newtonian physics. Let me put it this way.
In Newtonian physics, the Earth acted on the stone. But in Einsteinian physics, the Earth does not act on the stone. It's the medium that acts on the stone. That is fundamentally different, and you agreed with me a minute ago.
Yes, I agree.
So how have I misunderstood?
What you misunderstand about how science works is you have...
I'm not interested about science working. I'm interested about what Einstein said and what you think I misunderstood. Please explain. How did I misunderstand his
What
word?
I'm trying to say is what you're misunderstanding is how science works. That's what I'm saying. Einstein's theory definitely invalidated Newtonian theory, but it doesn't mean that the things that Newtonian theory predicted back then are false.
So what you're now saying is that because you've got two sets of mathematics that give you the same results, so we'll say 2 + 2 = 4, 100 divided by 25 is also 4, because we've got two formulas that give us the same results, then we can interchange between the two formulas despite the functions being fundamentally different. That's what you're saying. So we can what's the word? Correlate.
No.
Not correlate. We can, what's the word? You can use them interchangeably. Really?
No. You can't use them interchangeably. But you can use the mathematics of Newtonian mechanics for the for the area within it where it was defined.
So you're saying that you can use them interchangeably?
You see the specific difference? No. You see the specific difference? There's a very, very, very fine difference here. The fine difference is that Newtonian mechanics describes is a description of reality in the same way as a painting is a description of reality. It is not exactly reality. It is not exactly reality, but it comes very, very, very close. Now,
so you're saying that
comes along. Now, Einstein comes along. No, just let me finish this thought, please.
Go on.
So now Einstein comes along, and let's say in this description, before it was a painting, and now he has a photograph, which is a more exact description of reality. It does not mean that the first one is not a description of reality. It's just a more coarse, more rough version of it.
No, that's a false equivalence. Newton would be painting an action on the ball or the stone, and he would be drawing arrows down towards the Earth, saying that Earth pulls on the stone. And then Einstein would be coming along with a density gradient measuring device, measuring the density gradient, and then claiming it's the medium that's causing the stone to accelerate, not the Earth itself. So they would be fundamentally different. We agreed on this 2 moments ago. But now you're telling me that one is a refinement of the other, yet I'm still the one that misunderstands it. You're the one doing the PhD in physics.
It's not a refinement.
So why did you say that the picture... So why did you compare it with a painting? Why did you compare it with a painting that Newton was painting, and then Einstein comes along with a digital photograph, if it's not a refinement that you're now backing away from?
Let me... No, because using the mathematics of Newton, we can still make predictions that are true.
Listen, everybody can see that you're weaseling right now. You're not answering the question I'm asking, and you're explaining something else instead. The question is simple, right? We agreed moments ago that Newtonian gravitation was different, but now you're describing them as similar because we can get a painting and make a photo. And you're also saying we can calculate Newtonians with Einsteinians, and they're both effectively the same, but they're not. They're fundamentally different.
I'm not saying any of that. What I am
no,
saying,
but you are saying that I misunderstand, and I don't misunderstand.
These two theories are fundamentally different. They describe things very fundamentally different.
Right. So when you said about the photographs being a refinement of the painting, that's not actually true, is it? Because that's a false equivalence. That's not what's happening. You've got a painting of a cow, and then you've got a photograph of a racing car.
Because fundamentally, what you're doing is the way you describe the way the first painting is made is by a painter picking up a brush, putting it in colors, and then painting. The other one is a completely different way of taking the picture. Taking the picture doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely doesn't matter.
It does, because you're saying we can calculate Newtonian physics and we can calculate Einsteinian physics, and they compare. So in that context, you're saying that the painting is equal to the photograph. The painting is of a cow and the photograph is of a Formula One car, and they're fundamentally different, aren't they?
No, the painting is obviously of the same thing. So they're both painting, or the painting is the same thing, and they're taking a picture of the same thing.
There's the problem. The
thing is, okay.
Picture, not the same thing. You said I didn't understand this.
No.
It's you that doesn't understand it.
No, the problem. What I'm trying to say is not. I'm not saying that that Einsteinian or Newtonian physics is what they are painting. What I'm saying is they are the methods with which they are painting.
Yeah, but you're still comparing them mathematically. Yeah, I do.
You
but
see
you're still comparing them. But you're still... No, I understand the difference, but that would only be true if the mathematics were not being compared as the same. And you've compared the mathematics, you've not contrasted them like I did. So they're not the same thing.
So you're saying that... I'm
saying that Newton said the Earth acts on the stone. Einstein said the medium acts on the stone.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not similar, are they? They're fundamentally different. We agreed
They're fundamentally different. Just like a paintbrush and a camera are fundamentally different. The same way.
Agreed. But what you're saying there only stands true if the mathematics was being contrasted, but you compared them. So what you're actually saying is the painting was of a cow.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Sorry, but the mathematics
because you're saying that. Because you're saying that the painting is different to a photograph, which it is, but because you compared the mathematics and you said they were both the same in our world, what you're doing is you're actually saying that the painting and the photograph are essentially the same thing because you're comparing the mathematics. You should have contrasted the mathematics.
I'm saying that they show the same thing. I'm saying that they're showing the same thing.
You said it didn't matter what they showed. You said it didn't matter what they showed.
It doesn't matter what they're actually showing, if it's a car, a mountain, whatever.
Yeah,
as long as they're seeing the same thing.
If it doesn't matter what they show, forgive me, if it doesn't matter what they show, why were you comparing the maths where the answer is the same? Because that answer would be the same as the painting drawn or the photograph taken. But
the photograph is a much better quality than the painting, no matter how great the artist.
So then, when you're comparing the mathematics, you're trying to say that one refined the other.
No, I never said they're refined. A camera is a very, very different tool than a brush. They're not refining. A camera is not a better brush.
What you're doing
is fundamentally different things.
Two sides. Listen, the difference is Newton and Einstein are not the same. They're not. They're mutually exclusive. But because you're trying to compare them to a painting and a camera, and you're comparing mathematically,
they're not mutually exclusive.
They sound like they're supposed to be similar, and they're not. They're exclusive, not inclusive.
I don't see how you. This analogy is actually very, very good. I don't see the problem with this analogy. But sorry, guys, can you give me a second? I really need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Can you give me like 2 minutes?
I'll give way because I've hogged the mic enough. Thank you for your patience, guys.
Sure. Sorry if things got heated in the end of it. Also,
for
having me on. I'll be right back.
All right. So I just want to point out that a lot of times when we're debating things, right, and people want to say that Newtonian and Einsteinian is the same thing. One is 3 space and one is 4 space. So how could they possibly be the same thing? Because Newtonian is spooky action at a distance instantaneously, like pushing a pencil, right? If you push it at the eraser, the lead at the other end is going to move simultaneously. This is faster than the speed of light. Right, and with Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. So these are 2 totally different things. Plus, there's the 2 space or the 2 body problem with Einstein, right? So I think the problem is that all these pseudosciences explanations for gravity, that's what they are. They're just stories. They're eloquent mathematical stories, but it's just mathematical poetry as far as I'm concerned. It's someone's religion, right? It's their philosophy, okay? But with the specific gravity, you can prove it right in front of everybody. You drop an apple, right? It falls until it hits the water and then it floats, right? You drop an anvil, it falls until it hits the mercury and then it floats, right? And this governs everything except for birds in nature, except for birds and their little aerodynamic thing that they got going on with their hollow bones. Everything else in nature rises and falls through a medium, either from the buoyant force or the lack thereof. Thanks.
Buoyancy is not a force, though, but you were so right up until that point.
Well, tell me what word I needed to use instead of buoyant force.
Just more dense and less dense than it's medium. That's all you need to say. Because if you say buoyant force, if I was being a pedant on their side, I would say buoyancy, so you're affirming gravity then, because you need gravity to be a force to get buoyancy. And I'd go, gotcha.
And then I would say, prove it. Then I would say, prove it. Prove that I need bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, but then they'll just go mic drop. They'll go mic drop.
Equilibrium of density.
They can't use gravity because specific gravity doesn't require their gravity.
Equilibrium of densities.
Yeah, you're right. But remember, when we're talking to these idiots, right, they're so brainwashed they can't see any other perspective as even a possibility. They just rule it out completely. So, like, the minute you say buoyancy, they know that that's a trigger word for gravity, so that if you say buoyancy, they'll just go, ha-ha! Well, we can avoid that just by saying more dense and less dense than the medium, and then they can't go, ha-ha.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I would say let them go, haha, but each to their own, we all have our different ways of debating. And I want them to say, yeah, gravity's involved. Exactly, specific gravity. That's what I'm trying to show you. Now you get it. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks. Please continue the conversation. Sorry for...
Well, we got to the point where my friend here was saying I didn't understand science, and then we went through the differences and the comparisons, which there are none, between Einstein and Newton. Yet he still told everybody that it's me that doesn't understand the science, yet hasn't been able to come up with an explanation for why I don't understand it, but actually has demonstrated that no matter what I say to him, he's just going to not answer the question. He's going to come up with an explanation for something else instead, and fundamentally weasel and wiggle his way around it. The point that I'm trying to get you through to you is that Newton and Einstein are fundamentally different, yet you're comparing them with mathematics and images and photographs, making them sound like they're comparable, but they're mutually exclusive. That's the point I'm trying to get you to address. If they're mutually exclusive, why are you comparing them?
I think what it boils down to is the use of this all. So, as we all can hopefully agree with this, there is use to physics, right? We can build missiles, we can build nukes, we can build electricity, we can build cars, we can build computers. There is use to physics, right?
Yeah, but that's not physics, though. That's technology applying science. There's a difference between technology applying science and science. You're conflating the two. That's
no, absolutely. I understand definitely what you mean.
Okay, now, go on, continue.
All of these things that we build are based, for example, the electromagnetic theorem of how, well, not new computers because they use quantum mechanics, but old computers using only Maxwell equations were built upon this theory called the Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism, right?
Yeah, go on, I'm listening.
Okay. The theory of electromagnetism. Now, there was a guy called Maxwell, and he was playing around with electricity for a long time. And he's a theoretician, so he actually came up with a theory describing electromagnetism. And then we used his theory and saw if it made predictions that we haven't seen yet in experiments. And then we looked at those experiments and time again proved that his theory, or showed evidence that his theory is correct. Now, I agree with you. This does not actually prove that his theory is...
forgive me, by extension, it showed that Newtonian gravitation, the force, the attractive force between masses that had a function squared over distance, it was that very reason that Einstein ruled it out, because it's like he described, it was process impossible. So we know that Newtonian gravitation is not a force. We know that gravity is not a force. The Earth does not act on anything. We know that. That's the current position in science that you don't seem to be with. Yet I seem to misunderstand. But continue.
Yeah, let me continue with my point as before. So, because we can use electromagnetism the way we do, and it makes predictions that are true disregarding quantum events, we use this, right? We use Maxwell's equations to make predictions about how things work. Now, the same thing is true for quantum mechanics. Nobody actually knows what is happening down in the level. And I completely agree with you. This is not 100% proof, right? I agree with you that. The thing is, the evidence for it is so big, and science, physics, this way has worked so good that there's no point in disagreeing with it. You see what I mean?
It depends on what you're talking about. The evidence for this, you said. What do you mean when you say this?
Let me see. The thing is, I really understand where you guys are coming from. I really understand how.
I don't think so.
You see the
changing subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you do understand.
Possibly.
You said that I don't understand the science yet. I've explained to you the fundamental differences between Einstein and Newton, and we haven't really got anywhere yet, other than you kind of agreeing with me, but then comparing them, and that's just not possible.
You can compare things. You can compare apples and oranges.
No, you can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not even in the same
both of them are
geometry.
fruits. Both of them are the same size. You
You can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not in the same geometry.
Why can't you compare? Okay, so why does the geometry of it? What does it make them incomparable?
Well, they're not in the same geometry would be one starting point. Another example would be Einstein's put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas
that was actually Maxwell. That wasn't Einstein. That comes out of the Maxwell equation.
Einstein put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas Newton said it was instant action at any distance. That was a fundamental change.
Yeah, but the speed of light. Okay, but that's okay. Okay. I think actually my metaphor from the paintings is, I think, very, very close to how it is. Let's say there is something.
You were using the point you were making with the painting was that you get a better image from a photograph, which, although that is true, you're making a better picture from a photograph, but that's not what Einstein did. Einstein got a totally different. So it's like,
no, this is specifically the misunderstanding. Okay.
Go on.
Newton is one tool. Einstein is a different tool. These tools are completely different, right?
Yes.
I completely agree with you. A brush is completely different than a camera.
Yes.
Yet, if you tell a talented artist to draw a car that's standing in front of him, and you take a picture of the car that's from the same angle, the two results are very similar, right?
I can agree with this, so long as the painter is painting an elephant and the photographer is taking a photograph of a racing car. So long as there's two fundamentally different things that we're talking, because I don't want people to think. Because I don't want people to think that you can compare a painting with a photograph and then be misled and go on to tell other people that because a photograph is higher quality imagery, therefore it's a refinement of Newton. Because that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
No.
Yes, that's the problem though with what you're saying. It's too much of a convenient excuse to allow people to think that the photograph is better.
Why does the painter now draw something different than the photograph is photographing? I don't understand that. Why does one an elephant and the other one a race car? That I don't get.
Because let's just say the painter draws an elephant and the photographer also takes a picture of the same elephant.
Yes.
If you do that and you allow people to think that, then you are basically saying that Einstein takes the photograph, whereas Newton simply could only paint it because he didn't have the better. And that's not the position in current science.
I see the thing. You are okay. So I see the point. I see the point. So you're saying because Einstein describes reality fundamentally differently.
Yes.
Newton now. But it's a tool. It's not reality, right? It's the tool. That's the thing.
Yeah, we know that. We know it's not reality. We know what space-time is. We know it's a concept. We know it's based only in mathematics, and we also know that it's based in curvilinear geometry. We know that doesn't exist as well. We understand this.
Why
I don't get
does
the analogy.
being... Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay. I just wanted to butt in just for a second and say, I don't get why it's being described as Newton is, paintbrushing. Einstein is taking a photograph. That's not a good analogy. A better analogy would be like Newton is using a car from the late 1850s to go from Georgia to California, while Einstein semi. That's a better way to say it.
That's not better. That's worse. Because what you're doing there is you're comparing Einstein and Newton's mode of travel from getting from A to B, but just using a different vehicle to do it. But the problem is Einstein didn't go to B; he went to C. So the better analogy is they both got the same car, but instead of Newton going from A to B, Einstein's going from A to C, not B.
Right. Yeah, no, I can get you there. But yeah, like just saying it's a painting puts it too much into the possibility of somebody saying something was added to the painting that should have not been.
I'll give you a better analogy.
Correct. That's what you've just said there hits the nail on the head, sir. Well done.
Can you elaborate on that?
It appears to be an ugly dog, but when Einstein took the picture, it was actually a man who was just really ugly and looked like a dog. They're not the same thing. They don't even try to describe the same thing. Like they are
trying to describe the same thing.
Let me give you an example real quick. If you drop something, what happens to the object?
It depends.
Yeah, it depends.
Mostly it falls, but
yeah. But what is happening to the object? Is the object accelerating down, or is the ground?
That's usually the definition of dropping. It's
so the first.
But you can drop a helium balloon to the clouds, can't you?
Yeah, but that's like not really dropping, right?
But it's still not going down, though, is it? That's the point.
Dropping is a colloquial term, so it's kind of...
It is a colloquial term, but when you drop something, you let go of it, right? But if the helium balloon goes to the clouds, is there an attractive force towards the clouds?
No, there's a repulsive force of the... This is down a different rabbit hole. I want to stay close to Newton and Einstein.
So I was trying to give you one of the differences between Newton and Einstein. In Newtonian, which you kind of wanted to agree with, the object falls down and is accelerated down.
Yes.
And
the Earth's up a tiny bit.
Newton doesn't even agree with himself and would not like this to be attributed to himself. But in Einstein, the ground is actually accelerating up towards the object, which is stationary.
No. That's wrong.
Yes. That is what Einstein's position is.
No.
So it's not, respectfully, it's not us that doesn't understand the science here.
Now you haven't proven.
No.
Yeah,
That's
you don't have your PhD yet. This is from Sabine Hossenfelter, who has her PhD, and she's contradicting you. So
everybody in current science contradicts you as well. You're not up to date.
Yeah, the problem is this is a depiction of it. This is not actually what Einstein describes. Einstein describes is that the
physics
curvature of the Earth.
The falling object is in the inertial reference frame and is not moving. He said the ground is the inertial reference frame is moving up towards it, kind of like an elevator. So
from the point of view of the apple, that's always true. That's even true in Newtonian physics.
Yeah, but what if you can't prove that? What if you can't prove the inertial frame of reference?
You can't prove any of this in the real world, can you?
Correct, because you haven't got that equivalent in the real world to show.
You can't prove it in the real world.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, because you can't show anything from the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. You haven't been able to do that. It's been 2 hours now. You've been at it for over 2 hours. You haven't done it yet.
Well, no, I mean, I completely do not expect to be able to convince anything here. I mean, all I'm trying to have is a fun discussion with you guys. And I'm actually, honestly, I'm kind of enjoying myself.
Hold on, we're not trying to get you to convince us. We want you to provide science for your
quick
claim.
question, NG.
Well, it's not the same thing.
Just a quick question, NG. NG, just a one word answer. What is the radius of Earth? What is the size of the radius of Earth?
I don't know the numbers. I'm horrible at memorizing by heart.
No further questions.
Okay, there's the physics. There's your physics.
That question goes to in line with what's been happening. He doesn't know what science is. He doesn't know what gravity is. He doesn't know any of these things, but he's trying to defend them.
I don't teach you that in physics school.
He wants to get a PhD.
I would disagree with that, but that's okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect to get anywhere. I wouldn't. I didn't expect to get anywhere.
Disagree with us, right? We just want you to address something. Hold on, Gus. We want you to address something that I brought up in our first debate, the first time I met you. Karl Popper, you said that Karl Popper changed his mind later on about the falsifiability being the cornerstone of the scientific method. And I asked you in a text message or in direct message to cite your source for that. Have you ever found a source where Karl Popper later on recanted about falsifiability? Did you ever find that source?
Were you talking to me? Or no?
Yeah, to you. In our first debate, right? It was about 3 months ago.
I was never here before. This is the first time I'm here.
Okay, were you not at the Wisdom Discord?
No, this is the first time I've ever done something like this.
Are you sure you're not that same guy who's half Japanese and half...
No, I'm not Japanese, I'm not Asian.
Oh.
No.
What are you talking about, Hank?
I thought you were somebody else. Okay.
No, it's okay. It happens.
Why are you acting like a Glober, Hank? Imagining things.
You know what? I had a bit of the pareidolia,
so Nico,
and I thought he was the same guy.
Blimey. So can you see, Nico, as a physicist, you haven't been able to prove your globe at all, yeah? You're in your laboratories, you're in your classroom. It's all assumptions, it's all pretending. Nothing is real. You haven't substantiated your globe today. 2 hours gone.
I would disagree with that, but
you've proved nothing. Hang on. You've proven nothing. What do you mean you disagree? Where's the evidence? What evidence have you provided?
I disagree with the way you think about science.
How do I know? How have you shown me that the Earth is a spinning ball? How have you shown me?
I didn't show you anything.
What the scientific method is?
I didn't show you anything like that. I gave you an evidence. I gave you some.
Hang on a second. I leave my front door. How do I know I'm on a globe? How do I know that I'm on a globe now with what you've said today? You've said nothing that proves to me that I'm on a globe. Nothing.
That is, well, I mean, from your point of view, that's obviously true.
Nothing, man. Tell me. Tell me again. Tell me, please. Please tell me.
What shall I tell you?
That was my question to you was, how do you know without a doubt that the Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space? You're laying your life down on this one, and you were laughing a little bit, but okay, let me go. I'm going to go with the spin debunked.
Well, I mean, I can show that with the
gravity has been debunked, mate. You haven't proven gravity. So hang on, you're talking over me. So basically,
I'm not saying anything.
You haven't been able to display, or present any evidence for your belief You are believing in things, no evidence. It's all assumption. Your very words, the earth is spinning. The earth is spinning. You need to prove that. You can't. Okay? Helicopters, reference frames, you lost it all. You've proven nothing. It's gone with the wind.
Can I just ask?
The thing is, yeah,
something?
please go ahead.
You have the tag Globe Skeptic. So, where does your doubt begin with the heliocentric model? Why not explain that?
I didn't give me that tag. I don't know why I have that tag.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was given to me. That might be a Discord thing that was given to me when I joined. So I don't know if that's by default or.
Yeah, just to get you going.
Yeah.
So are you going to concede that you're unable to prove the Earth is a spinning ball to us? Are you going to concede to that point? You haven't done it yet.
Concede point.
Nothing you said has proven anything.
Because you added the to us in the end, I will definitely concede that. Yes. But
yes.
Can you then also concede that you don't have any experiments, you just have correlations and assumptions?
Yes, but these assumptions and correlations give astounding ability to be able to predict reality.
Into G.
That's the exact point. Yes.
So you haven't been able to do that because you've just proven anything in the last 2 hours.
No. Well, all I said is
assumptions have no basis in reality. They're not based
all I'm saying reality. That my assumptions.
They don't follow the scientific method.
All I'm saying is that my assumptions.
You're talking over me. You're not listening. You're not listening, sir. Your assumptions are not based in reality. Okay. So everything you've said is not real. They're just assumptions.
What I'm saying.
Prove the reality we live. So your predictions, listen, your predictions are not predictions because I can say next year is going to be 2023. Tomorrow is going to be Monday. I'm going to be 61 next year. What prediction are you talking about? You're not predicting anything. Nothing you predict. You can predict nothing. Okay?
Thank you, John.
But that's not true.
Just a second.
How is that not true?
Jim was just telling you something, and that's he read my mind because I was going to ask you, do you know the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
Well, yeah.
Define it.
Right.
Prediction tries to tell the future, post-diction tries to explain the past, roughly speaking.
Not quite.
No,
roughly.
Post-diction predicts the future based on past events, essentially.
Okay, yeah, true. You're right. Yes.
Yeah, you only do post-dictions.
That's not prediction.
You don't have any predictions.
Yes, but we have never seen it be false.
The arrogance. The arrogance of the man, honestly.
Why?
There's arrogance here now. Typical physicists.
Please explain how I was
assume everything. Prove nothing, assume everything. But
please, why are you mad at me? I have been nothing but nice to everybody.
I'm not mad at you.
Why are you yelling?
I'm not mad at you.
Please.
I am clarifying
we just agree on one thing? Look, I found something
because you've been at it for 2 hours now.
You never felt the earth move, and none of us here did either.
It's fruitless.
So we all experience Earth as motionless. And guess what else? No one ever saw the curve, including you.
Thank you. Right. Exactly.
So we all agree with that. So now everybody's happy, right? You agree with that? We all experience it as
I have experienced earthquakes, so that the Earth is always still is not true.
So
I mean, I give you for all intents and purposes. I've never seen the rotation of Earth. I've never felt the rotation of Earth.
So we all experience Earth as flat and stationary. Thank you, bro.
Right.
Except when I did the Foucault's pendulum.
Can I ask?
Then I saw the
again. The Foucault's pendulum does not prove the Earth is moving.
NTG, did you shit yourself when you were in an earthquake?
Earth move, don't.
Oh, I almost did. That was so horrible, the earthquake. Oh.
Yeah.
Man, I ran out of the house so fast. I grabbed my little sister and just ran because that was horrible.
How quickly did you detect that something wasn't right with the ground?
Oh, that was, I don't know.
Immediately?
Difficult, yeah, very fast.
As soon as the quake was strong enough that you could, of course, detect it. So.
Yeah.
I just like to point out. To think about.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So can you then agree that the starting axiom for everyone is flat, non-rotating Earth, and that's just a base axiom you can have from your experiences? And then
but it doesn't make it true.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That the Earth is moving.
So the Earth not moving is not true. Is that what you're saying now? So now,
just because it's your base axiom doesn't make it true.
It's because we experience it all over the Earth.
Is that what you're saying? Just because you experience it directly, it's not true?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What
I'm saying, just because that is what you experience does not make that is the truth.
That's exactly what I asked you, and that's what it is.
There's a very specific difference. There's a very specific difference. Tell me this: do you experience aging? Do you experience?
Yes.
Right now, every day, do you experience aging?
Oh my gosh!
Do you experience your nails growing?
Yes, I do.
Do you feel it? Do you actually ever feel your nails growing?
I experience my nails growing.
Or is it just that when you're sleeping, that a goblin comes by and puts?
The answer to your question is yes, I do. Yes.
How specifically have you ever experienced it? Have you actually ever seen it?
How?
Have you ever seen it?
That question. Are you really going to ask me how I experience
from day to day? It's noticeable.
Are you really going to ask me that?
Yes.
A few days later, nails are shorter, so is the hair. What are you talking about? So it can be measured directly in a physical reality.
Fuck.
So you experience yourself breathing right now. Do you need proof that you're breathing? You are breathing right now, right? Are you asking for proof? Are you saying it's not true because you're experiencing it?
No.
Does that make any fucking sense?
Don't ask such absurd questions. Very unbecoming of a physicist.
So you're pretty much saying because you experience something doesn't mean it's true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is it doesn't make it the whole truth.
Please.
That's the thing, though. This is the thing. The claim is that it's moving.
Okay.
Your axiom is that it's stationary. So while they make a claim, that means they have to prove their claim.
Yes, absolutely.
And this has not been done.
I completely agree with.
And you haven't done it yet.
Do you have proof of that?
No,
hey, I'm going to jump in just for a quick second, real quick. Hold on, guys.
Yes.
So, just one thing that me as an observer to this whole conversation, Jen, no offense towards you, but you sound very upset. And N2G has been very respectful to everybody.
John, it's fine.
Okay, all right. I was just wanting to say, like, stay respectful and nice to. That's it. Continue on.
That's my method. When they start to fail to prove and they start making silly, wild claims like, do you experience this? It's time to press home the truth. And that's what I'm doing now.
Right,
I'm pressing home the fact that this individual, for the last 2 hours, has been unable to present his case. And remember, this is the heliocentric model that is being taught across the flat earth. And we're the ones that are getting the brunt of it. We're the retards. We're the ones that get the insults. Yeah.
Honestly, I very heavily disagree with anybody insulting you. I do not believe you are retards. I know. I just wanted to point that out. I do not think that you guys are retards. And I always try to be a completely respectful person towards you guys.
All right, so great. Now, let's go back to the point.
I hope we can appreciate that.
Let's go back to the point.
Yeah.
The claim is still that it's rotating, that it has a sphericity, and that gas can exist without a container, gas pressure. So these three claims you still have not been able to show us any evidence of.
Address. Exactly. About the world.
Well,
talking about the world
we did get at one point to something where we developed a way we could do an experiment with the pressures at different heights, right? You guys remember that?
Yeah, that still requires a container.
Exactly.
Right, but you can show that the pressure inside the container and outside the container is the same. Or what do you mean by container?
Meaning, in order for gas pressure to exist, there has to be a container for the gas to press upon.
Otherwise, you have no pressure.
Right. A gradient can exist with a container, but gas pressure cannot exist without a container. It's an antecedent relationship.
Let me think about this one. A gas pressure cannot exist without a container. Well, I would say that gravity is the container, but I think
So you're getting back to that unproven theory that you've just
we discussed gravity before, didn't we? We established that it wasn't that the Earth attracting the stone; it was the medium.
So it's got nothing to do with gravity, you see.
Okay, so not gravity.
Yeah, but in your mind, he can just say gravity for any of these things. It's a word on a piece of paper. He doesn't actually know what that actually means.
I take back gravity. I say the curvature of space-time is containing the gas.
Wow.
So you think that's a blanket statement for things to happen? You can just say gravity, and that will cause things to happen.
Hold on. So you said the curvature of space-time. So are you telling me that a concept could become real? How could a concept be reality or physical?
That's actually a very deep philosophical question.
It's not philosophical. It's actually because you're saying a concept, meaning the number 5. I could take a bite off of number 5.
No, but I would say that number 5 definitely exists because there can be 5 apples, right?
No, those are apples that exist. But the number 5,
the number 5 kind of does exist, right?
It does not.
5 apples.
It's just conceptual.
The entity of 5ness is inside the apples.
No, that's just imaginary. You have the apples are there.
Thank you.
Now, that's the quantity. I think the quantity of it, right? It's just a descriptor of what we say. Well, there's 5 apples, but the number itself is conceptual.
Can I call you Elbow? Actually,
sure.
Yeah, right. So thank you, Elbow. I think this actually completely showed me where we disagree, or where we think differently is. The whole idea of, because 5 describes the amount of apples, does 5 really exist? Is it real, or is it just a tool, a descriptor? And in my sense, it is reality, but in your sense, it's just a tool. And I think that's the point, right?
Right, it's a descriptor. So how could a description of 2 concepts, the space time, right? How could it hold in gas? How could it become a barrier? How could it become a wall?
Well, because
just because
these no please. I'm talking slowly. I'm thinking while talking, which is weird.
Please, physicists, be careful now.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah, I will.
Right.
So this curvature of spacetime is a descriptor of how massive objects are accelerated towards each other. Right? Is that fair?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Is it fair to say that it is a descriptor of how these things accelerate towards each other? Is that fair to say?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Acceleration. What's the difference? Apparent acceleration is like Coriolis force, for example. It would be apparent acceleration. Well, is that what you're saying?
The Eddington observation of 1919 demonstrated that there was an apparent acceleration of the stars because the sunlight was passing, the light was passing around the sun's mass, causing a gravitational lensing effect. but it wasn't an actual acceleration. But you said that two objects of large enough mass will accelerate towards each other. Is that actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Because of their two large objects. So they're compelled to accelerate towards each other.
I would say it's actual acceleration.
You'd say it's what?
Actual acceleration, not apparent. Actual.
So Newton's first law of motion states that for an object at rest to accelerate, a force is needed. But we know that gravity is not a force. So you're either in violation of Newton's first law of motion, or you're wrongly ascribing an actual acceleration when it should be an apparent acceleration, but you can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
You
see? Debunked again.
That's a good point, because that is the significant difference between the tool of Einstein and the tool of Newton.
Correct.
Right? The tool of Newton says that a force must exist. A tool of Einstein says it's not a force, it's curvature, it's something else.
Or it can't be actual acceleration, can it?
Why?
Because an actual acceleration requires a force, and we know that Einsteinian said it wasn't a force between masses. It was the medium effect in the mass, and we know with the Eddington observation of 1919 that the acceleration was apparent. So either way, it's not a force.
I don't know that Eddington observation, but
well, you should, because it showed that Einsteinian gravitation was not a force. It was an apparent acceleration caused by gravitational lensing of the medium, the curvature of space-time.
General relativity didn't... When did general relativity come out? What's it, 1919? Really, that
1915? 1915. Eddington was 1919.
I thought it was later. Okay.
Eddington was 1919. LIGO also proved it, because LIGO detected gravitational waves.
LIGO definitely proved it. That I know.
LIGO is said to prove gravitational waves, which is caused by a curvature of the medium because the curvature of space-time around the Earth is causing a slight differential in the dilation of time as these two things are in the things, right? The two light photons are in the thing. But the point is, it's not an actual acceleration in real world. It's an apparent acceleration. So when we see things that seem to be moving, it's not, unless gravity is a force and Einstein's wrong, they're not actually accelerating. So when you said that two masses attract each other, that's not true. They don't attract each other. They may seem to, but it's not an actual acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration.
Oof, this is a
contradiction.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I like this one. I think you would have to go into how forces are defined in Einsteinian mathematics, and that I'm not sure.
He doesn't define gravity as a force. He defines it as an effect. So you don't have to define forces with Einstein, because he's not talking about forces. He's talking about effects. For forces, you need a force. You need an interaction, a push or a pull. But we're not talking about that with Einstein. We're talking about the effect.
Yes. So
force with Einstein was the uneven distribution of mass, was it not? Which is an attribute of matter.
Uneven distribution of mass. Why? You lost me there.
That was the definition in Einsteinian gravitation. It was the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So the uneven distribution of mass is not a force, is it? It's just an attribute of matter.
The uneven distribution is definitely an attribute of matter, but the effect of this uneven distribution of matter acts as a force.
No, it curves space-time, which we perceive as an acceleration, but it's not an actual acceleration. So in other words, there's no actual acceleration, there is no force.
But there is an acceleration.
There's not. There's an apparent acceleration because of the curvature of space-time. The geometry is curving around it, and we perceive it from our perspective as an acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration because you need a force for that, but gravity is not a force. So then we're left with the paradox of, well, how is the containment of gas being created by gravity?
Well, it's not being contained by the curvature of space.
Get lost.
Right?
It isn't.
Isn't
all you're doing there is you're applying the new explanation because you don't have an explanation for the creation of the pressure. You're just applying the curvature of space-time. It doesn't cause any actual acceleration, so it doesn't stop the gas molecules from vanishing into space. You need a force for that, and you haven't got one.
But why couldn't the curvature of space do that? That's what I don't get.
Because it would have to curve by 180 degrees.
What? Why?
Because the gas molecules are coming back to us, aren't they? They're not escaping. So that they're acting as a container. They're going to have to bounce off the container, come back towards Earth. Well, that would mean
if it was 180 degrees curvature, we would have infinite mass. That's a black hole, by definition.
I was just going to say that would be a wormhole, wouldn't it? Essentially,
right. Well, black hole, or wormhole. I don't know.
Wormhole, because you can go all the way around the thing, or you can cut through the passageway in the middle. But the point I'm making is the real world explanation is we must be contained because we've got gas pressure. In the same way that there must be a cow if we've got steak. You can't have a steak without having a cow. You can agree with that, right? You've got to have a cow.
Wait. Let me go back to this 180 degrees. What do you mean by this 180 degrees? It just means that locally at Earth, the curvature of space-time is higher at the surface than it is at higher up, right? That's all that we need.
Acceleration.
You're using something you've never seen, touched, tasted, smelled, experimented with as a proof.
No, I'm using it as a tool to describe what it is.
Yeah, but
now,
I have tools.
Okay,
I have tons of tools.
I completely agree with you. This
tools,
will not.
Used my tools.
Yes. Okay.
Space curve. That's just words.
It's mathematics.
That's all it is.
It's mathematics.
Yeah, right. A language.
Space-time's not going to cause the gas molecules to turn around, actual or apparent. The deviations are tiny.
Okay,
even
we're back to here's back to the
yeah. Your opinions and beliefs are not going to have an effect in gases and entropy and all that kind of stuff.
Well, entropy maybe, but not gases.
Okay. Hey, hold on. Unicorns exist, and I'm going to prove this to you, and I'm going to show you my math equation showing you that unicorns exist.
Okay.
And if you don't believe me, you're anti-science.
No, that's never what I said, right? What I said is
that's what you're doing.
You're using the existence of. It all boils down to how we see the difference. For me, the tool that we use to describe reality is part of reality, and for you, that's not true. And I'm completely okay with that. I'm completely
link that tool to reality somehow. Like if I was to tell you I proved unicorns exist because of my tool, my math, but I've never shown you the unicorn. How can I call that reality? You cannot call that reality unless I actually physically show you the unicorn.
That's the point. Yes, I completely agree with you.
Yes, no.
I completely agree with you that for
for
what is reality. Eyes, please. Okay.
I just want to man. I'm listening.
Well articulated. That was well articulated. It's true.
Yes, let me completely true. For me, the tool that describes reality.
Are you familiar with talking about descriptions of reality? Are you familiar with any of the gas laws?
Yeah.
Which is the accurate position? Do we have a free expansion of gas law, or do we have a directionality of gas law?
Free expansion of gas law, I would presume.
We have the free expansion of gas law. Now, given that we're supposed to be in a gravitational field, and given that we do have vacuum chambers, wouldn't it be reasonable to think that there might be a directionality of gas law, given that we're in a gravitational field? But not just a directionality of gas law, a supporting experiment demonstrating how there's a directionality of gas law. Yet in real world, there are no experimental demonstrations of a directionality of gas, yet we are in a gravitational field, and there is a free expansion of gas which supports what we say. Does that not bother you in any way?
Only if your system is small enough. I think if your system is, if you make a chamber that is big enough, you can definitely show that the pressure is
how
lower.
big and when will it start going against the laws of nature? How big does it has to be to go against the laws of nature?
Depending on how sensitive your instruments are. So it all comes back down to this whole pressure thing, right? Let's say you have a...
Guys, I have to interrupt. Sorry for interrupting. Please forgive me. This is the second time he's done this where he said that there's different laws for big and large things. So if I can direct your attention to the live stream voice text, please, at 49 minutes after the hour. If someone could read that for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll do that. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things, mean the things that you see in daily life give the impression that the world is Newtonian? And then it's Professor Shankar, University of Yale.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm using tools to describe mathematical tools to describe what happens. Now,
but we're trying to get you to tell us how we can breathe.
These tools are not reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
What a great excerpt that was. Awesome job. Good morning, everybody. Eli over there on the East Coast. Effie Batman, good morning. I'm Agog. Johannes, you're muted. Julius Oldhus still here. Trinity, Jesus, whatever, I won't say that. Welcome, Will Be Flat. Good to see you, everyone. And all around the plane. Well, Seb, do you have any questions? Speaking today? Hello, hello. Hello, love. Maybe I'll play DJ then for a couple of minutes here. I always love this one.
They fucked it up a little bit.
Shout out to Trace Karma.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
know how they raise you in the system. Broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your God, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
You know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, FE baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Now I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthers. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping now, you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Have to say, what an amazing time to be alive. As strange as it is. For me, it took another entire new generation, all of you guys, to come along and figure this out. So we could all get on track with where we're really at. The earth is flat. Water doesn't curve. Neither does light. Learn to use your own sight
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances. Like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments. Or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back home. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain ignorant. It's a big game they play to have your minds captured. And the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result, it's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang. And they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the Boule-Aid. If you're still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists. And when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit, that germ theory got you scared of invisible figurements. But I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back home. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Motherfucking TV off. Nigga, it's called television program. They telling you visually the program. You being programmed, nigga. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox,
you have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What what is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Yo, anybody here? We're Americans. As a citizen, gotta protect ourselves.
Yep, Sonny's here. How's it going? What did you say? Something about Americans in this music? Anyway. I thought I heard you say that this flat earth music is sick. Meaning great.
You're not gonna like this one, nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though, you're gonna learn a lot, check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation, yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lie they tell that we believe in for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with our hard-earned money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears like when it's waxing or waning. Doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, where is everyone?
What's up, Sonny? Mike check.
Hey, Dave Hinkle, good to hear you. Not much. I just heard a bunch of silence. Well, I heard the bot earlier this morning, from a clip. Didn't hear anyone talking, so I've been manning the DJ booth for a little while I clean and garden.
Cool. Thought that every day would come in here and try to fill some air, but with my crappy microphone, but do whatever y'all gotta do. Anybody else on here?
It sounds great this morning, actually, Dave.
It'll sound great for about 5 minutes, and it'll start roboting or whatever. It's a good thing I don't have much to say anyway. Just need some proof of this globular object that people think there exists upon.
Yeah.
Plates.
Yeah, does anybody have any globular evidence? Evidence of the globula. Anyone? Coined a new term, globula. Great.
That was on YouTube chat for more people to wake up, in my opinion.
Yeah, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
I was thanking the sophists out in the YouTube chat about a half hour ago because
I know. I've never
figured sometimes more nice. Go ahead.
No, I've never really known if anyone has ever actually come from the live chat and actually come into the live stream, but it may have occurred. I'm just not aware of it.
Well, that may not have happened, but there's average like 20, 30 people watching. There's got to be a few people like, wait a minute. These guys are just spewing nonsense, We asking for globe proof, and all it is water's bending and straight lines are curved, and
lights
can't
bending.
prove anything. Yeah.
Lights bending over a non-existent sphere.
Yep. We have a geometric horizon. You just can't ever see it.
We have an intellectual conjecture claiming that it's a physical container for gas.
Yep.
Never heard of conjecture being used as a physical container before. But if someone could provide us a demonstration of that,
yeah, that would be a good thing.
You would be entered into the Hall of Fame of somewhere, I'm sure. Well, we'll find a Hall of Fame for you if you can bring that forth.
We just had VC verified. It's a 3 points participant join named Quick Ben. What say you, Quick Ben?
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
So, Quick Ben, what was the at the end of the 3 points? What did you gather about those 3 points for yourself? What does that mean to you?
Well, to be honest with you, the 3 points, I went through that process like a few months ago. I don't quite remember them, but when I came in, I was on board with it, all of it, from the beginning, really.
Already on board, meaning that Earth is flat?
Yes, as far as like we can tell, yeah.
I see. Very good, very good. The reason I ask that is because a lot of people miss the point of what the 3 points is, and it's really just to show that all those three main positive claims of the globe are only beliefs, unless someone could provide some actual proof of said claims, like Dave and I were talking about. It remains just that, only a belief.
Yeah, easy way to do it, quick being, it's got to be a ball that's spinning and floating around in space. That's 3 points right there. That's the main claims of the
Gotcha.
globe.
Okay.
Yep, so curvature, rotation, and gas pressure without a container. The whole purpose of that point, those 3 points, is to show those people that it is only a belief. That's the purpose. The honest answer is, I don't know, to all three of those. We keep hearing people say they have proof, but we've actually seen no proof. So once again, you know, anybody listening on the YouTube, you think we're full of shit? Flat earthers are just dumb, or what? You know, whatever it is. You know, we're just wrong. Like, come on in and tell us about it. Like, we're used to it. You're not going to surprise us here.
Yeah, we're just science deniers. You know, come here and prove us wrong, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, bring the scientific method with you and just lay it across the flat earth, and we'll see if it matches up. And we'll do the same with the globe, of course. That's what we do here. We actually use science.
So, quick being, how long you been looking at this subject? A few months or so, or how long? I might go out.
No, a little static, but I still hear you, Dave.
All right.
Still pretty
Go
clear.
ahead, you. I was just trying to ask him a quick question. You can go ahead if you want, son.
Well, I see his mic dropped off all of a sudden, so I don't know what's happening. Maybe he stepped away for a moment. And some of us don't like to be drawn into the spotlight also, so I get that.
Yeah, we don't need to force anybody to talk. We just, if they want to, they want to, right?
Yeah, that's the best way. I was listening to the audio book. We were talking about this last night. Just a little off topic here, but the Iron Republic, and I listened to about half of it before I was falling asleep last night. It's pretty amazing. And one thing I realized while listening is I would want to live in that place. I want to live. Can I make a request? Can I go to the Iron Republic? I raise my hand. Here I am. Can I go?
Yeah, that is an interesting piece of fiction, I guess is the way to put it. Who knows? It would be a nice place to go to.
Well, think about it. Why are all these celebrities or whatever you call them, in colloquial terms, going down there? Maybe they have slave ranches or something. You know. Just curious. Oh, Quick Ben said in the text that he's at work and someone's bothering him, so it's probably a customer.
All right, man. You gotta do what you gotta do.
It's being bothered by a customer at work. That's conjecture on my part.
Yeah, you're like the typical flat earther, aren't you, Sonny? It's always conjecture, no facts or anything, right? Sarcastic.
Well, I don't know, like, other than the axioms that we talk about here, a lot of it is conjecture. I mean, like, about Earth itself, what it is, like, how does it work the way it works? How do all the systems work within themselves and with each other in this symbiotic relationship that has continued on for, as far as we can tell, for, since Earth has been here.
Yeah, and those are obviously valid questions that we may never get the answer to. We can try to figure them out, right?
Yeah. Like when I go outside and look around me, one thing that's changed for sure is I see how absolutely beautiful this place actually is. How amazing.
Still here, Sonny. If you want to play a song or something, you feel free. Just waiting on somebody to come in or whatever, start talking.
Roger. Very good. I'll be kind of on and off, trying to start my day, trying to stay kind of active here. Gotta spend time outside. I was sick for like a week, man. It was miserable.
Yeah, you got to have some sun time. That's important for sure.
Yeah, man. I'm just getting better now. Thought I was gonna die.
You might have had the COVID-19 like Don Pettit had.
No, I had some kind of food poisoning or something.
surfer. She said she was a flat earther on our way to the conference. I said, you know that's nonsense. She said, the shit's not nonsense. You don't even know. Have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working. It's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting. And where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life.
Yo, yo.
Yo. The audacity!
Audacity of what?
Just reading in the voice text. Sorry, sometimes I read things out of voice text and make little comments, and it probably sounds kind of disjointed, but some of us will be following along. He was saying that someone in some representative or something had the audacity. Anyway. Oh, I see. He's having you drink beer in the morning. Is that right? Okay. No thanks. Okay, it looks like all the ranks are filing in now. The flat earthers are slowly trickling in. Looking for some globe proof.
I got proof of the globe if you accept gravitational refraction as a thing.
Gravitational refraction. Okay, could someone explain that to me?
It's simple, man. It's where the gravity makes things refract, and it refracts the gravity back, and it all makes it look like a ball. So there you go.
I know, but I wonder why in the place of actually having proof of the ball, they just have excuses for why it never looks like a ball.
Oh, I thought it was pear-shaped.
That could change after lunch today. Right, Neil deGrasse? It's going to have to get a whole lot chubbier because it seems to just go on horizontally as far as we can tell. Yeah, a couple things I'd like to see. I'd like to see evidence or demonstration of water taking on the shape of the exterior of any object. That's what I want to see. Can we see that, please? Any Globers? Can you show us water taking on the shape of the exterior of an object? Or is it always just flat and level on the top surface? Every single time, everywhere we look.
I'd like to see someone zooming in on, say, like Google Earth or satellite, and just zoom in, and then instead of looking straight down on them, I'd want to see them upside down.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point, because people have brought that up before. Why don't we have a 4K live stream? All they got to do is, show this thing going out into whatever they're saying it's going to, with a continuous feed. Pan the camera around, down over to Australia, zoom into the upside down surfers in Australia. At the same time, show a cruise ship pulling into port upside down in Australia, and people walking around on the streets and cars driving and traveling upside down.
Yeah, or even on the...
We should have that by now. I mean, we have all this technology, right?
Those are actual.
Global response is NASA doesn't have to do what y'all want them to do. There's no reason to do that.
Right. Because we got so many people that just go along with it without asking any questions. So what's wrong with you flat earthers?
I mean, if they really want to shut us up, then that's one way to do it.
Yeah. Does it ever seem to any of you that, I mean, I know things are still going on out there in this place we call Earth, but does it ever seem like it's like a standstill until something because something's going to have to break here? It's like we're at a standstill until they figure out what to do with all these people that have figured out where we live. And it seems to be because we're sequestered away from actual numbers, so we don't have a clear view of how many of us there are and how fast that is expanding. I think it's exponential. I think they have a big...
I agree with that.
I think they have a huge, huge problem. Because the problem is, let's say once we become adults, right, we're not really aware of what's going on, in the education indoctrination centers. But from my understanding, it's probably gotten harder and harder because you have 8 and 10-year-olds on the computer, and they're railing at the teacher saying Earth is flat. What are they going to do about that? That's never going to get better.
What would you do?
I mean, I don't want to say I can't wait to, or that I'd like to see the whole thing crash and burn and fall to the ground. I don't want to think of it that way, but almost. I'd almost like to say that I would like to see that in my lifetime, whatever that entails. I'd like to see it. It deserves to fail.
I don't know about the whole thing crashing and burning, but I'd at least like to see the persons that have been intentionally deceiving people get their justice, if you know what I mean.
Yes, and I think there is natural law involved in that. One thing I picked up from this Iron Republic is that, well, wait a minute. There's a lot of different facets to this. 1 second.
There might be somebody listening that doesn't know what the Iron Republic is. Give them a little description of it real quick. It was written when?
Yeah, it was an article in the Florida Magazine from 1902 about the adventures of Mr. Barrington and his travels to the south, to the Arctic, and what happened there. I don't want to give any spoilers. I can drop a link.
Antarctic, right? You said Arctic, but you meant Antarctic. You said Arctic, but you meant
Antarctic.
Yeah.
Right. I call them both Arctic because, I don't know, I guess really there is only one Arctic though, isn't there? Who knows what's in the north? Oh, yeah, lack of knowledge causes misery. That's what it causes, human misery. So that's the point I was going to make about the Iron Republic. One of the statements made in there. I'll drop a link. There's a Google Doc. Someone posted yesterday. Let me see if I'll grab that link. There's also an audiobook. John the Morgile does a really good audiobook.
I made the clown meme myself. Feel free to steal.
That's pretty good, man. That's looks just as crazy as it's supposed to. Yeah, that's who we have teaching your children. Nice, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mr. Clown Globe Nose.
I was watching a documentary about the second moon landing, the alleged moon landing. Did you know that NASA played a prank on the astronauts where they sent a nudie pic and put the pic of a nude woman inside their little user manual?
I didn't know.
Yeah, some of the things that they claim they've done is kind of interesting. You'd think that something as sensitive as like the second moon mission, they wouldn't be playing any jokes like that, right?
Right. It kind of leads you to an idea of what their motivation or what their demeanor is, like if they're playing jokes on people. Why would they be doing that? Maybe the whole thing is a joke? I don't know. You gotta imagine that these people that are pulling the joke on humanity, that they were gonna get found out at some point.
Yeah.
And here we are. So you wonder what the contingency plan was for when they got figured out, because here we are today. This server has what, 25,000? When I started a little over a year ago, year and a half maybe. I only had 11,000 when I started.
Here, I can't post the picture that NASA sent to the moon because it goes against the rules of nudity, but I sent you a private message with that picture.
I just pulled it up, thanks. That's outrageous. Yeah, those are... Yeah. I'll add you as a friend.
Like, don't the eyes kind of look demonic or something? I don't know.
They do.
Something about the picture.
Yeah, that is very strange. Very strange.
Here, I'll give you the source. I got that from a little documentary of the Apollo 12. I'll give you the source so you can see the video yourself.
That's outrageous. I never even knew that.
All right, I linked you the video. Just go to 12 minutes, 20 seconds.
Wow, it's outrageous. I never saw that. I never saw this little... Which one is this? That's amazing. Let me save this one. Huh. Watch the whole thing later.
Yeah, when I first found that, I was trying to post it on here, but I was getting in trouble with the mods because it's considered pornography.
Yeah, copyright. Yeah, especially it's Britannica.
I'll try maybe making a censored version of the pics to post.
I wonder if we can make a clip of that one little section, though, an audio clip of it. I wonder if that would...
Yeah, that's a great idea, and maybe they won't...
just... Yeah, just do like 3 minutes or less.
Yeah, honestly, I was really surprised. I was watching that documentary, and they just so briefly, if you watch it, they so briefly just touch on it and then move on as if it's no big deal, and they just say the astronauts didn't get distracted. But it's so absurd that they even did that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like they don't have more pressing issues, like life-threatening issues? Like, really? They have time to like, oh, look, there's a nudie pic in our freaking manual.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've never seen... They claim to have played golf, they've driven a car, now they've looked at nude pics.
I want to know how they got that lunar buggy, that dune buggy, into the size of 2 briefcases. That's all the room they had. They'll never figure it out. Can you imagine the people in the background going, they'll never figure it out?
Yeah.
We're so high tech in 1969, 1972 that they'll never figure it out. The sheeple will never figure it. Really? Then why did they release the technology of these cameras and all of that? That's what I wonder. Is that the left hand not knowing about the right hand? Is that one of those deals? Doesn't make sense to me. If they got everything else planned out, why wouldn't they have the release of that technology? And what that technology brings forth when humans start looking.
Mic check.
A little static, but I can hear you.
I was just gonna throw in real quick to add y'all's point that that's a good point that they're never like vigilant up there in space. You know, they're just clowning around or whatever.
Yeah.
They never act like it's a life-threatening situation like it should be, right?
Right. So here's something like I used to sail on racing boats, racing sailboats, right? So if you go look at the inside of one of those racing yachts and see how well everything is organized and tied up and stashed away, it's neat and orderly. And that's something that's on Earth, not something that's supposed to be flying in freaking endless vacuum of space somewhere, that every direction. Like, can you imagine at those kind of speeds? But no, you don't feel the speed. They have an excuse for that. Oh no, you don't feel the heat. They have an excuse for that. Just amazing.
There's somebody in here with no roles named Chris Fallen if they want to go to the VC check-in or you want to try to talk to them here, Sony.
Crest, you've been unmuted. Do you have access to your mic? Okay.
Yeah, I was just.
There you go.
I was just listening to the conversation.
Okay, cool. How long have you been looking into the topic?
I joined the server like 7 days ago.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever heard of Flat Earth?
No, I heard it from some people at school.
From what school? Oh, at school. Okay. I see. And what do you think of the topic so far?
I think the points are valid, but I'm not really extremely I'm still in high school. I don't understand most of the ideas.
Okay. Well, I suggest keep listening. You do need to get VC verified. Let's see. I don't think I'm able to do that. Oh yeah, I can verify you. Hold on just a moment. Okay, Crestfallen, you've been VC verified. I suggest you continue listening and look at all of the information down below the live stream. We have information A to Z. Take a look at that information. Feel free to ask us any questions here. If you think of anything, just go ahead and ask. All right. Welcome to the server.
Hey, thank you.
Well, just saying that everything Sonny said there is valid. Just think for yourself. No, we're here. We're not a cult. We're not here to convince you of anything. We're just sharing information, and we're accepting reality as it presents itself for the most part. So, like you said, if you got any questions, feel free to pipe up.
Here's something I might just bring up. Let's just see how this goes. So, what we use here is we call them axioms, right? So the axiom is that we all experience a flat and stationary Earth. Would you agree with that? Okay, you don't have to speak if you don't want to. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, yeah, you agree. If you do agree with that, then do you also see how, since we all experience a flat stationary Earth, and that is practically used as flat and stationary by every kind of technology, using any physical type of means over the surface, under the surface, or anywhere near the surface, things that are flying objects, things like that, are using flat stationary. So the basic axiom is that we're flat stationary, as everyone else uses it, as all of us experience it. Would you agree then that the burden of proof relies on somebody that is saying, even though we don't feel motion, that we're in motion, even though we don't see or measure curvature, that there is curvature? Those are going against all of our experiences here. Therefore, the burden of proof lies on the globe. Would you agree with that? Yay! Let me say anything. Okay, good. Very good. That's all I wanted to say. So the reason the server is here is because we've asked for this proof of the positive claims of the globe Earth, and we've been presented zero proof of any of the claims. And that's where we are here today, January 24th, 2022, or whatever the date actually is. We're sitting here waiting.
You got the date correct, and I back up everything you just said. The outstanding claim is the globular model. So, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? Or even some evidence would be okay.
Mm-hmm.
That nobody out there cares, but I just flipped to 100,000 on my odometer on my car. It's pretty neat. Watch that happen.
What year is your car that just turned 100,000?
Unfortunately, Matthew, it's a 2020. Put a lot of miles on the car.
100,000 since 2020? Are you serious?
Yeah, I average about maybe 1,000 miles a week, probably somewhere in there. I do grocery deliveries, food deliveries, stuff like that.
Oh wow, okay, that's amazing. I turned over 100,000 on my way for during last Thanksgiving, but I have a 2011.
Yeah. Well, if you take care of it, they last for a while. Most vehicles do.
I had 360,000 miles on my Volkswagen van. It was about to go over to 400K. And almost every single thing had been rebuilt.
We'll switch it up with Matthew for whatever reason he's here once. We won't put him on the spot. Is there any topic you want to discuss real quick, Matthew? 5 minutes.
I'm just listening, but I could present some evidence that you were asking for earlier, if you like.
Oh, globular evidence. Go for it.
Give me a sec. I'm going to find a picture.
Okay, stand by for picture evidence.
You may have to cut this, Sonny. I'm going through zones where I'm cutting out here.
No worries. There's several of us here. I'm not running this show.
Okay, so here's a picture of some wind farms where you can't see the bottom of them. And that seems to me to be evidence that might suggest that there's water in between the bottom of the wind farm and the observer.
Okay. So you're saying that the wind farms are disappearing over a hump?
I'm saying it looks like there's water between the bottom of the wind farm or the windmill and the camera, yes.
Okay. And so from the distance of those wind farms, there's a physical drop or elevation change in that direction, right?
Right. It's not we wouldn't call it elevation change, but just a drop from a straight line. Yes.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. So why, if it's visible in that direction, why isn't it visible left to right?
It is.
Where?
Oh, it's way less visible because that's between 0 to 30 kilometers, and left to right looks like it's probably only like half a kilometer.
Okay, so why do we never see a left to right drop in any of the panoramas that we see of long distances?
Because you're looking along the edge. It's not the same kind of thing.
Really? If you have a silhouette of a ball, if the ball is dropping away from a straight line, as you say, in the straight forward direction, it would also drop away in the left to right. Why do we not have measurable drop? The ball has to drop away in all directions.
Right, yeah. And so it is measurable. It's just that when you zoom in to see something 30 kilometers away, you're zooming one direction. So it's along the direction of the zoom that you would know.
I understand, but what I'm saying, and what about the wide angle panorama views using whatever that type of instrument is, where they have a orbital, gee, I don't even know the right terms. A platform for the camera, so it's level, so that they can do a panorama of more than probably 100 miles width. Why do we never see any left to right drop in any of those wide angle panoramas, including the one from Mount Everest?
Yeah, you see the drop along the direction that you're looking at, and so you zoom
Why don't
forward.
so Matthew? So why don't you see it in any other direction? Is Earth paper tall?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it's because it's dropping the same amount all the way around.
So it would be measurable left to right. If it's measurable and visible in the what is that? The Z direction, then it would be visible in the X direction.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if you're looking one direction and it's dropped down a little bit, then you turn 180 degrees around and it's like 200 miles the other direction. It's the same amount that it's dropping because it's.
I'm not talking about a
symmetrical.
180 though. I'm talking about 90-degree difference. So if you're looking straight ahead, then you do a perpendicular 90 degrees off in that angle, there should be a drop left to right drop.
No, it won't. It won't drop left to right because it's the same distance from you. If you go to the other place and look, and if you move the camera to where you were looking, then you would.
Okay, I guess you're just not understanding, but that's okay.
But so, how would you answer the question in the image that I posted? Would a laser test work?
So these farms are 30 kilometers.
30
How much
kilometers.
Yeah, and how tall are the wind farms?
They're usually about 50 or 100 meters, but it's
About
not about how tall.
About 200 feet. Yeah, it is, because in 30 kilometers, how much vertical drop is supposed to be according to your ball?
More than zero, and I can see that matches.
More than zero? No. The vertical drop over distance in 30 kilometers, what's the hidden height?
Greater than zero?
No, you're not understanding. What is the observer height in this picture?
I'm not sure in this case.
Ah, so therefore not a measurement. Thanks for playing.
That's a good strategy, to ignore the question and try to come up with numbers.
No, I'm not ignoring the question. If there's only 250 feet that these things are supposed to be 250 feet high or close to, you would not see any of the wind farms at that distance, according to your globe. That's a big problem. You wouldn't see them on your globe at all. But yet, there they are.
I got one question for Matthew, if my mic's working.
Your mic's working, go ahead.
Why do you think that, you agree that, like you're saying, like 30 kilometers, so let's say like 20-mile stretch of any random piece of ocean, there's going to be a 260-foot drop from the level at any given point, correct?
Typically, it depends on the atmospheric conditions, but that's what you would expect on average, yes.
I mean, that's the numbers of the globe, right? So why do you think that no globe believers or just anybody in general has not went out to the ocean, like stood on an island and somebody on a boat 20 miles away with a laser or whatever and showed us that drop? Why has it not happened?
Because those are notoriously unreliable when you try to do measurements by squinting at the horizon over humid air, right? Especially over the ocean.
Well, you're talking about squinting over. Your picture is talking about the same thing, squinting over a distance.
No, I'm asking.
We're not talking about squinting over the horizon. We're talking about watching a laser go 260 feet above your head if you're on the boat. Why have they not done that?
Because not that many people are interested in proving the globe that way.
Okay, go ahead.
Unnecessary. But so, would the laser test work at the bottom of these windmills? And I would say it wouldn't. You could not see the laser. So in this case, it's not measurably flat.
Without looking at it, I'm sure there's something optically going on, but I'll let Sonny continue to engage you here.
That's exactly my point. There's something optically going on, so looking at the horizon is unreliable and not a proof one way or the other.
False. Why are navigators using lighthouses then?
Because you can tell when you're getting close. It's hard to measure exactly. They're using it for left and right.
300 miles away, you can tell you're getting close. How could you see a lighthouse 300 miles away?
It seems like it'd be impossible to do that most of the
Yeah,
time.
well, there's a lot of impossible things on your globe. But lighthouses are used all the time by navigators. And we talked about this before, triangulation of coastal sightings.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, you can triangulate your distance offshore. How could you do that on a globe? Do you have a curved adjacent somewhere?
With lighthouses, the point is to triangulate your distance left and right, points on the compass, not how high the lighthouse appears.
No. I don't know how you missed the point, Matthew. I really don't.
If you're at a ship and you see a lighthouse, you're measuring how, it's at 30 degrees from north or something like that.
Right, or it's a certain angle away from your ship. And then you do another one, you triangulate that. You can triangulate yourself all the way up a coast. How could you do this if there was supposed to be a curve there that's not measurable? Why aren't they calculating the curve of the bottom surface in coastal navigation?
Well, lighthouses are pretty high on purpose.
I'm not only talking about lighthouses. I'm talking about radio beacons, lights on jetties, known coastal buildings on the coast, any kind of different sightings like these. So you're saying they're all mirages, and these navigators are calculating their actual position over the water based on a mirage?
No.
Is that what you're trying to say?
No, they're not mirages. Sometimes they might be, sometimes they're not.
Okay, citation, please. On the point that you just made about sometimes they're mirages, sometimes they're not. Can you give me a citation for that?
Oh, I don't have
as far as navigation is concerned, please. Citation.
I don't have a citation, so I'll withdraw.
Oh, so you just make stuff up. Okay.
Yeah, I make stuff up based on common sense.
Well, common sense isn't very common, so what sense are you using? Which one of your senses?
Yeah, I use logic and reason, senses, observation, logical thinking, those kinds of things.
Okay, so logical thinking. So you're using a globe that has never been measured. Is that logical?
Eratosthenes measured it 2,300 years ago.
No, how was that a measurement?
Sorry, Eratosthenes calculated the radius.
There you go. And before he left the house, he had pi in his tool bag, right?
Before he left the house, he had an assumption in his tool bag.
Yeah, that the Earth was a globe. So he was begging the question.
No, he wasn't trying to. He wasn't trying to prove that the Earth was a globe. He was trying to calculate the size.
Yeah, because he already assumed it was a globe.
Right. Exactly.
So that's begging the question. That's a logical fallacy. So how is that logical?
Oh,
to be using that, how is it logical when I've just shown that it's illogical?
He wasn't trying to answer a logical question. He was trying to measure based on assumption.
Right.
Calculate based on assumption.
But you're telling us that you're using logic, and you pulled Eratosthenes out of your little bag of tricks.
Eratosthenes only has one S.
In the same sentence you were saying logic, then you're pulling out something illogical to use as your logic.
I wasn't using that as logic. You were saying that the curve has never been measured, and I was saying, well, it's been calculated.
You can calculate Superman's flight path, though.
Exactly. You make assumptions, and then you can calculate things. So it is possible to calculate the curve of the Earth.
It's the same as calculating the curve of Narnia.
It is, because it's based on a assumption. So it's not a proof.
Yep. And mermaids are jumping over unicorn nipples.
I'm not going to judge you based on your assumptions, but sure, if you want to make those assumptions, go for it.
It's the same as the globe. It has just as much proof that there's mermaids jumping over unicorn nipples as you have for your globe Earth. Exact same amount of proof. You can calculate it.
That was a good analogy, Sonny, but I would have went with mermaid nipples, but I'm just saying.
Okay. So you could calculate it the other way around and make it the mermaid nipples, and there could be the unicorns are jumping over the mermaid nipples there. So you could change it up. If you're doing calculation, might as well go for the gusto.
You gotta keep it calculated. Matthew, is it frustrating to come in here and run into the brick wall of objective reality?
Yes, but I'm looking at it from the other direction.
You're looking at it from subjective reality, right?
No, I'm saying that I think you guys are running into that same wall, and I'm on the side of logic and reason, but I understand that.
Well,
you look at it the other way.
yeah, but the thing is, Matthew, though, we actually have reality as our guide, and the globe does not.
Shouldn't those windmills angle away? Has that been addressed?
You are right, they should be.
Yeah, why don't we ever see that?
Because it's very slight.
Not really. It would be noticeable. And it would also be measurable.
Right. So at 30 kilometers, it would be leaning away a fraction of a degree.
Okay, so you take a fraction of a degree on one side and a fraction of a degree, then you have double the fraction. Then you have double the distance. This would be visible on a city at a distance. The buildings would not only be leaning back, they would be leaning side to side. This would be measurable. You would also show that on your plumb bobs on buildings, physical plumb bobs.
Yeah, I just did the calculation. It would be leaning away 0.27 degrees at a distance of 30 kilometers. And I would say that's pretty slight. I don't know how you're going to see that.
You would be able to measure it from one building to another.
At a distance of 30 kilometers,
you could measure it for only a couple of miles. From one building to, they have technology that they could use to measure those angles, those differences. In the walls would be angled. You're telling us we live on a ball, that means a distance, there has to be an angle. So that would be measurable, even in a couple of miles.
Okay, let's see. At 5 kilometers, which is about 3 miles, two buildings would lean each other away from each other at an angle of 0.045 degrees. So you'd have to have some pretty sensitive equipment. I don't know.
Really? You don't think they have equipment that sensitive?
0.05 degrees? I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Oh, really? You never heard of high-speed interferometry? All these things are measurable with the technology we have now. The thing is, we don't ever measure it. That's why it's never discussed. Because the globe is, it's never been measured. These angles have never been measured by any technology from any source. And no one doing anything real on the surface of Earth, surveyors, engineers, canal builders, bridge builders, no one's using the globe.
To believe in the globe is to deny reality.
I agree. There's no globe.
Well,
snow globe, baby.
The way I see it is our own observations. It's to deny our observations. Like, for example, like everywhere we look, we see order everywhere, but we're told that the vast majority of the universe is chaos, and it's all chaos, right?
It's to believe that reality is something you've only seen in non-reality, like TV and fiction.
Chaos control. If you don't know where that's from, you didn't have a childhood.
I didn't hear it. Pete?
Chaos control.
I guess I didn't have a childhood.
Sega Dreamcast, Shadow from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah. Okay, I got you. I had that actually.
That was an awesome game, man.
I remember that a lot, and I'm an old fart.
Now, in one of those stages, there was actually a board there was a stage in space where the physics were like wonky, where going forward was going backwards and everything was inverted. You had to be the bat chick. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep, it's like you went into retrograde. I know what you're talking about.
Without all the movies and Star Trek and Star Wars telling us what outer space would look like, like we can't really imagine it, right?
No one would ever have even thought of it.
I mean, there's this thing called, I seen it online, it's called Olber's paradox, and it's basically the idea that if there's an infinite amount of space and light travels infinitely through a vacuum, then all of outer space should be lit up with stars. No blackness.
Well, sometimes it is, and sometimes it's totally black, depending on which astronaut you talk to and when.
Yeah, that's true. I put the Olber's paradox in the voice text in case anyone wants to look at it.
So they're saying basically all the stars are illuminating the entire night sky, it's just that the light is getting shifted to non-visible frequencies.
Always an explanation.
Seems like Band-Aids all the way down.
Well, his paradox was showing that there can't be an infinite universe. Nobody thinks that now.
Yeah, but it's a silly thing because, like, all right, let's take the moon landing. for instance, right? Now, let's say any of that dumb shit were true. If you're on the moon, you're in perpetual night. There is no fucking day, right?
No, the sun was up when
Yeah,
where they landed. The sun was up. It
yeah,
was
but
daytime.
there was no light. There was no light shining on the moon from the sun. It was just the light from the ships, or from the fucking ship, right? So why would you?
They landed on the
Yeah,
daytime side
yeah,
of the
but why
sun.
would you need the fucking lights on,
They
dickhead?
they, they
Why would you need
landed
the lights on? If you landed in daytime, why would you need the lights on?
up. I don't think they used lights when they
Yeah,
landed.
they had lights. Their lights were on. Their lights are on. Go back and look at your little landing. Your lights are on. It's ridiculous.
Well, you'd be right. If they landed on the dark side of the moon, then
If they land
would
on the
need
dark
lights.
side, yeah, you're gonna see stars the whole time. My bad, but yeah, but they land on the light and their lights. They're using their lights. I don't understand that.
They didn't land on anything because vacuum of space is a story that you can assume is real, and you would have to get there using the radius that you assume is correct. So
It would have been
I
so
don't know.
fucking hot too on the moon. So fucking hot. You would see heat coming off of the surface, which you never
We're
saw.
talking we're talking about the moon. No, the atoms in you would have evaporated. You
Well, I mean,
yourself would have evaporated.
yeah, but you know when you look at sometimes the asphalt gets really hot, you can see the heat radiating up. You would see that on the fucking moon, and there's never any. These guys are playing golf and driving around, spinning around, and doing donuts and shit. There's never any of that, dude. They would have eventually got hot. There's no way their suits are gonna deflect all that heat for that amount of time.
Yeah.
What about the thousands of miles of extreme radiation and extreme heat that they were supposed to have gotten through in a lunar lander with walls the thickness of 4 sheets of tinfoil?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't get through that. That's just in space.
Well,
Period.
that's give them the benefit of the doubt, right? At the same
Probably.
time, there'll be radiation on the moon as well because you're getting direct sunlight. So that's a
Then
lot.
listen, look, but listen to the logic. Listen to what you said directly on the moon because there's no atmosphere, there's no exosphere to protect you or magnetosphere, whatever the fuck it is, blah 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 blah. But the point is that all that radiation is everywhere else, from the edge of the Earth's atmosphere, so called, to the moon, on the moon, around the moon, everywhere else.
Probably because they never did it. Never did it. Never
Well,
went.
on the moon, you're getting double exposure on the moon, right? So you're getting it hit, you're getting the direct heat, then it's deflecting and reflecting off of the moon, bouncing back up and on you. So you're getting hit twice. It's like
That's true. That's true. That's true.
They could come and tell us how they really feel, though. Tell us how you really feel.
So
Why
how'd they shoot a movie in that environment?
how did the camera stay? How did the camera fucking work? Yeah, that's just fucking hot. They're like, dude.
That's funny. That's funny, huh, Eli?
Yeah.
Oh shit, man.
And that's why they won't do it. That's why they won't do it again because they know we're gonna watch their shit. We're gonna watch them like fucking hogs. Like this whole gateway program they're supposed to be building in 2024. I can't wait to see them try this shit. How are they gonna pull this shit off? The gateway project. This shit is gonna be so. They're just gonna push it back.
Flat Earth is growing. That should be the scary thing because it's not gonna stop growing. It's gonna keep growing whether you censor it, throttle the numbers or not. I mean, you can begin to see in some of the comment sections that like the Globers are just being overrun. And as a matter of fact, no, I was on a Reddit that had nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever. And you know what? Someone said yesterday that flat Earth was a distraction. I think I'm gonna double back and say that whatever I said in that moment to say, not really. It just might be a distraction because everyone was arguing about the cosmology before there was a flat Earth. Everybody was arguing about whether or not people went on the moon before there was a resurgence of flat Earth, I should say. Everybody's in this fucking Reddit section arguing about whether, like, uh, what was it specifically? Let me find it because they were just in the Reddit section getting it on, and I'm thinking they were talking about um the cosmological constant crisis and dark energy and the vacuum of space not being real, yada yada yada, and that's like has nothing to do with flat Earth whatsoever. So flat Earth in this very small uh imagery that they've placed around us for people to ask us these same dumbass 6 or 7 questions that are all fallacious in the first place, that could very well be a distraction from everyone just realizing all this shit is bullshit anyway, because they were already talking about it. I was so, and secondly, like the the flat the anti flat earthers and globers alike that talk to us, you guys don't understand. You're leagues beyond somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know why? Because he's just gonna tell me, if I was to speak to him, he'd just give me the formula for the curvature. That's what he would give me, like some guy did in on Facebook. He just gave me the curvature formula after I had been arguing with somebody else about how uh nobody knows that the earth is a sphere because no, it's a geometric question. No one, or it's a geometry question. Nobody's counted its sides or measured it directly. They said, so don't you care about the shape? I was like, well, if it were possible to know, that would be great. Why don't you think it's possible? Because we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. In which another guy came in to say it has been measured 500 years before Jesus was here. And I said, no, that was a calculation with 2 assumptions at least, not a measurement. Then he abandons that argument to say, so sunsets aren't real or some shit like that. The same shit that Matthew Learns does sometimes. I don't know, it's weird. And to which I said, that has nothing to do with geometry, bro. As a matter of fact, if you're going to assert that, well, a sunset is, in fact, uh, you turning away from it on the earth as it sets below you, that's definitely the definition of a begging the question fallacy. To which he gave me the earth curve formula, to which I said, well, if you're down with OPP, yeah, you know me. If you're down with that formula, then by extension, you agree that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is the short form, you would assume that that was also correct, but it's not. Then he said, well, you're just lying. Then I brought up CFI investigators, and I was like, you see that horizon right there? Yeah, the thing that you said was able to be used to calculate things in reality. Uh, yeah, he calculated that it would be 1.2 miles, and that boat is 3 miles out, and there is no horizon. Definitely not in front of the boat. And he never came back.
Yeah, I think it just hurts people's brains to think about this whole thing. I mean, because it hurt mine in the beginning because it's overwhelming. It's like It's like kind of like when you if you attend church for the first time and all they tell you is that you're going to hell, right? And without reading the Bible or anything, that's all you get hit with. So when you tell somebody there's dimensions, there's how you measure curvature, it's geometric. Your brain's not thinking that. You're thinking it's just too big to know to tell it's a ball. So that's all a person's thinking. You were never taught to understand that. Oh, you can kind of measure this fucking thing. You were never taught to understand that. So when you're told that as a glober that you can measure it, you're like, nah, there's no fucking way you can do that. It's too big. So it's hard to wrap your brain around this shit that it can be done. And then on top of that, you throw the fact that, oh, well, then there's NASA. They've already seen the Earth, so why should I believe you? Because I believe NASA. I mean, it's just too.
It is what it is.
Because people are forced to think, man. That's why it's a religion. Because in the Catholic Church, they suppress the real Bible, right? So they just give you what they want you to believe, right? So people are fine with that, just like with this, just like with believing the world. The way they said is they're fine with it because for them, there's a script and there's actors, there's director. It's all been made. The movie's made, so now you're just in it. You want, you're just gonna see it through, man.
That's a really great point. Truly. No, so in your picture, Matthew, why is there no data? Except one piece of data. You're kind of missing
the date and the exact location.
The data, DATA, data.
Yeah, data is plural for datum. There are two.
You're missing. You're missing the date. You're missing.
The date is on there, and the location. Those are two different data.
I didn't say that. Holy crap. But you don't have observer height.
It's unnecessary in this case.
Oh, really?
Right. It's a couple hundred feet.
Let me answer him directly.
Go ahead.
It's a cherry picking fallacy. You do know what that is? Can I read out the definition for everyone?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, cherry picking, suppressing evidence or the fallacy of incomplete evidence is the act of pointing to individual cases or data that seem to confirm a particular position while ignoring a significant portion of related and similar cases or data that may contradict that position. Like when the sun seems to just shrink away and disappear in the distance. Especially when you're in different climates where it's the versus being super humid and being dry, you will see a completely different kind of sunset. As a matter of fact, I used to have one, and this isn't related to the point that I just made because it would be a lot of atmosphere here, but you had over the Chicago skyline, over the buildings, the sun just disappeared, just bloop, gone. So again, this is the same kind of thing. It's the sun going away, but instead of it appearing to do what it does in your picture, it does an entirely different thing. And if I were to use that and say, look, this is what's happening without any appreciation for the picture you gave, then that would be cherry picking. So all I could say is with your picture, it's an angular resolution problem.
No, you can clearly see the whole circle of the sun. It's not angular resolution problem. In fact, the bottom of the sun is closer than the top, so you should be able to see it better.
No, it's an angular resolution problem.
I'm not even sure. What's he trying to show with this picture?
Because angular resolution is not just, and I know you're smarter than this. Angular resolution is not just something disappearing into a blip, right? It's the ability to resolve between two different objects. In this case, being the sun and the deck, which is the horizon.
And why isn't the sun hitting the underside of those clouds if it's going over a curve?
Well, so what is hiding the bottom of the sun is the basic question with that picture.
No. If you're on the ground, first of all, you're not going to even see the fucking sun. It's gone. It's already gone. The guy's elevated. He's elevated. So that's why you could see the sun anyway.
Right.
Let's rewind back to the stronger point that I made, which is it's a cherry picking fallacy, because this isn't the only this isn't the only way to experience a sunset. Are you gonna be? Are you? Do you agree or disagree?
Well, first of all, it's just a photo.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's a cherry picking fallacy because it is one way to see a sunset where there are a number of other ways to view the same phenomenon. Well, the phenomena of the sun going away. That by definition is a cherry picking fallacy. Why do we have to? Let's just stop. Let's just start there.
Right. When you can see the sun clearly, when there's not that many clouds and not that much atmosphere, if you can see the circle of the sun, then you always see it cut in half like this, halfway through the sunset. So that's not cherry picking.
Okay, that's not true though.
I live by the ocean. I've watched many sunsets.
No, and I'm not talking about just you or where you live. That's just not true. In fact, I'm about to post a clip from a video so
Sasha,
that you
Sasha
can.
already posted it.
No, I'm not talking about that. Although that's a good point right there. But nope, not even talking about that because it still appears to look like what you think it looks like. So you're going to just reason that away. So I need you to understand that this is a cherry picking fallacy specifically. And why?
Even that sunset, what is doing? It's forming the curve, or
well, at least Sasha's showing a video in the first place. You're just showing a picture with coordinates. Anybody could have fucking superimposed those coordinates and all that shit on that fucking picture. That's why pictures are stupid. You're better off trying to, with a video, actually showing where the person is, saying, what I'm saying, proving that he's where he's at.
I took that picture myself, so I believe that it's real because I took.
Yeah, you took that picture yourself, and you put the coordinates and all that shit on it.
That's
so
right.
Matthew, can you supposed to believe you? So you expect us to have faith that you did it?
Matthew, can you do one another observation? Any of on the water,
Look, you're getting away from the center.
Yeah, but he can go do it right now. He can go do it right now. He can go do that shit right now.
You're getting away from the central problem, and all it's going to do is cause you to argue back and forth because he's going to say what he's seeing is reasonable. You're going to argue something else. The problem is the logic in this situation.
I just want him to go onto to the beach itself. Now, don't elevate your fucking self and take that same picture at the same time of day, and then show him what the fuck you. Then put that shit on, or take a video. Better yet, same time of day. Take your ass right by that fucking palm tree in the middle. Sit right in front of that bitch and take a fucking shot. Let's see. I want to see what happens.
The same kind of thing happens if you're at the beach.
Yeah, no, you're not going to see the fucking sun. That's what I'm saying. Same time of day, right there, right at that palm tree. You're not going to even fucking see it.
Right.
I want you to show me.
Earlier, you would. A few minutes earlier, you would.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're elevating. I don't even know what the hell you're trying to show in this picture. Honestly,
I'm trying to show that sometimes you see half the sun, and I'm asking why you see half and not the other half. That's all.
You're not even zoomed in on in the first place.
And once again, no. Well, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Who cares? What does that do?
Why did you take just one? You should have taken a picture with it zoomed out, zoomed all the way in, all of that shit, all different angles, well, all different all different points of sight from that distance in that angle, right?
Why are you guys so impatient? What if I wanted to clip this out? It's like you making a point, Sasha's posting his video. Like, I mean, come on.
What you talking about?
I'm talking about us being able to create content and promote ourselves to talk to people. I was trying to make a point. I asked you guys to let me make the point,
Oh, I didn't even
and
hear that part, bro. Go ahead, go ahead.
I just did.
I didn't hear that. You were trying to make a point part. My bad.
All I'm trying to do is point out that it's a cherry picking fallacy, and I'm about to. It's green. It's about to post right now,
Oh yeah, we're
and the
waiting for you to
video
drop
is
a
going to
video.
show. So there it is. The end. It's nothing more than a cherry picking fallacy. I don't even really have to answer the question because it's based in fallacious logic.
Well, that's why I said pictures are stupid. Could you at least you put a video, you know?
Yeah, but I just want to get him to understand. I don't have to answer his question specifically because it involves fallacious logic. Like, why would you have someone answer you off of missing information?
But think about it, Elijah. He's seeing half of the sun from like 100 feet up. So if you go 100 feet down, the other half is gone. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why not just zoom in to see that? Hey, oh well, I can see more of it if I fucking zoom in. You know what I'm saying? He zoomed out, show it's gone. It's not fucking gone if you zoom in.
And then Sasha post, and then Sasha did actually post a brilliant picture. Like, just look at. So what that mean? The sun is being cut in half by the mountain because that's how it looks.
We didn't.
What does that mean, Matt?
That's so
Because you
magic.
see it.
We have names still for that phenomena. You know
You
that
got to
it's
be
some kind
honest.
of refraction of the sun.
And you're right, Elijah.
No,
If
because
you
he didn't
angle
say
of
nothing about
resolution.
refraction. Yeah, sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm saying
No,
about
no,
that
see,
zoom. It's clear. It's you can see, and that's it. You don't need to explain anything else. You see that, and that's it. Now, if you want to speak about that more, that's stupid. That's it.
yeah, it's all about angular resolution. Like you were saying, it's just angular resolution. Because if you could actually zoom in, then you change your resolution, right? But you zoomed out.
But
You know, you
but
already
look at
screwed
look.
yourself.
This is an idea for you, Matthew. When you go outside on the beach, do not watch the sun. Try to see where is the curvature, man. Because if you have height, distance, and drop, you will prove the globe, and that's it. You will have on 20, I don't know, on 30 kilometers. You were saying 30 kilometers. You will have 200 feet of drop everywhere. In every observation, you will have that 200 feet of drop everywhere. Show that, and we go home.
And if that's the case, you have dropping every 200. There's going to be leaning shit. There's going to be buildings leaning. There's going to be hills leaning. I mean, if it's dropped, it's not. How is it going to? How is a hill going to level itself? So if there's a drop in every direction, 200 feet, you're gonna have shit leaning, bro. I mean, it just. I don't.
So
You're not going to build a foundation under a hill to make it look like it's not leaning. I mean, this is silly shit, man.
did you see the picture of fraud Sasha just posted?
Yeah.
Like,
So let
there's
me get
two
this
things
right.
before you go. There's two things that we can do. We can either just call it for what it is, fallacious logic, you're cherry picking, or I can utilize your logic to ask you what's going on in Sasha's picture.
It's incomplete, is what's going on in that fucking picture.
No, but if I was using Matthew's logic by it looks cut off because of my presupposition that the Earth is a sphere and we're turning away from the sun, well, I can easily have a presupposition that the mountain slices the sun like cheesecake, and then tomorrow there'll be a new moon. I mean, a
But
new sun, like
it's
the
still
ancients thought.
let's say if he's right.
Not the slicing. Oh, hold on. Let him respond. Those are the two options. Either go with his logic and apply it to this photo, just with a different paradigm, or just admit that it's cherry picking.
Okay, so Sasha's photo at 14 after the hour, it's hard to tell what's going on there. It would be more interesting if there were a solar filter so we could actually see the edge of the sun. And then second, I do think
Where's
that
it?
let me finish.
Do you have solar filters with your camera? With
No,
your
but
photo?
when the sun
No,
is
why are you
setting,
using solar filters and you don't have solar filters?
because you can clearly see the edge of the sun.
But on your photo is not solar filters also. It's the same. What is double speaking this one? What the fuck is this?
No, I'm saying that it would be helpful if you could
Wobble,
see
wobble.
the edge of the sun.
Shake it, shake
You
it.
could see the circle.
Drop it. You said what you said that filters, and you didn't use filters.
Sasha, I'm saying that it's helpful if you can see the circle of the sun instead of the glare.
Okay, why you
Sometimes,
didn't use? Because it's helpful.
yeah, because if you can see it, you don't need a
Yeah, but
solar
next
filter.
time when
If
you
you
go,
can't see
use
it,
filters and show better, Yeah, but who cares? and maybe you will prove something. People, there's people in that picture, so obviously, I can make them out. I mean, that sun's not fucking me up. I can see everything else.
Yeah, why didn't you use a filter then?
because you can see the edge of the sun in my picture.
What listen, this they also on that gift they didn't use the filters because they wanted to zoom and see that sun is above the water. No.
Okay, so let me get this right. Are you guys saying that it's never the case that you can see half the sun and not the other half?
Are you saying that it's never a case that you can see
When I
above
said it
the
was,
water?
when I said it was cherry picking, that means you're using one instance. Why would you be thinking that anyone said that that's not what it looks like? No, that is what it looks like. Well,
That's
not
a
it's not lit. It's
that's a
not what. Hold the yo. I'm addressing Matthew.
Okay, so
Why would you say that? Answer the question.
because it sounds like what I was hearing is that whenever the sun appears to be half visible and half not visible, somebody was saying all you would have to do is zoom in to see the whole circle of the sun again.
No, that's not always going to be the case because all devices have angular resolution limits. That would be silly, Matthew.
Right, I would agree.
Right.
Matthew,
So
did you
nobody
see
would be
ever?
assertive.
Yeah, but I don't Matthew, know. did you ever see the sun is going behind the clouds? It's also half circle.
Yeah, so lots of times there's clouds and it makes it complicated to see. I'm talking about when you can clearly see the sun and it appears to be half visible and half not visible. My simple question still is, how come
Where?
you can't see the bottom half? That's the simple question.
Where is half
Because,
visible and
yep,
half
yep,
not visible?
yep. But if you're not going to answer the question, don't answer it with another question. Just let somebody else answer. Because of the angular resolution limit, like I told you before.
And he understands that. That's just what the fuck is wrong with you, Matthew? You just making some silly ass argument, dude.
In the video that Sasha posted, I mean, it shows it right there. Looks like it's come on, let's keep it real. To any globe earther prior to flat Earth, they wouldn't say, "Hey, look, the sun looks like it's setting, but it's really not." They just call that the sun setting, and a lot of it has disappeared already. In fact, there's probably a little refraction, so it's probably already gone. But we're just looking at the last remnants of the light or whatever refracted above the horizon when it's actually below. And they'd say all kinds of shit. But then dude zooms in